Chapter 786. Are you saying that you found the golden dragon fruit? The golden dragon fruit was rumored to be a fruit formed by fusing with the golden dragon's bloodline. The seventh level of the yin-yang realm was called the golden core realm. A golden core would condense in one's body. Condensing a golden core was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Countless cultivators were trapped at the sixth level of the yin-yang realm, unable to break through to the seventh level of the yin-yang realm. However, in this world, there were some heavenly treasures that could help cultivators break through. For example, the golden dragon fruit. It could help cultivators condense a golden core. This was a heavenly treasure that everyone dreamed of. However, how difficult was it to find such a heavenly treasure? Lin Feng never thought that the dragon rabbit would actually find the golden dragon fruit in a small world. Lin Feng's current cultivation was at the fifth level of the yin-yang realm. He was not too far away from breaking through to the seventh level of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, this golden dragon fruit was very important to Lin Feng. "Bring me there to take a look," Lin Feng said. Creak, creak, creak. The dragon rabbit immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws. "Are you saying that there are many terrifying monsters living there?" Lin Feng said. The dragon rabbit immediately nodded, and its big black eyes were filled with a terrified expression. Lin Feng said, "It's fine, with me here, nothing will happen." Although the dragon rabbit was a little unwilling, it could only nod and jump onto Lin Feng's shoulder since Lin Feng wanted to go. The man and the rabbit left together. Half a day later, the dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng into a pitch-black forest. Even during the day, the forest was gloomy and shrouded in black qi. Upon entering, Lin Feng felt waves of cold energy surge towards him and engulf his entire body. On the ground, there were many skeletons of vicious beasts. Only white bones were left of the skeletons, and their flesh seemed to have been gnawed away. What kind of vicious beasts are here? Looking at the white bones, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Dragon Rabbit was young, so it was difficult for him to express himself clearly. Lin Feng still didn't know what kind of ferocious beast lived in the depths of the forest. But look at the white bones here. It was clear. This place was surely filled with danger, and the slightest carelessness might cause one to die a graveless death. He carefully walked into the dense forest. Meanwhile, the dragon rabbit grabbed onto Lin Feng's head with its little claws, and its big black eyes scanned the surroundings with a look of horror and vigilance. Dragon Rabbit, this little fellow, was usually very courageous and was not afraid of anything. But when it came here, it was so frightened and fearful. Lin Feng knew the living beings of this place. It would definitely be terrifying. He went deep into the forest. A valley appeared in the depths of the forest. In the depths of the valley, there was an ancient tree. A golden dragon-shaped fruit grew on the ancient tree. This was the golden dragon fruit. In the beginning, the golden dragon fruit would bear a few hundred pieces. However, during the growth process, the golden dragon fruit that grew the most vigorously would devour the other golden dragon fruits. When the time was right, there was only one left. Obviously, the golden dragon fruit that Lin Feng saw had already matured. Swoosh! Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and quickly flew towards the golden dragon fruit. Because he knew that danger lurked everywhere here. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to pluck the golden dragon fruit before the ferocious beasts could react. Then, he quickly left, catching the other party off guard. But when Lin Feng arrived 10 meters away from the ancient tree, the ground cracked open. A huge ferocious beast that was close to 2 meters long flew out. This kind of ferocious beast was too strange. Looking carefully, it looked like an ant, a mantis, a spider, and a scorpion. It was a kind of ferocious beast that didn't look like anything. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura, and its sharp claws scratched towards Lin Feng. Fast. Too fast. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, but he couldn't completely avoid it. Puff. That ferocious beast grabbed onto Lin Feng's left arm. Even with Lin Feng's powerful body, it was easily torn open. Blood immediately flowed out. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this kind of ferocious beast was. It definitely had the strength to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly stabilized his body, but at this time, something terrible happened. From the ground, one after another, ferocious beasts rushed out. There were hundreds of them. Lin Feng and the dragon rabbit were completely surrounded. Oh my God, seeing those ferocious beasts, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. One ferocious beast had already hurt him, let alone so many of them. They were definitely able to kill him. Black dragon sword, come out. Lin Feng quickly took out the black dragon sword. Screech, a huge beast king gave the order to attack, and then, a dense group of ferocious beasts rushed towards Lin Feng. The dragon rabbit was trembling in fear. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He knew that at this moment, he had to use his strongest technique, or he would very likely die under the claws of these ferocious beasts. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the yin-yang realm, he no longer needed to burn his lifespan to use the black dragon sword. The first seal of the black dragon sword was broken, and its power increased greatly. Lin Feng's magic power crazily poured into the black dragon sword. Waves of berserk energy suddenly exploded. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed at the surrounding ferocious beasts. Swish, a dazzling sword light swept out, and the ferocious beasts were sent flying. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword, and even a peak yin-yang realm cultivator would be killed by him. But the black dragon sword slashed at the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts were unharmed. Their defense was too terrifying. Little White, quickly go and pick the golden dragon fruit. Lin Feng shouted. He couldn't be distracted now. He could only let the dragon rabbit do it. The dragon rabbit was so scared that its whole body was trembling. It squeaked, as if urging Lin Feng to run for his life and forget about the golden dragon fruit. When the dragon rabbit saw that Lin Feng had no intention of leaving, it immediately became discouraged. It gritted its teeth and rushed towards the golden dragon fruit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than a dozen ferocious beasts rushed towards the dragon rabbit. The attacks of these ferocious beasts were too powerful. As long as the dragon rabbit was hit, it would be fatal. But the dragon rabbit dodged in the air, nimbly dodging the attacks of more than a dozen ferocious beasts. This was the dragon rabbit's ability. It could find heaven and earth treasures, and many of them were guarded by powerful ferocious beasts. If one wanted to snatch a heaven and earth treasure from a ferocious beast, they naturally needed to have some ability. Although the dragon rabbit's attacks weren't strong enough, its dodging ability was unparalleled. It hugged the golden dragon fruit and plucked it. Then, it rushed towards Lin Feng. Seeing that the dragon rabbit had returned, Lin Feng shouted and activated the black dragon sword with all his strength. He tore open a gap in the encirclement of the ferocious beasts and rushed out with the dragon rabbit. The beast king behind them roared angrily and quickly chased after them. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and he quickly left the group of ferocious beasts behind without a trace. "Ha, I got the golden dragon fruit, what a great opportunity." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He and the dragon rabbit quickly returned to their residence. When they arrived at the mountain where his cave was located, 3 cultivators flew over from afar. In front was a female cultivator. Behind her were 2 male cultivators. "Senior brother, save me." The female cultivator's face was pale. When she saw Lin Feng, she quickly flew over and looked at Lin Feng with a pleading expression. This made Lin Feng very surprised. These 3 people were obviously cultivators of the Blue Cloud sect. To be able to enter the small world to cultivate, this meant that their identities were not simple. Why were the 2 male cultivators chasing after this female cultivator? This was the Blue Cloud sect's holy land. The 2 male cultivators dared to chase after a female cultivator of the same sect. Wasn't this too daring? Chapter 787. The female disciple had already reached Lin Feng's side. Looking at her up close, he realized how beautiful she was. She was tall and had an exquisite face. Of course, the most impressive thing about her was her rosy cherry lips. Delicate and alluring. Savoring the taste of her cherry lips. Presumably, this was something any man would want to do. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened to make them kill each other. "Boy, get lost. Don't hinder our work." A male cultivator who had chased after them said coldly. These 2 actually dared to chase after a fellow disciple in a small world. They were truly audacious. Lin Feng guessed that they had someone backing them up. That was why they were so fearless. Lin Feng only felt disgust and disdain for these kinds of people. He coldly glanced at the two and said indifferently, "Oh? You want me to get lost? Just based on your words, I'm going to interfere in today's matter. Now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll spare you because we're from the same sect. Otherwise, I'll break one of your legs as the price for daring to be presumptuous in front of me." Lin Feng had always been domineering. Not to mention that he had a 10-year life and death battle with Huangfu Qingtian. He was already fearless. No matter who you are. How could a barefooted person be afraid of someone wearing shoes? Even if you're the son of the sect master, if you dare to show off in front of me, I'll still dare to cripple you. No big deal. I'll just walk away. The world is so big. If there's no place for me, there'll be a place for me. When the blue-robed cultivator heard Lin Feng telling him to kowtow and apologize, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Where did this reckless brat come from? How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Who are you? Tell me." "I'm from the Noble Peak," the blue-robed disciple said coldly. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had naturally heard of the Noble Peak. The Peak Lord of the Noble Peak was called Junzi Hao. This person was a senior core disciple. Moreover, this person's identity wasn't simple. It was rumored that he was the great-great-grandson of a Grand Elder. "You are Junzi Hao?" Lin Feng looked at the blue-clothed cultivator indifferently. The corner of the blue-clothed cultivator's mouth twitched violently. He said coldly, "Brat, are you deliberately making fun of me? So you're not Junzi Hao. Looks like you're Junzi Hao's dog. How dare a dog bark in front of me? Are you courting death?" Lin Feng said disdainfully. His name was Li Jian, and he was Junzi Hao's personal guard. He was in the yin-yang realm. The other person was called Zhong Cao, who was also Gentleman Hao's guard. He was also in the yin-yang realm. Li Jian was originally a loose cultivator. Once, Li Jian had a grudge with someone. The other party came to seek revenge and captured Li Jian's family to threaten Li Jian. However, Li Jian left without even looking back. Clearly, Li Jian was a cold-hearted person. He only cared about his own life. Why would he care about the life and death of his family? This matter was witnessed by Junzi Hao, and Junzi Hao admired Li Jian's character of not doing anything for himself. In Junzi Hao's opinion, people like Li Jian were ruthless and merciless, and they could achieve great things. Therefore, he had taken Li Jian as his servant. After joining the Blue Cloud sect, Li Jian had received a large amount of cultivation resources, and his cultivation had broken through to the yin-yang realm. Li Jian was indeed Junzi Hao's dog. However, he would never allow others to say such things about him. Li Jian's expression darkened, and he looked coldly at Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, how dare you humiliate me? You don't know what's good for you. I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy later." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jian leaped forward and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a core disciple. Li Jian was just Junzi Hao's guard. His status was worlds apart from Lin Feng's. He had actually dared to attack Lin Feng. From this, one could see just how lawless this was. "I'll help you," shouted Zhong Cao coldly. He knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, so he joined forces to attack Lin Feng. The two of them attacked from the left and right. 10,000 beasts galloping. Raging flames. The two of them were attacking Lin Feng from the left and the right. They were attacking Lin Feng from both sides. Their attacks were ferocious and overbearing. One of them condensed a phantom image of 10,000 beasts running towards Lin Feng. The other turned into a raging flame and swallowed it. "Senior brother, be careful." The female cultivator's face was full of worry. She knew how powerful these two were. Lin Feng was so young. 1 against 2. How could he win? "Kneel," shouted Lin Feng coldly while facing the two cultivators' attacks. His force dispersed in the air and moved towards the two cultivators. Suddenly, all of the attacks had vanished into thin air. The two of them looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Thump, thump, thump. They both knelt on the ground. Crack, crack. Many of their bones were broken. Their faces were pale. Only now did they know how terrifying Lin Feng was. The female cultivator behind him opened her red lips slightly, looking at everything in front of her in disbelief. Li Jian and Zhong Cao were at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. But they were suppressed by this senior brother in front of them. How strong was this senior brother? Scram! Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand. The two of them were directly sent flying. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard again. The two arms that were not broken were also broken. Li Jian and Zhong Cao screamed. There were many rules in this small world. Fighting was allowed, but killing was not allowed. Otherwise, one would be punished. If they were outside, these two dared to offend Lin Feng, they would have become dead people. Li Jian and Zhong Cao got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with resentment, then quickly left. Thank you for saving our lives, senior brother. The female cultivator quickly thanked him. Okay, it's fine now. You can leave. Lin Feng said. The female cultivator was about to cry. Senior brother, save me. If you don't save me, my fate will be very tragic. Lin Feng said, come with me. The female cultivator was delighted and quickly followed Lin Feng into the cave. When she saw the huge spirit spring in the cave, she was stunned. With such a huge spirit spring, this place was really a paradise. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator and asked, what's your name? Who are you? Why are you being chased? Tell me clearly. The female cultivator said, my name is Bai Ying. I'm a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator? Lin Feng frowned. Why is a rogue cultivator wearing the Blue Cloud Sect's uniform? How did you enter the Blue Cloud Sect's small world? Even though I'm a sect disciple, it's very difficult for me to enter the small world. It's like this. When I was training, I met someone called Jun Zihao. He's the great-great-grandson of one of the Blue Cloud Sect's supreme elders. A while ago, Jun Zihao sent someone to find me. He wanted to make a deal with me. Bai Ying explained. Lin Feng was surprised. What kind of deal? Jun Zihao said that he needed 10 yin spirit pills. My constitution is very special, and I have a yin spirit body. The yin spirit body in my body can fuse with some spirit herbs to form yin spirit pills. Yin spirit pills can temper the soul's purity. Jun Zihao said that he wanted me to cultivate here for a year. Senior brother, as you know, rogue cultivators like us lack cultivation resources. Being able to cultivate in the Blue Cloud Sect's holy land for a year is something we can only dream of, so I agreed. After arriving at the Blue Cloud Sect, Jun Zihao found someone to help me register as a disciple. Then, he gave me a medallion to enter the small world. After coming in, I found out that Jun Zihao didn't want the yin spirit pills. His goal was actually me. He wanted my yin spirit body. My yin spirit body, along with the water spirit body and the ice spirit body, is known as the best body among the 3 great cultivation furnaces. Jun Zihao wanted to force a relationship with me so that he could use my yin spirit body to break through. When Bai Ying said this, she started crying again. Lin Feng could understand how Bai Ying felt at that moment. She was a rogue cultivator. Cultivation resources were hard to come by. She had thought that Jun Zihao's deal was a mutually beneficial one, but now she knew that she had been deceived. Jun Zihao is preparing to absorb my qi, so I took the opportunity to escape. He sent people to chase me. Senior brother, please save me. If you don't save me, I won't be able to escape. My yin spirit body is very beneficial to my cultivation. I'm willing to dual cultivate with you. Chapter 788. Bai Ying's face was flushed red. It was obvious that she needed a lot of courage to say such words. Lin Feng looked at Bai Ying's straight and slender legs without any gaps, and there were also cinnabar red marks on her wrists. Obviously, this Bai Ying had never experienced a man's virginity. The yin spirit body was one of the 3 top quality cultivation furnaces in the world of cultivators. This kind of physique was very rare. However, once it appeared, it would make countless cultivators go crazy. This was because dual cultivating with a female cultivator with a yin spirit body would allow one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Others might not be able to increase their strength even if they cultivated hard. And cultivators with yin spirit body dual cultivation partners could do things that made people float in the clouds time and time again in bed. Not only would their bodies feel good, their cultivation could also increase by a large margin. Who wouldn't go crazy? Why was Liu Mengyang valued by Huangfu Qingtian? How many beauties were there in the world? There were also many peerless beauties who were in love with Huangfu Qingtian. Why didn't Huangfu Qingtian treat those women differently? Why did he value Liu Mengyang so much? It was because Liu Mengyang had a water spirit body. One of the 3 great dual cultivation physiques in the world of cultivators. Huangfu Qingtian's divine arts were mysterious, and it was widely rumored that he wanted to break through to the creation realm. In fact, Huangfu Qingtian didn't want to break through to the creation realm. He wanted to break through to the life and death realm. Comprehending the laws of life and death. Breaking through to the life and death realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there were probably not many cultivators of this realm. Huangfu Qingtian nurtured Liu Mengyang so that he could dual cultivate with her in order to break through. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything for a long time, Bai Ying's tears immediately flowed down. Senior brother, do you think Bai Ying is not beautiful enough? Bai Ying overestimated myself. Thank you for saving my life, senior brother. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. With that, Bai Ying walked out. Lin Feng grabbed Bai Ying's soft jade hand and said, "Junior sister Bai, you misunderstood me." Bai Ying was overjoyed and said with a red face, "Senior brother, do you agree to dual cultivation with Bai Ying?" Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Bai Ying was very shy before, and she seemed to be a very pure woman. After all, it wasn't easy for a yin spirit to remain a virgin until now. However, after she said that she wanted to dual cultivate with Lin Feng, her courage seemed to have grown. Lin Feng said, "Dual cultivation isn't a small matter, and I already have a woman in the sect. Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Especially powerful men. Which one of them doesn't have many wives and concubines?" Lin Feng, Bai Ying bit her red lips. She seemed to know that Lin Feng was also hesitating. After struggling for a while, she took the initiative to hug Lin Feng. Her pink cherry lips bit Lin Feng's lips. Was he forcefully kissed? Lin Feng's eyes widened. This was the first time in his life. He also took the initiative to respond to Bai Ying. It was indeed as Bai Ying had said. In the secular world, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives. Let alone the world of cultivators. In order to seek protection, many female cultivators would even seek refuge with some powerful cultivators. Then, they would become the dual cultivation partners of those powerful cultivators. Bai Ying was a rogue cultivator. Only rogue cultivators knew how difficult it was to be a rogue cultivator. Bai Ying wasn't an ordinary rogue cultivator. She also had a yin spirit body. Countless people wanted a dual cultivation physique. Fortunately, those old monsters didn't know that Bai Ying had a yin spirit body. If they knew, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being captured by those old monsters. As for Lin Feng, he was young, powerful, handsome, and had a warm personality. Bai Ying naturally wanted to capture such a man. This was the first time Bai Ying had such contact with a man, so her movements were unfamiliar and clumsy. However, this made Lin Feng feel excited. While Lin Feng and Bai Ying were being intimate, Li Jian and Zhong Cao arrived in front of a cave. The 2 of them knelt on the ground. "Young master, this servant is useless." Bai Ying was rescued. The 2 of them trembled as they spoke. They knew how vicious and merciless Zhun Zihao was. This matter wasn't handled well. If Zhun Zihao descended, he would be furious. That kind of anger wasn't something they could bear. The 2 of them had seen with their own eyes a colleague killed by Zhun Zihao because he didn't do a good job. Therefore, they were worried that they would be punished the same way. What? She was rescued? The 2 of you went to chase after Bai Ying, yet she was rescued by someone else? An angry roar came from the cave. Soon after, a white-clothed cultivator walked out. This white-clothed cultivator was originally very handsome. But now, His face was distorted. It made people shudder. Li Jian, Zhong Cao, and Zhong Jiang were trembling in fear. After Zhun Zihao came out and saw that Li Jian and Zhong Cao's arms were broken, his anger subsided a little. He said in a low voice, "Who is it? Who dares to hurt my people? Who dares to steal my woman?" This Zhun Zihao was ruthless to his subordinates. But Zhun Zihao didn't allow others to hurt his subordinates. One had to look at the owner before hitting a dog. In Zhun Zihao's opinion, anyone who dared to hit his subordinates was a provocation to him. It's the disciple who took first place in the inner sect competition. His name is Lin Feng. Zhong Cao said. Li Jian and Zhong Cao weren't cultivating in Shu Yu's pocket world, so they weren't qualified. The two of them had brought Bai Ying in. They had been outside Shu Yu's pocket world, so they were very clear about what had happened during the inner sect competition. That's the guy who fought Huangfu Qingtian for 10 years. It seems that he knows he's going to die, so he doesn't have any scruples. As long as he can increase his strength, he dares to do anything. Now, he dares to steal my woman. He's courting death. Zhun Zihao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Li Jian and Zhong Cao and asked in a low voice, "Did you tell him my name?" Li Jian said, "We did, but that kid didn't take you seriously at all. However, he's really strong. Even if we join forces, we're still no match for him." Zhun Zihao said indifferently, "Take me to where that kid cultivates." "Yes, sir. Please come with us." Li Jian and Zhong Cao stood up and brought Zhun Zihao to Lin Feng's cave. "Senior brother, the spirit spring here is so thick and the energy it contains is so pure. I saw a spirit spring at Zhun Zihao's place, but it was only as thick as a thumb. The energy it contained couldn't be compared to the spirit spring here." Lin Feng smiled and said, "The spirit spring here should be the biggest one within 1,000 miles. I don't know if there are any other spirit springs that are bigger than this one. Can I drink the spirit spring water here?" Bai Ying asked, blushing. She had been so passionate with Lin Feng that she almost couldn't breathe. Now that it was over, she was embarrassed. "Of course you can. The spirit spring water is very beneficial for cultivation," Lin Feng said with a smile. Right at that moment, bang, there was a loud sound. The cave's restrictions had been shaken. Then, a cold laugh came from outside the cave. "Kid, get the hell out here, it's Zhun Zihao." Bai Ying's body trembled when she heard that voice. Her face was pale and she looked terrified. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was extremely high. However, Zhun Zihao's cultivation seemed to be even stronger. Chapter 789. Seeing Bai Ying's terrified expression, Lin Feng's heart ached. He reached out to touch Bai Ying's delicate face and said, "Don't worry, it's just a clown. I'll be back soon." When Bai Ying saw how confident Lin Feng was, she didn't feel so worried anymore. She blushed and nodded. Swoosh. The restriction dissipated, and Lin Feng walked out of the cave, looking coldly at the clamoring cultivator. Lin Feng walked out of the restriction and looked at Zhun Zihao coldly. "You're Zhun Zihao? Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a big fuss outside my cave abode? Do you want to die?" Zhun Zihao was furious. How dare this kid talk to him like that? Zhun Zihao had never encountered such a situation before. Zhun Zihao was at the 8th stage of the yin-yang realm. He was very strong. Naturally, he wouldn't take Lin Feng, who had just become a core disciple, seriously. He sneered and said, "Kid, no one in the sect has ever dared to offend me. You're the first. I have to admire your courage, but do you think I won't dare to teach you a lesson?" In a flash, the small world does indeed prohibit sect members from killing each other. However, I won't kill you. I'll break your legs. If the sect wants to pursue the matter, I can say that I accidentally injured you during a spar. The sect can't do anything to me. Zhun Zihao laughed sinisterly. He was very confident in himself. Zhun Zihao's cultivation was also very strong. He leaped up and used a grappling hand to grab Lin Feng. Zhun Zihao attacked, and the wind howled like a fierce tiger. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had thought that Zhun Zihao was a spoiled brat. It seemed that he had guessed wrong. Zhun Zihao was ruthless and arrogant. However, he was very capable. His grappling hand had been cultivated to the point where it was as pure as fire. Suddenly, he grabbed. Its power was boundless. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with ordinary cultivators. However, Zhang Zihao's opponent was Lin Feng. From Lin Feng's point of view, Zhang Zihao was full of flaws. When the great grappling hand was about to grab him, Lin Feng moved a step to the left. Zhang Zihao's attack. Instantly, he missed. How is this possible? Zhang Zihao's face was filled with disbelief. Bang! In the next moment, Zhang Zihao felt an intense pain engulf his entire body. He was punched in the stomach by Lin Feng. His entire body was sent flying, and his face was pale. Seeing this, Li Jian, Zhong Cao, and Zhong Xian were completely dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that the Gentlemen's Grand Assembly would be able to defeat Lin Feng. However, after the fight, just one move, Lin Feng had beaten Zhang Zihao until his face was pale and his whole body was trembling. It was obvious that Zhang Zihao had been injured by Lin Feng's punch. That brat must be lucky to have dodged my attack. Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth. He did not believe that Lin Feng had the strength to defeat him. Martial Soul, Day and Night Reversal. Suddenly, Gentleman Hero roared. His dantian was filled with light. Waves of tyrannical energy surged out. Two lights, one black and one white, shot out from Gentleman Hero's dantian. Zhang Zihao wanted to use his martial soul to deal with Lin Feng. The sky suddenly darkened. Zhang Zihao couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. What a strange martial soul. Lin Feng was shocked. He released his divine will and sensed a faintly discernible aura approaching him from his left. It was Gentleman Hero. Lin Feng's soul power was at the 7th layer of fortune. He was too strong. No matter how Zhang Zihao tried to hide his aura, he couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A ball of lightning condensed and shot towards Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao had wanted to take advantage of the darkness to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would discover him. Zhang Zihao's body suddenly jumped, and he disappeared. Lin Feng's ball of lightning exploded in midair. Then, it disappeared. It didn't hit Gentleman Hero. Zhang Zihao's methods were really strange. Whoosh! Suddenly, the darkness disappeared, and it became day. A blinding light shone. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly blinded, and he couldn't help but close them. Behind Lin Feng, Zhang Zihao suddenly exploded and punched towards Lin Feng. Night and day alternated. The sudden change in light and darkness was the best way for Gentleman Hero to hide his tracks. Then he suddenly attacked Lin Feng. Zhang Zihao's lips curled into a cold expression. He thought that his attack was going to succeed. Boom! But at that moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a strong force. That powerful force ruthlessly slammed into Zhang Zihao's body. Zhang Zihao was sent flying. There was a thump. Zhang Zihao fell to the ground. His face was pale. He wanted to get up and run. But a strong force suppressed Zhang Zihao, making it difficult for him to move. How dare you humiliate me like this? Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Did you just say that you wanted to break my legs? Looks like you don't have the strength to do so. I'll take your legs. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Zhang Zihao. He raised his right foot and was about to stomp on him. Spare me. Zhang Zihao screamed in fear. Faced with the fate of having his legs crippled, Zhang Zihao was terrified. How can I spare you? Lin Feng sneered. His foot was about to land on Zhang Zihao. Zhang Zihao shouted, I'm willing to redeem my legs. Oh! Redeem your legs? Lin Feng's foot stopped in midair, and he looked at Zhang Zihao in surprise. This was a good suggestion. If Zhang Zihao's legs were crippled, he would only need to recuperate for a while to recover, and Lin Feng wouldn't get any benefits. If Zhang Zihao wanted to redeem his legs, Lin Feng would get a lot of benefits. Zhang Zihao was the great-great-grandson of a Grand Elder. He would definitely have a lot of good stuff. When Zhang Zihao saw that Lin Feng hadn't stomped on his legs, he sighed in relief and said, How about 2,000 top-grade spirit stones for my legs? 2,000 top-grade spirit stones could be considered a huge fortune. However, Lin Feng didn't want to let Jun Zihao off so easily. He said indifferently, "So your legs are that cheap?" Jun Zihao's mouth twitched violently. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones is all I have. Lin Feng said indifferently, "That's not enough. I can only redeem half of your legs, and I'll need to add more things." Jun Zihao looked like he wanted to die. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones weren't enough? Jun Zihao was being greedy. However, Jun Zihao didn't dare to resist. He said, "Then I'll give you a top-grade prized artifact flying sword." "I don't care about a lousy flying sword. You're the great-great-grandson of a grand elder. Do you have any Dao artifacts?" Lin Feng smiled at Jun Zihao. Chapter 790. When Lin Feng saw Jun Zihao's expression, he knew that he wasn't telling the truth. Lin Feng looked coldly at Jun Zihao and said, "It seems like you don't want your legs anymore. If that's the case, I'll have to cripple them." "Wait!" Jun Zihao shouted, his face pale. Lin Feng looked at Jun Zihao with a half-smile. "What? Do you understand now? I really don't have a Dao weapon, but I do have a semi-finished one." Jun Zihao looked like he was about to cry. A semi-finished Dao weapon? Lin Feng looked at Jun Zihao in surprise. A semi-finished Dao weapon meant that it hadn't become a true Dao weapon yet. Jun Zihao said, "This is a defensive Dao weapon, but I made some mistakes during the forging process. I didn't have enough materials, so it could only be made into a semi-finished Dao weapon. It's not as strong as a Dao weapon, but it's dozens of times stronger than a peak Dao weapon. If I can find some divine materials in the future and find a powerful blacksmith to reforge it, I should be able to turn it into a true Dao weapon." "All right. Hurry up and give me the semi-finished Dao weapon," Lin Feng said. The corners of Jun Zihao's mouth twitched. He took out a treasure. It was a 7 treasures glazed pagoda. A 7-colored light swirled around it. It emanated powerful ripples of energy. "It really is a powerful treasure." Lin Feng looked at the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in surprise. Actually, Lin Feng didn't lack powerful offensive treasures. What he lacked was a defensive treasure. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda was a defensive treasure. This treasure was extremely important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought of Sikong Jiayue's ancestral treasure, the Sky God Shield. Once it was activated, it could block the attacks of hundreds of experts. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda couldn't compare to Sikong Jiayue's ancestral treasure. However, once he refined the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into a Dao weapon, then, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's power would be revealed. "I'll take this treasure. You gave it to me willingly. Even if you go to the sect, they won't be able to sue me," Lin Feng said calmly. "Willing? I was forced to do this, okay?" Jun Zihao wanted to cry. He thought to himself that he would definitely report this to Lin Feng in the sect. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "Hurry up and swear that you willingly gave the treasure to me, and you definitely won't report me to the disciplinary hall. If you dare to violate the oath, you'll die a horrible death." Cultivators would not casually swear an oath, because cultivators themselves were going against the heavens, seizing life from the heavens, and were not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Once a cultivator made an oath, the heavenly Tao would sense it. If the cultivator violated the oath, the heavenly Tao would immediately send a tribulation to kill the cultivator. The heavenly Tao was eager for all cultivators to swear an oath and then break the oath, so that it could use the power of the oath to kill the cultivator who broke the oath. The heavenly Tao hated cultivators the most, because they defied the heavens and seized life, seizing the lifespan of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was not immortal. It would also age with the passage of time. The old heavenly Tao order was destroyed. A new heavenly Tao order would be born. When he heard Lin Feng asking him to swear an oath, Jun Zihao's face turned gloomy. If he swore an oath, he really would not be able to report Lin Feng. Then he would not be able to take back the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. However, Jun Zihao did not dare to resist. He gritted his teeth and swore to the heavens, "I, Jun Zihao, swear to the heavens that I will definitely not report this to the disciplinary hall. If I do, may the heavens strike me with lightning, and I will die a horrible death." Then, a talisman condensed from lightning fell from the sky and flew into Jun Zihao's forehead. The oath was valid. All right, you can leave now. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The force that had been suppressing Junzi Hao's body also disappeared. Junzi Hao crawled up from the ground and glared fiercely at Lin Feng, but in the end, he did not dare to say anything. He did not want to stay here any longer, so he quickly left. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to his cave. Bai Ying had a panoramic view of what had happened outside. She had not expected Lin Feng to be so strong. Junzi Hao was so powerful that he had been instantly suppressed. She finally did not have to worry about Junzi Hao's snooping anymore. As soon as Lin Feng entered, Bai Ying's sexy body had already taken the initiative to greet him, and she offered her red lips. She was too passionate. Lin Feng felt very helpless. Was this the second time he had been forced to kiss her? Lin Feng had been with many women before. Shangguan Feiya was the type who wanted to reject him but also welcomed him. Shi Weizhu was the type who was very shy. There were many things that Shi Weizhu did not dare to do. As for Bai Ying, she was the type who was as passionate as fire. She looked so pure and moving. He had thought that she was also a shy person. However, when she really wanted to give herself to a man, she was so passionate that Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. In the next few days, Bai Ying had been adjusting her body. About 10 days had passed. On this night, Lin Feng planned to have his first dual cultivation with Bai Ying. Although she had already had extremely intimate contact with Lin Feng, however, Bai Ying was a virgin after all. Therefore, just as they were about to reach this step, Bai Ying could not help but become very nervous. She closed her eyes and her delicate body trembled. Lin Feng said gently, "Although the first time will be a little painful, you will feel different if you endure it for a while." Bai Ying's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Lin Feng said, "The dual cultivation technique focuses on the harmony of yin and yang. If the yin and yang are not in harmony, it will be a harvesting technique. For example, some male cultivators don't care if the female cultivator's body can withstand it. They absorb all the yin essence energy in the female cultivator's body into their own. If the female cultivator loses all her yin essence energy, I'm afraid it won't be long before she dies. There are also some female cultivators who practice the yang essence technique. They absorb the yang essence force of a male cultivator and devour it completely. The male cultivator will also die. The incantation I taught you a few days ago is a dual cultivation technique that harmonizes yin and yang. Do you remember how to use it clearly? If you don't remember it clearly, we'll do it next time. Your first yin essence energy was as boundless as the sea. If you don't know how to balance yin and yang, you won't be able to absorb the energy that surges into your body after the yin and yang harmonization." Bai Ying said shyly, "I'm ready." Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, Bai Ying transformed from a young girl to a young woman. Lin Feng and Bai Ying both circulated the yin and yang harmonization technique and absorbed the powerful and boundless energy. This yin and yang harmonization technique was a secret technique recorded in the archaic dragon-esque elephant technique. It was a top-notch cultivation technique. Ordinary dual cultivation techniques could absorb 20% to 30% of the yin and yang harmonization technique. However, the secret technique recorded in the archaic dragon-esque elephant technique could absorb at least 80% of the energy. After absorbing the yin and yang harmonization technique, Lin Feng's qi started to emit rumbling noises. A monstrous strength was exploding out of his body. Chapter 791. The dharmic powers in his body began to transform again, becoming purer. This dual cultivation technique was indeed magical. Finding an excellent dual cultivation partner would definitely be of great help in improving one's cultivation. Lin Feng circulated the Archean dragon-esque elephant art and refined the yin-yang energy in his body. Boom, boom, boom. The dharmic powers in his body surged. There was a shocking change in Lin Feng's dantian. When breaking through to the fifth firmament of the yin-yang realm, the various divine powers he cultivated would condense into a large array and hover in his dantian. This was called a divine power array. When the divine powers condensed into a large array, their power would increase greatly. Now, all the divine powers that Lin Feng cultivated had condensed into a large array. All the divine power arrays revolved around Lin Feng's path of supremacy. Above the array formed by the Archean dragonesque elephant art, the phantom of the Archean dragonesque elephant appeared. Above the array formed by the Sky Tyrant lightning art, the phantom of the thunder god appeared. In Lin Feng's Dantian, a total of 10 divine power arrays were condensed. These arrays were formed from the Path of Supremacy, Archaic dragonesque elephant art, Great Heaven covering hand, Sky Tyrant lightning art, Tao character extermination, Tao character death, Heaven splitting, sword intent, emotionless sword art, and Sun Moon wild blade slash. Now, these 10 divine ability grand formations were emitting powerful waves of energy. The 10 divine power arrays surged with astonishing power. The divine power array formed by the Archean dragonesque elephant art surged with the power of the Archean dragonesque elephant. The divine power array formed by the Sky Tyrant lightning art surged with the power of lightning. These different divine power arrays surged with different powers. And these different powers fused together. They formed a barrier. This was a divine power talisman. The sixth firmament of the yin-yang realm was called the Unity Realm. Dharmic powers and essence souls fused into one and then condensed into a divine power talisman. Now, Lin Feng had condensed a divine power talisman. The divine power talisman flew out and rotated in the void. It moved slightly. It was as if the void was about to split open. All of Lin Feng's dharmic powers were condensed on the divine power talisman. Its power was naturally powerful. I finally broke through. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He put the talisman into his dantian. He looked at Bai Ying. At this moment, Bai Ying's eyes were closed as she refined the pure energy in her body. It wouldn't take long. Bai Ying should be able to complete her breakthrough. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Bai Ying had received a year's worth of cultivation time from Jun Zihao, but she had already used it up. Since Jun Zihao helped you register as a disciple, you're now a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. When you leave, you can go to the Supreme Mountain and stay there for a while. Lin Feng said. Bai Ying nodded. She knew that the Supreme Mountain belonged to Lin Feng. In the past year, Bai Ying's cultivation had improved rapidly. She was now at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng sent Bai Ying out of the small world of time and continued to cultivate inside. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th sky of Yin-Yang realm. Next, Lin Feng prepared to break through to the 7th sky of the Yin-Yang realm. At this level, the talismans would condense together and transform into a golden core. Of course, it was very difficult to break through. It needed to be refined. Lin Feng was refining the talisman every day. It made the talisman even more powerful. The more powerful the talisman was, the stronger the golden core would be when he broke through to the 7th sky of the Yin-Yang realm. Similarly, the stronger the golden core, when he broke through to the 8th sky of the Yin-Yang realm, his strength would increase even more. Half a year later, a destructive wave came from the depths of the small world of time. This wave alarmed Lin Feng, who was cultivating in seclusion. What's happening? Lin Feng was shocked. He left the cave and went outside. He looked into the depths of the small world and was shocked. In the depths of the small world of time, endless demonic chi covered the sky. It was as if a peerless ancient demon was about to be born. Even though there was a great distance between them, Lin Feng still had the feeling that he was suffocating. Demon fetus, the demon lord had appeared in the demon pearl again. He was sitting on a grave and looking into the depths. Is the demon fetus the thing that caused the black fog in the depths? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The demon lord's answer was simple. How could there be a demon fetus in the Blue Cloud sect's small world of time? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the demons had besieged the ancient man mining area because of the thing below. It was said that it was a demon. Later, it was taken away by the Blue Cloud sect. Could it be a demon fetus? What's a demon fetus? Lin Feng asked. Maybe it's a peerless great demon returning from its tribulation. Maybe it's a descendant of a peerless demon. Of course, it's also possible that it's a demon fetus born from the heavens. It's terrifying, the demon lord said. Such a terrifying thing. I don't understand why the Blue Cloud sect's higher-ups would bring it back to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng frowned. Because of greed. The demon lord said. If they can control the demon fetus, they can obtain unimaginable power from it. But how can it be so easy to control? In the depths, 5 old figures were floating. The magic lotus could be vaguely seen in the endless black fog. The magic lotus was pregnant with the demon fetus. Now, the black fog was surging out of the magic lotus. The demon fetus was growing. Therefore, the old antiques of the Blue Cloud sect were about to lose control of the demon fetus. The 5 old figures attacked together, trying to suppress the demon fetus. Keek. Strange laughter came from the magic lotus. The demon fetus was growing inside, but it was unknown what it was. The demon fetus began to spin in the void. Bang 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 bang, the 5 old antiques were sent flying. Summon the clear sky seal. An old antique expert shouted in a deep voice. Then, the 5 old antiques burned their life force. Crack. The void split open. A palm-sized green seal flew out, emitting a green light that enveloped the demon fetus. The demon fetus struggled violently, but it was suppressed in the end. Let's go. The 5 old antiques took the demon fetus and the Blue Cloud sect's treasure, the clear sky seal, and quickly left. They entered a mountain range in the deepest part of the pocket world. This place was densely packed with formations. It was impossible to tell how many formations there were. The demon fetus was placed in the deepest part of the pocket world by the 5 old antiques. Countless formations were activated, suppressing the demon fetus. The 5 old antiques sat cross-legged in the void, channeling their magic power into the demon fetus. They wanted the demon fetus to sense their auras and familiarize itself with them. In the future, the demon fetus would no longer resist, and they would be able to devour its power. It disappeared. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the pocket world and couldn't help but shake his head. Blessings and misfortunes came hand in hand. Chapter 792. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. The blue stone door opened, and Lin Feng walked out. After cultivating for 6 years in the small world, he had finally broken through to the peak of the 6th stage of the yin-yang realm. Next, he had to continue cultivating and prepare to break through to the 7th stage of the yin-yang realm. Although 6 years had passed in the small world, in the real world, only 6 months had passed. When Lin Feng entered the small world, it was winter. But now, it was summer. He could hear the chirping of cicadas. Congratulations, senior brother. Wang Hu, Mo Yuning, and the others had calculated the date and were waiting outside. Lin Feng nodded, then asked in surprise, "Why don't I see junior sister She Weizhu?" Wang Hu smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister She Weizhu is currently sparring with senior sister Bai Ying, so she didn't come." Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. Previously, he had thought that if Bai Ying and She Weizhu met, would the two of them fight because of him? After all, women were easily jealous. Now, it seemed that the two of them had really fallen out. "Let's go back and take a look," Lin Feng said. The group returned to the Supreme Peak. When they arrived at the Supreme Peak Square, they saw 2 beautiful figures fighting. One of them was using a long whip. The other was using a short blade. They were fighting fiercely. "Senior brother, I just remembered that I haven't fed the spirit beasts yet. I have to go feed them now. Goodbye." Wang Hu quickly found an excuse to leave. It was obvious that the 2 women were jealous of each other. And the main character was here. As for the others, why were they still standing there? Mo Yuning and the others also found excuses to leave. Only Lin Feng, Bai Ying, and She Weizhu were left in the square. When they saw the 2 women fighting, Lin Feng rushed into the battlefield and separated the 2 women. "Move," the 2 women snorted at the same time. Lin Feng said, "Swords have no eyes. If you accidentally hurt yourself and leave a scar, wouldn't you be ugly? It's none of your business." The 2 women snorted at the same time and walked towards the main hall where they lived. She Weizhu and Bai Ying both moved lightly. They walked very slowly, hoping that Lin Feng would come up and coax them. But when he turned around, he found Lin Feng standing there like a block of wood. The 2 girls angrily stomped their feet and quickly returned to their respective palaces. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Both his palms and the back of his hands were his flesh. What could he do? First, he had to coax Shi Weizhu. Bai Ying would definitely be angry. He had to coax Bai Ying first. Shi Weizhu was also bound to be angry. Lin Feng could only choose not to coax either side and let them calm down. I was thinking of having a one-man show tonight, but now it seems like I can only dream about it. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. It was not a problem for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But there was no guarantee that women would be jealous. Lin Feng returned to the main palace. Wang Hu soon arrived at the main hall. Did anything special happen during this period of time? Lin Feng asked. Wang Hu said, after senior brother entered the small world, Luo Shengtian asked the sect for senior sister Shi Weizhu. He wanted her to go to his sacred sky peak to cultivate. Fortunately, senior sister Shi Weizhu had broken through to the yin-yang realm at that time, so he didn't succeed. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Obviously, Luo Shengtian wanted Shi Weizhu because he wanted her. Luo Shengtian and Huangfu Qingtian are good friends, but now he dares to covet my woman. He's courting death. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. He said, "Don't stop, continue." Wang Hu nodded and continued. Then, senior sister Bai Ying arrived. When she first arrived, she was still very close to senior sister Shi Weizhu, but it didn't take long for the two of them to get into a huge fight. They would have a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. When he said that, Wang Hu glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, he couldn't help but admire him. As expected of junior brother Lin. Not only was he strong, but he was also good at dealing with women. Lin Feng asked, "Is there anything else important?" "The other things are mainly the sect's welfare, the planting of spirit herbs, and the rearing of spirit beasts." Wang Hu said. "You can deal with these things." Did junior sister Shi Weizhu and junior sister Bai Ying choose to build a mountain? Lin Feng asked. Grand Elder Guo Yang sent people to ask, but they refused. Wang Hu said. Core disciples built mountains. But not all core disciples chose to build a mountain. For example, on Qingtian Peak, there were more than 10 core disciples besides Huangfu Qingtian. They didn't build a mountain and cultivated in Huangfu Qingtian's Qingtian Peak. This saved them a lot of trouble. Lin Feng waved Wang Hu away and walked towards Shi Weizhu's residence. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Shi Weizhu opened the door and snorted when she saw Lin Feng. She wanted to close the door and stop Lin Feng from entering, but Lin Feng picked her up by the waist. Lin Feng entered the room and closed the door. "Let go of me." Shi Weizhu struggled gently. "Zhu, I missed you so much." "Didn't you miss me?" Lin Feng said gently. Shi Weizhu's heart softened when she heard these affectionate words. But then she thought about how Lin Feng and Bai Ying had been in the small world for so long. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She snorted. "Who are you trying to fool? Don't think I don't know that you and Bai Ying have been dual cultivating for a year. Bai Ying has a yin spirit body. Dual cultivating is very beneficial to her cultivation. She is indeed a pitiful girl. As her sister, you should be more magnanimous." Lin Feng said. "Are you blaming me for being narrow-minded? Put me down quickly and go find your Bai Ying. She's so sweet." Shi Weizhu began to struggle again. When a woman doesn't want to be reasonable, it's useless to say anything. Lin Feng obviously knew this. The best way to conquer a woman was to conquer her body. Lin Feng carried Shi Weizhu to the bed. Naturally, they would go to Mount Wu together and make love. In the evening, some people from the Supreme Peak prepared a simple banquet for Lin Feng after he came out of seclusion. Lin Feng told everyone at the banquet that he would be leaving the Blue Cloud sect soon to do something. He told everyone to cultivate well in Supreme Peak. Lin Feng didn't say what he was going to do, nor did he have any intention of letting anyone follow him. Shi Weizhu and the others saw Lin Feng's serious expression and guessed that this matter was very dangerous. Shi Weizhu and Bai Ying were still fighting. Now that they were about to separate, what was the point of fighting? They were all worried for Lin Feng. The two of them finally reconciled. This made Lin Feng very happy. When their relationship gradually warmed up, Lin Feng felt that if he mentioned the matter of one dragon and two phoenixes, the two women might not refuse. Just thinking about it was quite exciting. 3 days later, Lin Feng left the Blue Cloud sect. He wanted to return to the Eastern Divine Land. Firstly, Lin Feng had promised Han Zihua that he would refine a pill to save Han Zihua's wife. Lin Feng was a man of his word. Now that he was a heaven stage alchemist, he naturally had to help Han Zihua. Secondly, Lin Feng wanted to return to the Eastern Divine Land and think of a way to assassinate Dugu Aotian. The revenge of the dead Lin family. The revenge of his third uncle. Lin Feng engraved it in his heart. Finally, there were still many people Lin Feng cared about in the Eastern Divine Land. For example, Shangguan Feia. Green Sky Peak. Huangfu Qingtian brought Liu Mengyang to the secret realm of heaven. Luo Shengtian was temporarily in charge of the Green Sky Peak. After Lin Feng left, the disciple who was monitoring the Supreme Peak came to the Green Sky Peak to report this matter to Luo Shengtian. After that, Luo Shengtian gathered more than a dozen core disciples of the Green Sky Peak. Lin Feng has already left the Blue Cloud sect. Who will kill him? Luo Shengtian asked. I have just cultivated the heavenly Dao Qiankuan sword technique. I can use Lin Feng as a sacrifice to the sword, so I will kill him. Li Jianxiao said. Alright, then I'll have to trouble junior brother Li, Luo Shengtian said with a smile. It's a small matter. Li Jianxiao smiled, full of confidence. He bid farewell to everyone and left. A month later, Lin Feng passed through the magnetic fog lake. He arrived at the Eastern Divine Land. Today, when I return to the Eastern Divine Land, it will be the day of your destruction. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He spread his golden wings and flew towards Yuzhou City, which was the closest to this place. Swoosh, not long after Lin Feng left, a figure chased after him. It was Li Jianxiao. The Eastern Divine Land is the best place to kill this kid. It won't be easy for the sect to find out. Chapter 793. Carefree Town was a border town near Magnetic Fog Lake. People came and went, and it was very lively. Many cultivators would choose to rest in Carefree Town. Carefree Town even had branches for spirit array masters, alchemists, and mercenaries. Many cities might not even have branches for these three unions, but Carefree Town was different. It was clear how special Carefree Town was. Lin Feng arrived at Carefree Town, and the sound of hawking could be heard on the streets. There were also many cultivators coming and going. Lin Feng did not go to Magnetic Fog Town this time, because he planned to go to Gentleman's City to meet Han Zihua and fulfill his promise with her. Lin Feng stayed in an inn and planned to rest for the day. After taking a bath and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Feng walked outside. The lanterns were lit. The town was very lively at night. There were rows upon rows of shops on both sides of the street, selling all kinds of things. Of course, most of them were peddlers. Newly unearthed ancient treasures. Come take a look, take a look. Lin Feng heard a familiar voice. He looked over, and his eyes lit up. Taoist Wu Liang. It was actually this guy. He was the successor of the mountain-moving Taoist. Many people surrounded the small stall next to Taoist Wu Liang. There were all kinds of bottles, jars, and broken magic tools piled up there. Many people were pointing and gossiping, discussing whether or not the various things that appeared here were worth purchasing. I want them all. Lin Feng walked out. Where are you from, kid? We came first, and we haven't picked anything yet. That's right, there should be a first-come first-serve rule, right? I want this, Taoist, hurry up and give me that rusty dagger. I want that jar with the dragon pattern. Many people stopped hesitating and called out at the same time. Taoist Wu Liang was happy. The things he sold were basically all fakes. The only time he made a mistake was when he sold the heaven-swallowing jar to Lin Feng. This made Taoist Wu Liang depressed for a long time. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Seems like your business is good. It's all thanks to you." The boundless Taoist priest rolled his eyes. Lin Feng understood that the black-bellied guy was plotting something. Lin Feng smiled and said, "My cultivation has increased greatly recently, And I was just thinking of finding a few idiotic thieves who have ill intentions towards me to exercise my muscles. Daoist Wuliang grinned and said, "Haha, benefactor, you are even more extraordinary than before. Which idiot would dare target you?" Clearly, Daoist Wuliang was not speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had always wanted to take back the heaven-swallowing jar, but now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, Daoist Wuliang felt that it was difficult to do so. Lin Feng said, "Long time no see. How have you been, Daoist?" The immeasurable Daoist snickered and said, "Not bad. I dug up a few ancient ruins." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Mountain-moving Daoist, Qiu Zhonglang, and Tomb Raider. What were they doing? Grave robbers. The mountain-moving Daoist was ostracized by the orthodox Taoists because they often dug up other people's ancestral tombs. The ancient ruins that Daoist Wuliang was talking about clearly referred to ancient tombs. It seemed that this guy had gotten his hands on quite a few good things. An ancient tomb that could attract the attention of a mountain-moving Daoist was definitely not ordinary. "Let's find a restaurant and catch up," Lin Feng said. "Thank you for your hospitality, benefactor," Immeasurable Daoist said. This fella had always been the type to take advantage of others whenever he could. Lin Feng did not care about this. He and Daoist Wuliang walked towards a restaurant. At this moment, a cultivator walked towards them. He was wearing a bamboo hat. He was holding a treasured sword. He walked over step by step. Sword chi swirled around his body. The powerful sword chi formed sword intent. Many people were sent flying by the impact. So powerful. He actually comprehended sword intent. "His coming for you." Daoist Wuliang's eyes were very crafty, and he immediately jumped out. He acted as if this matter did not concern him. Sword intent. What a powerful sword intent. This kind of sword intent. I'm afraid it's not any weaker than the sword intent that I comprehended. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had comprehended the supreme sword intent with the 4 moves: sword slashes heaven and earth, sword intent reaches the heavens, 10,000 swords return to the origin, 1 sword eternal. Lin Feng's sword intent was extremely powerful, but the sword intent of the person in front of him made Lin Feng feel shocked. It was obvious that his sword intent had also reached an unfathomable level. There are countless sword cultivators in the world, but those who can comprehend sword intent are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. "Li Jianxiao, I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend sword intent." Lin Feng looked at the man who was walking towards him step by step. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Li Jianxiao, a core disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He was a sword genius and one of the core disciples that Huangfu Qingtian trusted the most. He had even accompanied Liu Mengyang to the ruins of God. "Are you ready to die?" Li Jianxiao's voice was cold as thousands of sword chi surrounded him. The sword intent was getting stronger and stronger. On the side of the street, there were countless shocked onlookers. This was because the sword intent that Li Jianxiao emitted was too powerful. It made countless people feel suffocated. The will of the sword Dao, he actually comprehended the will of the sword Dao, too terrifying. Some of the stronger cultivators looked at Li Jianxiao with horrified expressions. Even many creation realm experts might not be able to comprehend the will of the sword Dao. This required comprehension. "You're too arrogant." Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm confident." Li Jianxiao's voice was indifferent. "I used the heaven and earth Chenkuan sword art to enter the Dao and comprehended the supreme sword intent. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the sword and allow my heaven and earth Chenkuan sword art to reach large success." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jianxiao pulled out his sword. Heaven and earth Chenkuan sword art. With a loud shout, he slashed out with his sword. Everyone immediately felt it. Everything between heaven and earth had disappeared without a trace. In this world, only Li Jianxiao was the ruler and eternal. Countless cultivators even knelt on the ground and worshipped Li Jianxiao. This was the sword intent of the heaven and earth Chenkuan sword art. "Between heaven and earth, I am the ruler. That brat is dead for sure," many people cried out in alarm. In their opinion, Li Jianxiao's sword technique possessed an unfathomable divine might. As for Lin Feng, He was destined to die under this sword. What a good heaven and earth Chenkuan sword art. Your reputation as a sword genius is indeed well deserved. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Li Jianxiao. Sure. Next. Everyone saw that Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. Between heaven and earth, there was only a ray of saber light and a ray of sword qi. It rushed up to the 9 heavens. The saber light and sword qi merged into one. It instantly slashed towards Li Jianxiao. Puff. A tearing sound was heard. When the glaring light dissipated, everyone looked over. Lin Feng's back was facing Li Jianxiao as he stood more than 10 meters away from Li Jianxiao. Is the battle over? Who won and who lost? Many people were puzzled. Why is it like this? Li Jianxiao muttered. For you, sword intent might be your strongest technique, but for me, sword intent is just one of the weakest techniques I have. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. So that's how it is. Li Jianxiao laughed bitterly. Puff. In the next moment, his body was torn into pieces by the saber light and sword qi. Broken limbs were strewn all over the place. The sword genius, Li Jianxiao. Chapter 794. In a restaurant, Lin Feng and the Taoist priest were drinking. Lin Feng didn't care about killing Li Jianxiao. Back in the day, you were wanted by the Eastern Prefecture, but you left. Now that you're back, it seems like you're going to stir up trouble in the Eastern Prefecture. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and said, My goal is to destroy Ao Tian ancient city. Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. Ao Tian ancient city was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the Eastern Prefecture. It was very powerful. Are you sure you're not joking? Ao Tian ancient city has many strong cultivators, especially the city lord, Dugu Aotian. His cultivation level is unfathomable. If I'm not wrong, Dugu Aotian should be a creation realm cultivator. Wu Liang said. Of course I know that. We can definitely destroy Ao Tian ancient city. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Wu Liang rubbed his chin and said, If we can really destroy Ao Tian ancient city, I'll go dig up the Dugu clan's ancestral graves. Even if I don't do it, the Tomb Raiders and Qiu Zhonglong will benefit from it. Lin Feng was surprised. Didn't the Tomb Raiders and Qiu Zhonglong disappear a long time ago? That's just a rumor. The truth is that the mountain-moving Daoist clan is about to disappear. We've been ostracized by the Orthodox Taoists, and we've been besieged by the so-called righteous sects. We've suffered great losses, and I'm the only one left in my generation. Daoist Wu Liang sighed. Lin Feng suddenly understood why Wu Liang liked to dig up the ancestral graves of the so-called righteous sects. Actually, with Wu Liang's abilities, he could have gone and searched for ancient tombs or even immortal caves. However, Wu Liang had gone to dig up the ancestral graves of the great sects, which probably had something to do with the fact that his clan had almost been exterminated. Wu Liang's ancestors had died tragically, and he had been filled with hatred, so he had dug up the ancestral graves of the great sects to take revenge. At that moment, Immeasurable Taoist continued, Right now, General Qiu Zhonglong has around a few hundred disciples. As for the Tomb Raiders, there are many of them, and they're all in groups. Oh, did the Tomb Raiders form a group? There are so many people. Lin Feng was shocked. This is related to the origin of the Tomb Raiders. You should know about the Great Qin Empire, right? Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded. The Great Qin Empire was one of the 4 ancient empires of the central continent. It was as famous as the Great Xia, Great Ju, and Great Shang. After all, this was a famous ancient force. In the ancient times, there were constant battles. The Ying family started to fight for supremacy, and they became more and more powerful. However, as they fought, they consumed a lot of resources. Gradually, the Ying family couldn't take it anymore. At that time, there was an expert in the Ying family who liked to study Qi Men dodging techniques, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and so on. He formed a team and named it the Tomb Raiders. Then, that expert led the Tomb Raiders to go underground and steal treasures from ancient tombs to support the Ying family's expansion. The Ying family became more and more powerful until the Great Qin Empire was established. Taoist Wu Liang began to talk about the origin of the title of Tomb Raider. Lin Feng asked, were the Tomb Raiders a group? What happened to the Tomb Raiders after that? Wu Liang sneered, after the Great Qin Empire was established, they knew that they couldn't leak the fact that they had been excavating ancient tombs, so they ordered the execution of all the Tomb Raiders. Hiss, what a great move. How ruthless. Lin Feng gasped. Daoist Wu Liang nodded and said, however, the Tomb Raiders are all capable people. Although many of the first batch of Tomb Raiders were killed, there were still some who managed to escape. That's why their orthodoxy continued to be passed down. Now, there are 9 branches of the Tomb Raiders, and all of them have been passed down since ancient times. What about Qiu Zhonglang? Lin Feng asked. It's a Dao system that only appeared after the end of the ancient times. At the end of the ancient times, there was a great war between gods and devils. Countless gods and devils died, and many graveyards were built in many places to bury gods and devils. These graveyards needed people to guard them, and those who guarded them were called Qiu Zhonglang. They spent their days with the corpses of gods and devils. Originally, they were supposed to guard the corpses, but these Qiu Zhonglang stole the blood of gods and devils. Some Qiu Zhonglang even dug out the bones of gods and devils in order to find the inscriptions in the bones. That's why, among the mountain-moving Daoist, Tomb Raider, and Qiu Zhonglang is the most shameless, treacherous, and despicable person. When the immeasurable Daoist mentioned Qiu Zhonglang, his gaze was filled with disdain. However, Lin Feng could tell that Wu Liang was gnashing his teeth. Could it be that Wu Liang had suffered because of Qiu Zhonglang? Of course, Lin Feng didn't ask, as he didn't want to bring up Wu Liang's sad past. The two of them chatted as they ate, and they seemed to be getting closer. Lin Feng continued to ask, why did you come here? What's the matter? Wu Liang lowered his voice and said, there's an ancient tomb here, and an ancient devil is buried there. An ancient devil? Lin Feng was startled. That's right. It's said that it's a celestial devil. I came here to excavate this celestial devil tomb. Wu Liang explained. A celestial devil. Celestial devils were the most terrifying kind of devil, and they lived in the outside world. In the Middle Ages, celestial devils had invaded the Qianwu continent and caused great suffering. Lin Feng hadn't thought that there would be a celestial devil tomb here. A celestial devil that could travel from the outside world to the Qianwu continent had to be at least a god. Therefore, the celestial devil tomb was extremely valuable. If he could excavate the celestial devil tomb, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. A celestial devil tomb? If you follow moving mountain Daoist to excavate the celestial devil tomb, you might be able to obtain a celestial devil stone in exchange for a chance to help you. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lu Yun. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at Wu Liang and said, Daoist, isn't it too dangerous for you to go to the celestial devil tomb alone? I'll go with you. 2 people are always safer than 1. Wu Liang pursed his lips and said, forget it. Excavating a tomb isn't something an ordinary person can do. Lin Feng smiled and said, Daoist, please take a look. Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng tapped the table lightly with his right hand, and the wine in the cup transformed into a water dragon that circled in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Dragon search formula. Wu Liang's mouth twitched violently. He then cursed, it must be that fire Qilin by your side who taught you the dragon search formula. That bastard promised me that he wouldn't teach it to anyone else. If I see him, I'll skin him alive. Chapter 795. The dragon search incantation was something the fire Qilin had obtained from the immeasurable Daoist. Later, it was passed on to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the immeasurable Daoist and asked, can I go to the heavenly devil tomb with you now? The immeasurable Daoist nodded. Let's rest for a day. We'll set off tomorrow. That night, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on his bed and took out Li Jianxiao's storage ring. In Li Jianxiao's storage ring, the cultivation method of the heaven and earth sword technique appeared. It was an ancient sword technique, so it was no wonder that Li Jianxiao had been able to comprehend sword intent. It seemed that Li Jianxiao was also a person with great luck. Perhaps he had obtained this sword technique from the ruins of God. What an impressive cosmic sword technique. Lin Feng began to comprehend the worldly sword technique. The might of this sword technique was not inferior to the 4 forms of the sword technique that he had cultivated. If he could successfully cultivate it, then Lin Feng's understanding of the way of the sword would be even more profound. The next day, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist headed to the Heavenly Devil Tomb. The Heavenly Devil Tomb was located in the Heavenly Devil territory. It was a dangerous place, and it was rumored that a heavenly devil had fallen here, which was why the place had become a land of death. Not only were there terrifying creatures in the Heavenly Devil territory, but it was also said that there were also some evil spirits gathered there. Therefore, very few cultivators went there. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist arrived at the Heavenly Devil territory. From a distance, they could see 9 mountains surrounded by a ghostly fog. Lin Feng said, "This is the terrain of 9 dragons surrounding the moon. It's a peerless treasure ground that can become a dragon vein. It's most suitable as a burial ground, so why is it so ghostly? Could it be because of the Heavenly Devil Tomb?" Upon seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but frown. The immeasurable Daoist nodded. It should have been a treasure ground, but the Heavenly Devil Tomb changed the direction of the earth veins. Lin Feng used the Dragon Search incantation and said, "I used the Dragon Search incantation to deduce that the entrance to the Heavenly Devil Tomb should be between the 6th and 7th mountain range." Daoist Wuliang nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." The 2 of them entered the mountains together. Screech! Just as they arrived at the 2nd mountain range, ghost fog surged toward them. Within the ghost fog, malicious ghosts bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It really is an evil place. The sun is still high up in the sky, but there are already evil spirits causing trouble. Ordinary martial king cultivators will die if they encounter these evil spirits. Lin Feng was just about to exterminate these malicious ghosts. The immeasurable Daoist stopped him. "Hold on." Lin Feng stopped and looked at Daoist Wuliang in confusion. At this moment, Daoist Wu Liang took out a black porcelain jar. He opened the jar and devoured the malicious ghosts one by one. The remaining malicious ghosts screamed in terror and fled into the distance. "Ghost-raising jar. Are you raising evil ghosts?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. This was the method of the ghost path. It was extremely strange. If the people of the righteous path saw it, they would definitely not tolerate it. Daoist Wu Liang said, "I obtained a precious treasure of the ghost path. I collected these malicious ghosts and raised them for a period of time to repair the treasure. The ghost path has always been strange. Be careful not to be countered by the treasure." Lin Feng warned him. "I have countless methods. How could I be countered by a mere ghost path cultivator?" Daoist Wu Liang said with a very arrogant expression. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. He and Daoist Wu Liang arrived at the area between the 6th and 7th mountain ranges. As soon as they arrived, they heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the mountain range. A dense army rushed out. These soldiers were all wearing golden armor and holding large swords. There were at least 1,000 of them. They were all 3 meters tall and had terrifying auras. "Who are these people?" Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These people didn't come with good intentions. They were filled with killing intent. They're not people. They're beans that General Qiu Zhonglang scattered. Daoist Wu Liang said. "Kill!" Over 1,000 golden-armored soldiers shouted and waved their swords as they charged forward. Their terrifying killing intent condensed together, as if they wanted to tear apart the world. Beans become soldiers. This was a divine ability that General Qiu Zhonglang had mastered. It was similar to how the moving mountain Daoist had mastered many secret techniques, such as the dragon-seeking art. General Qiu Zhonglang naturally had many secret techniques as well. "Remove mountain moving." Daoist Wu Liang roared. He stretched out his hands and grabbed. A mountain range that was more than 10 miles long was suddenly grabbed by Daoist Wu Liang. This was the legacy of the moving mountain Daoist. Move mountain moving. Naturally, it could remove mountains. Daoist Wu Liang grabbed the huge mountain range and used the dragon-seeking art with his right hand. Groan. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The mountain that Daoist Wu Liang had moved turned into a huge dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The huge dragon roared and swung its huge claws at the golden armored army that was charging over. Remove mountain moving. The legacy of the moving mountain Daoist is really amazing. When Lin Feng saw Daoist Wu Liang's might, he was secretly shocked. Daoist Wu Liang usually didn't seem very reliable, but he was indeed very powerful. Bang bang bang, after an intense battle, the golden armored warriors were all sent flying. The golden light dissipated. The golden armored warriors turned into beans and fell to the ground. It really is General Qiu Zhonglang's beans becoming soldiers. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This General Qiu Zhonglang's methods were also very strange. The golden armored warriors were about to be beaten back to their original forms by the mountain range dragon. Suddenly, a huge golden palm appeared and grabbed at the mountain range dragon. Crack! The mountain range dragon was actually cut in half. Tomb Raider, gold-breaking hand. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but snort coldly. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the Tomb Raider had come. There were many legacies of the Tomb Raider. There were 9 of them, each with their own abilities. Clearly, the Tomb Raider who had come here was from the gold-breaking sect. Breaking meant breaking. Gold meant the treasures in the tomb. The gold-breaking sect meant to stop others from obtaining the treasures in the tomb. Since no one else could obtain the treasures could only be obtained by the gold-breaking sect. Rock Dragon's breath. Daoist Wu Liang shouted coldly and formed hundreds of seals in succession. The mountain range dragon turned and spat out a dragon's breath at the huge golden palm. Bang! The huge golden palm exploded. The mountain-moving Daoist's legacies are indeed extraordinary. A delicate shout rang out. Then, the ground split open, and a young girl wearing tights walked out. Behind her were more than 50 black-clothed people. Clearly, this was the descendant of the Gold Breaker branch of the Tomb Raider. What was slightly surprising was that such a young girl had come to lead this operation. It seemed that this girl's abilities were quite extraordinary. Crack crack. Suddenly, the mountain peak 1,000 meters away split open. He saw an old man wearing the uniform of a general sitting cross-legged on the ground. General Qiu Zhonglang. Chapter 796. Taoist Wu Liang, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved. Qiu Zhonglang opened his eyes and walked out of the cracked mountain. The mountain closed again. On the other hand, Daoist Wu Liang tossed the huge mountain back to its original spot. Old man, you're not dead yet. Wu Liang pursed his lips when he saw Qiu Zhonglang, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It seems like you've all come because you know about the heavenly devil tomb, said the young girl. Xiao Qianqian, said the girl. Shui Xiaoqian, it's been so many years, but you're still dressed like an innocent girl. You're an old woman who's been cultivating for hundreds of years. Aren't you embarrassed to dress like that? Said Wu Liang sarcastically. He looked at the leader of the Tomb Raiders and couldn't help but pout. Shui Xiaoqian smiled coldly. I've lived for 5,000 years, and I've only been cultivating for 400 years. Of course I'm young and pretty. She then looked at Lin Feng, who was standing next to Wu Liang, and said, What? Does your mountain-moving Taoist have a new disciple? I remember that you once found 3 successors, and each of them died a miserable death. The heavenly demon tomb is filled with danger. Are you bringing this brat here to send him to his death? Qiu Zhonglang laughed strangely and said, He doesn't look like a disciple to me. He looks more like a cultivator who was tricked into coming here to be cannon fodder. Wu Liang rolled his eyes and said, What are you talking about? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Shui Xiaoqian said, We don't have time to quarrel with you. We've already explored this place. The heavenly devil tomb isn't here. Below us is a place of absolute danger. It's a yin-yang tomb. Fortunately, we were vigilant, or we would have died inside. Yin-yang tomb? Wu Liang frowned slightly. Lin Feng's heart shook. He had naturally heard of the yin-yang tomb before. The yin-yang tomb was actually 2 tombs. One was yin, and the other was yang. The yang tomb was outside, so it was easier to find. However, the yang tomb was actually a fake tomb. It attracted people, But danger lurked everywhere inside. Once one entered, it was very likely that one would die. The Yin tomb was a real tomb, but it was very hidden. It was extremely difficult to find it. This was the Yang tomb. After entering, Qiu Zhonglang and the tomb raider almost died inside. Fortunately, they had been traveling underground for many years and had many tricks up their sleeves, so they were able to escape in time. Daoist Wuliang observed the surrounding mountains and said, 9 dragons encircling the moon. Could the Yin tomb be in the depths? Let's try again. Xue Xiaoqian said. The yin-yang feng shui technique of the tomb raiders was similar to the dragon searching formula in that it could be used to search for ancient tombs. General Qiu Zhonglang's lineage's Chimen Bagua technique could also be deduced. Don't do anything. We need to have a backup plan. The other 2 sides aren't easy to deal with. Daoist Wuliang whispered. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He could feel that Qiu Zhonglang's cultivation was unfathomable. Most likely, Daoist Wu Liang had suffered a loss in the hands of Qiu Zhonglang before. That was why he was so fearful. As for Xue Xiaoqian, she wasn't a simple person either. Besides, Xue Xiaoqian had too many people on her side. Although the other tomb raiders weren't as strong as Xue Xiaoqian, they still had their own skills. Daoist Wu Liang used the dragon searching formula to search for the Yin tomb. In the end, he discovered that the place he was searching was still the intersection between the 6th and 7th mountain ranges. General Qiu Zhonglang and Xue Xiaoqian had also determined the location of the tomb. Strange, very strange. It's actually difficult to determine the location of the tomb. It seems that this Yin tomb isn't simple. Daoist Wu Liang frowned. The Yang tomb is between the 6th and 7th mountain ranges. According to the heavenly stems and earthly fiends, 6 and 7 correspond to 9 and 5, respectively. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. 9, 5. Daoist Wu Liang, General Qiu Zhonglang, and Xue Xiaoqian frowned and muttered the words 9 and 5. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. 9, 5. Paragon. The 3 of them seemed to have thought of something and quickly moved towards the intersection between the 5th and 9th mountain ranges. Let's see if we can find anything here. Daoist Wu Liang said. Then, they began to search for the tomb. That's right. It should be here. Even though it's hidden very well, there's still a trace of qi leaking out. Daoist Wu Liang said. Open. Xue Xiaoqian shouted. A pitch-black hole appeared in the ground. She and the tomb raiders group rushed in. General Qiu Zhonglang's method was even stranger. He turned into a black flame and drilled into the ground. Let's go too. Daoist Wu Liang jumped into the ground as well. Earth escape. Lin Feng naturally knew this technique. The Yellow Emperor's divine dragon fists in the 5 Emperor's dragon fists belonged to the earth element. It also contained a secret technique for earth escape. Swoosh, 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 everyone rushed towards the depths of the tomb. After diving to a depth of 10,000 meters, they finally saw a huge pitch-black light barrier appear underground. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, everyone jumped into the light barrier and landed on a huge square. General Qiu Zhonglang smiled and said, "That boy knows how to destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. I'm quite surprised. We all know that too, but we didn't think of it immediately. That boy is quite smart. Why don't you join the Tomb Raiders group? We'll definitely train you well." Xue Xiaoqian narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "I'm not interested in tomb raiding. I just came here to find some treasures to use." Lin Feng said indifferently. Xue Xiaoqian and General Qiu Zhonglang sneered. Did he really think that the ancient demon tomb was a place to enter? If he wasn't careful, he could die there. Xue Xiaoqian and General Qiu Zhonglang thought that Lin Feng wouldn't have a good ending for underestimating the heavenly devil tomb. They ignored Lin Feng and walked towards the depths of the tomb. Lin Feng naturally knew that these people were underestimating him, but that was better. The more they underestimated him, the better. The more likely he would be to make a fortune. When everyone entered the depths of the square, they saw a huge altar in the depths of the square. There was a coffin on the altar. Boom. Suddenly, the lid of the coffin was kicked open. An endless amount of demonic fog surged out. A 3-meter-tall being walked out of the fog step by step. A terrifying and evil aura emanated from the being's body. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the being's cultivation was. A heavenly devil. It's actually a heavenly devil. Run. When they saw the being appear, Taoist Wu Liang, General Qiu Zhonglang, and Xue Xiaoqian all cried out in fear and turned to flee. A heavenly devil? That's a heavenly devil. Lin Feng's hair stood on end. He naturally knew how terrifying a heavenly devil was, so he didn't dare to stay. He turned around and fled. However, the heavenly devil was too terrifying. The demonic fog enveloped them. One tomb raider after another was instantly devoured. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody fog that was devoured by the heavenly devil. Lowly humans, you are all my food. The heavenly devil let out a low roar. The demonic fog transformed into 4 demonic hands that grabbed at Lin Feng and the others. The 4 demonic hands emanated an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was hair-raising. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Lin Feng saw the other 3 demonic hands grab Taoist Wu Liang, General Qiu Zhonglang, and General Xue Xiaoqian. It's over. Lin Feng's face paled. He realized that he couldn't escape. Chapter 797. Wake up. A cold voice shouted. Lin Feng's mind was filled with the sound of the heavenly Tao. He opened his eyes. He was standing in the square. Wu Liang Taoist, Xue Xiaoqian, Qiu Zhonglang, and the tomb raiders around Xue Xiaoqian were all standing there, motionless. Everyone looked like they were in pain. What's going on? Lin Feng's face was pale. He had seen so many people die. But now, it seemed that everything had been an illusion. It's the heavenly demonic stone. It must have created an illusion. I have to get it. The demon lord was very excited. Lin Feng noticed that Qiu Zhonglang's body was shaking violently. Qiu Zhonglang was about to wake up. Lin Feng had guessed that Qiu Zhonglang, the boundless Taoist priest, and Xue Xiaoqian were the strongest cultivators. Now, it seemed that he was right. Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes. He didn't want Qiu Zhonglang to see that he had woken up from the Devamara illusion. As expected. After Lin Feng closed his eyes, Qiu Zhonglang woke up. Then Wu Liang Taoist and Xue Xiaoqian woke up. What a heavenly demon illusion. It's making us fall into an endless illusion. If we stay in this illusion for too long, we'll be trapped and die. Qiu Zhonglang said with a solemn expression. Wake up. Xue Xiaoqian didn't dare hesitate. She quickly woke up the tomb raiders around her. If they stayed in the illusion for too long, they would never wake up again. The tomb raiders woke up one by one. Wu Liang Taoist patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The sarcophagus has disappeared. We were in an illusion when we came in. It seems that the illusion isn't simple. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Taoist Wu Liang soared into the sky and flew toward the enormous stone platform. The others didn't land either. They all flew towards the platform. The stone platform was very large and was supported by 4 huge pillars. In the middle of the stone platform, there were 3 items. It was a fist-sized, pitch-black rock. It was very likely that this scroll recorded the ultimate divine ability of the celestial demon clan. There was also a mysterious token the size of a palm. Since they were placed here, it was clear that they all had great backgrounds. A heavenly demonic stone, a heavenly demonic order, and a scroll. No wonder we were trapped in an illusion. It was all because of this heavenly demonic stone. Shocked, Xue Xiaoqian stared at the heavenly demonic stone. And Qiu Zhonglang had his eyes on the Sky Devil token. Rumor has it that the Tianmo insignia is the most precious treasure of the Tianmo clan, and there are only 36 of them. Qiu Zhonglang murmured. Boom! At the same time, Qiu Zhonglang and Xue Xiaoqian surrounded immeasurable Daoist. Fuck! Daoist Wu Liang could not help but curse. Wu Liang, you goddamned Dao sovereign. There are 3 treasures here, and everyone can get one if they're divided equally. You want to keep it for yourselves. Why should we divide it equally with you? I'll get the Sky Devil token, and Xue Xiaoqian will get the heavenly demonic stone. As for the 3rd scroll, it's very likely that it's a divine ability of the Tianmo clan. You won't get it, Qiu Zhonglong sneered. Daoist Wuliang's expression turned ugly. So you've already reached an agreement to deal with me. Qiu Zhonglong laughed loudly and said, Daoist Wuliang, your lineage has been passed down for so long, so it's time to end it. From now on, you can leave the excavation of ancient ruins to me and the tomb raiders. As soon as Qiu Zhonglong finished speaking, thousands of golden-armored soldiers charged towards the altar. Xue Xiaoqian giggled and said, Daoist Wuliang, if you retreat now, you can still live. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you'll die. Xue Xiaoqian waved her hand, and the 50 tomb raiders behind her also charged towards the altar. Brat, it's up to you whether we can get the treasure or not. Daoist Wuliang shouted. No problem. Lin Feng shot forward. Xue Xiaoqian and Qiu Zhonglong both smiled coldly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng would die if he went there. Could it be that Lin Feng could fight against 1,000 golden-armored soldiers and the tomb raiders alone? Those tomb raiders were all in the Yin-Yang realm. They were all extremely strong. The 1,000 golden soldiers were invulnerable and extremely strong. Lin Feng would die if he went there. Daoist Wuliang, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, we have no choice but to kill you. Qiu Zhonglong and Xue Xiaoqian looked indifferent. They attacked Daoist Wuliang, trying to kill him. Kill that reckless brat first. The 50 tomb raiders sneered and charged towards Lin Feng. Die. The thousands of golden-armored warriors also roared and charged forward. Danger. It was an extremely dangerous situation. Me. I'll show you how strong I am today. Lin Feng looked indifferent. His dantian was filled with light. Next. A talisman flew out of his dantian. Lin Feng stood on top of the talisman. The talisman didn't stop. It flew straight into the depths. The talisman manifested the images of the primordial dragon-esque elephant, the primordial thunder god, the yellow emperor, Zhuanshu, Di Ku, Yarrow, and Shun. Bang! Bang! The talisman spun violently in the air, sending one tomb raider after another flying and coughing up mouthfuls of blood in midair. The golden soldiers were sent flying as well, their bodies exploding in the air. Strong. Too strong. At that moment, Lin Feng could be considered invincible. Anyone who was touched by Lin Feng's talisman, whether it was the tomb raiders or Qiu Zhonglong, would be injured. If they didn't die, they would be injured. Haha. I'll take the 3 treasures. Lin Feng laughed and reached out. The 3 treasures flew into Lin Feng's hand. Kid, you're courting death. Qiu Zhonglong and Xue Xiaoqian, who had been attacking the Taoist, were furious. They were originally determined to obtain the 3 heavenly devil supreme treasures. But now, the kid that they didn't take seriously before had obtained the 3 treasures. He was only in his early 20s. How could he be so powerful? He had defeated more than 1,000 golden soldiers and more than 50 tomb raiders. Taoist, I'll go first. Get rid of them and come find me. Lin Feng glanced at Qiu Zhonglong and Xue Xiaoqian indifferently. The 2 of them were terrifying. But they made the mistake of underestimating themselves. In the end, their efforts had been in vain. Lin Feng used the earth tunneling technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Earth Dragon! Earth Dragon! The Taoist roared and stomped on the ground. Rumble. With a deafening boom, the earth split open. 2 earth dragons formed from rocks and soil charged at Qiu Zhonglong and Xue Xiaoqian. The Taoist had many tricks up his sleeves. Even though he had been defeated by Qiu Zhonglong and Xue Xiaoqian's joint attack, he could still get rid of them and leave. The Taoist rushed out. Qiu Zhonglong and Xue Xiaoqian destroyed the earth dragons and roared furiously. They chased after them. Half a month later, a beast-drawn carriage was heading towards Gentleman's City. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the carriage. It was Lin Feng. He had taken the Heavenly Demon Stone and copied the contents of the Heavenly Demon Scroll, then gave it to the Taoist. Lin Feng and the Taoist priest left quickly. 10 days before, they had parted ways in an ancient city. Lin Feng rented a beast carriage and took it to Gentleman's City. On the way, he studied the Devamara Scroll's spells and techniques. It was called the Great Law of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration. It was a terrifying technique that could be used with one's life on the line. Once it was used, It could increase one's battle prowess by 10 times. However, it came at a heavy price. Not only would one lose a large portion of one's lifespan, but if one suffered a backlash, one's cultivation base would decline greatly. However, such a terrifying technique was very useful as a trump card in a desperate situation. Swoosh! Suddenly, there was a flash of light. A woman rushed out of the carriage and fell inside. The woman was wearing a fiery red dress. Her figure was tall and voluptuous, and her face was absolutely beautiful. She gave off a charming and flirtatious feeling. Chapter 798. Lin Feng's carriage was being pulled by 3 spiritual flying beasts. Not only was it extremely fast, but the spiritual flying beasts didn't need to be commanded, they only needed to be told where to go and they would arrive at the destination. This was because these iron-armored beasts knew the route to any place in the East Province. Lin Feng wasn't the only beast carriage on the road. Many cultivators were riding on beast carriages. Of course, cultivators who didn't have enough money could only ride on griffins. This was an official road. There was no need to worry about bandits or robbers. Therefore, many people would take the official road to Gentleman's City instead of taking shortcuts. Lin Feng looked at the woman with interest. She was a little charming, but she didn't seem to be interested in him at all. Her figure and face were first-rate. At this moment, he was nervously looking outside and didn't notice that his chest was exposed. This scale is really not small. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but compare this woman's seductive size to Bai Ying and Shi Weizhu's. Lin Feng realized. Bai Ying and Shi Weizhu had grown up after the deed between a man and a woman. However, compared to this woman in red, there was still a certain gap. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. What did this woman eat to grow up? She was too well bred. Outside the beast carriage, more than 10 cultivators quickly rushed over. However, there were dozens of beast carriages along the way. We've chased her all the way here and she disappeared. Could she be hiding in one of the beast carriages? A cultivator said in a gloomy voice. Another person said, then open these beast carriages and search one by one. Do it. Soon, these people stopped the closest beast carriage. We're looking for a woman. Please open the curtain and let us take a look. A cultivator said. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you block my carriage? Get lost. A cold voice came from the beast carriage. Most of these beast carriages were pulled by flying iron-armored beasts. A beast carriage. It was worth 3 top-grade spirit stones. How expensive was that? People who could ride beast carriages were definitely not simple people. We're from the Ning family of the proud heaven ancient capital. The cultivator sneered and opened the door of the beast carriage. There were 3 people in the carriage, 1 male and 2 females. It was obvious that the 3 of them were doing something crazy. The curtain of the carriage was drawn open. The 2 women screamed in fear and hurriedly used their clothes to cover their bodies. That man, on the other hand, was furious. You're courting death. The man struck out with his palm. Bang! This blow ruthlessly struck the cultivator who had pulled open the curtain. Next, the cultivator was sent flying by a palm strike. Bang! His body exploded in midair. Who dares to kill a member of the Ning clan of proud heaven ancient capital? Are you tired of living? Furious roars shook the heavens as more than a dozen cultivators rushed over. The Ning clan of the proud heaven ancient capital was no ordinary clan. This family, although they couldn't compare to the Dugu clan, which was the city lord of proud heaven ancient capital. However, in Ao Tian ancient capital, he could be ranked in the top 3. Proud heaven ancient capital's Ning clan? How laughable. Do you think I, Yuan Ji, am afraid of your Ning clan? Yuan Ji put on some clothes and walked out with a sneer on his face. What? Yuan Ji? Yuan Ji, one of the 8 great loose cultivators of the Devil Dao? Many people cried out in fear. The 8 great loose cultivators of the Devil Dao were all heaven-defying. Even the Primeval Age wouldn't easily incur their wrath. Hurry up and leave. Yuan Ji kills without batting an eye. The cultivators in the beast-drawn carriages shouted as they hurriedly rushed into the distance. The cultivators on the griffins also frantically fled. These people have kicked an iron plate. Use this opportunity to hurry up and get the carriage to leave. The woman in red's beautiful eyes lit up as she turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and had the 3 flying iron-armored beasts speed up. After receiving Lin Feng's order, the flying iron-armored beasts sped up. Lin Feng pulled open the curtain and looked at Yuan Ji, who wasn't far away. Yuan Ji looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was extremely handsome, to the point of being devilishly handsome. He was as famous as Devil Saber Nailan Jing. It was obvious how strong his cultivation was. It was hard to imagine. The carriage quickly sped off into the distance. The members of the Ning clan looked at Yuan Ji with pale faces. "Spare us, sir. Spare us." The arrogant cultivators of the Ning clan all looked at Yuan Ji with fear. Yuan Ji sneered. "I might be an expert of the Devil Dao, but I'm not a demon. Did I say I would kill you? Is there a need to be so scared?" Hearing Yuan Ji's words, the group of people was delighted. "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Since you did something wrong, you have to pay the price." Yuan Ji waved his right hand. Swoosh. Sword light flashed in the air. Puff, puff. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. Then, more than a dozen arms flew into the air. The cultivators of the Ning clan screamed as one of their arms was cut off by Yuan Ji. "Scram," Yuan Ji said coldly. The cultivators of the Ning clan didn't dare show any resentment even after losing an arm. When they heard Yuan Ji tell them to scram, they felt relieved. These people felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly flew over, afraid that they would be killed by Yuan Ji if they were slow. "Thank you for helping me. My name is Shening Meng. How should I address you, sir?" The woman in red introduced herself and asked for Lin Feng's name. "Lin Feng. Your name seems to be the same as the name of the person wanted by the proud heaven ancient capital many years ago." Shening Meng was very surprised. However, she shook her head and said, "You shouldn't be that guy. If you were, how could you still be in the East Prefecture? You should have been caught a long time ago. There are countless people with the same name." Then, Shening Meng carefully looked at Lin Feng's face. When Lin Feng left the proud heaven ancient capital, he was still a young man. Now, he was a young man. Naturally, his appearance had changed quite a bit. In addition, he was Lin Feng, who had been wanted for many years. Even if someone had seen his portrait, they would have forgotten it after so many years. Looking at the current Lin Feng, it was very difficult to connect him with the young man who had been wanted for so many years. Lin Feng looked at Shening Meng and said, "Those people seem to be from the proud heaven ancient capital. Do you have a grudge against the proud heaven ancient capital? I was chased by that bitch, Ning Hanshuang. I found a treasure in an ancient ruin, and she saw it, so she chased me all the way." Shening Meng gnashed her teeth as she spoke. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was Shening Meng really that naive? Or was it because she didn't take him seriously? She had actually revealed that she had found a treasure. Wasn't she afraid that he would kill her and take her treasure? Shening Meng seemed to realize that she had let the cat out of the bag. She looked at Lin Feng warily and said, "You won't attack me, will you? If I wanted to attack you, do you think I would have given you time to ask me?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Shening Meng patted her huge and alluring breasts and let out a long sigh. Chapter 799. Ning Hanshuang is the young lady of the Ning clan, the second largest clan in proud heaven ancient capital. She's also the fiancée of proud heaven ancient capital's city lord, Dugu Ao Tian's only son, Dugu Yun. That woman is vicious and merciless. She's been chasing me for days. If I hadn't been alert, I would have been killed by her already, Shening Meng said. Shening Meng said with lingering fear. Looking at her pale face, she knew that it must have been very difficult for her to avoid being hunted down. She must have suffered a lot. Lin Feng frowned. Ning Hanshuang was the future daughter-in-law of his archenemy, Dugu Ao Tian. Love the house, hate the house, hate the house. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Ning Hanshuang either. Shening Meng took out a small porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. This pill was about the size of a thumb and had a blood-red color with a dark green luster to it. It was a jade blood pill. It was a high-grade Earth-class pill. It had miraculous healing effects. It was very expensive. It seemed that Shemeng wasn't simple. She could take out such a pill so casually. After eating the jade blood pill, Shemeng's face regained some color. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Don't show off your wealth. If you don't care about what good things you have, you'll get into trouble sooner or later." Ah! Shemeng Meng was startled and quickly put the pill away. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Shemeng Meng's actions. There were only the two of them here, and she still did that. Wasn't she deceiving herself? This woman, was she brainless? Lin Feng looked at Shemeng Meng and asked, "Who are you?" When Shemeng heard Lin Feng ask about her identity, she felt proud of herself. "I'm the only daughter of the Medicine King, Shiyang." "Ah, who's the Medicine King? I've never heard of him," Lin Feng said. Shemeng's proud expression froze. She looked at Lin Feng as if he was a monster and said, "You haven't even heard of the Medicine King? Are you a monster? What are you talking about?" Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. "My father is the president of the East County's Shenju Alchemist Guild," Shening Meng shouted. There were many alchemist unions in the Eastern County. Lin Feng guessed that the alchemist union Shening Meng was talking about was the central union of the Eastern County. Just like the Spirit Array Caster Guild, the Alchemist Guild was spread throughout Tianwu University's 63,000 prefectures. There were many branches in every state. And for each type, there was a federation of trade unions. Then, there would be a dozen or so states or dozens of states together, and a headquarters would be set up to lead the unions in these states. The layers of organization were very tight. In the 72 northern prefectures, the Alchemist Association had set up a headquarters. The person in charge of the main hall was naturally a heaven-tier alchemist. And the remaining states' trade unions' persons in charge were basically all earth-tier alchemists. Shening Meng's father was an earth-stage high-level alchemist. An alchemist of this level was already the top in the East County. After all, the East County was a relatively barren state. "So it's the president of the Alchemist Guild," Lin Feng said indifferently. Shening Meng looked at Lin Feng like she was looking at a monster. What was this guy's reaction? Didn't he hear that her father was the president of the East County's Alchemist Union? What kind of powerful figure was he? Shouldn't he be very shocked after hearing it? Why did he have such an indifferent expression? He was faking it. This guy must be faking it. Could it be that he wanted to attract her attention? Shening Meng suddenly thought of the suitors who were fawning over her. She didn't even care about those people and couldn't be bothered to look at them. Therefore, some people took another path and put on all kinds of pretentious acts in front of her, hoping to attract her attention. Now, Shening Meng considered Lin Feng to be that kind of person. If Lin Feng knew what Shening Meng was thinking, he would definitely laugh bitterly. He was not shocked because a mere Earth-stage high-level Spirit Array Master could not attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng had cultivated in the small world for 6 years. Spirit Array Master, Alchemist. They all broke through to the Heaven stage. If Lin Feng joined the Alchemist Union, he would immediately become the person in charge of a region of the Alchemist Union, such as the person in charge of the 72 northern regions. Shening Meng's father was just a small figure by his side. Of course, Shening Meng naturally did not know this. The beast carriage continued to move forward. Not long after, they arrived at a small city called Mo City. The beast carriage entered Mo City. Shening Meng said, "Let's say goodbye here. This is a bottle of jade blood pills. I'll give it to you as a thank you gift for helping me." After stuffing a bottle of pills into Lin Feng's hands, Shening Meng was about to leave. Lin Feng casually threw the pills into the beast slave bag to cultivate the insect swarm. During this period of time, the insect swarm often swallowed the various pills refined by Lin Feng and continued to grow. The insect king's strength also increased crazily. Even the ordinary dark green mantis scorpion's strength was rapidly increasing. The insect king's body had already grown to 1 meter long. The ordinary dark green mantis scorpions had also grown to 10 centimeters long. As Lin Feng continued to feed the insect swarm all kinds of pills, the insect swarm's strength continued to increase. In the future, The insect swarm would be of great use, especially in large-scale battles. The effect would be even greater. Lin Feng rented a small courtyard in Mo City. He was going to cultivate here for a few days. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been comprehending the demonic body disintegration technique, a supreme divine ability of the demonic clan. Lin Feng had already gained some insights and planned to successfully cultivate the demonic body disintegration technique. Heart without water, heart without Tao, heart without eternity, heart without reincarnation, heart only has the devil. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed and silently chanted, beginning to cultivate the demonic body disintegration technique. Lowly human, you dare to covet the supreme divine ability of my demonic clan. Be enslaved by this king. Just as Lin Feng was cultivating the demonic body disintegration technique. Suddenly, in Lin Feng's mind, a demonic body disintegration technique condensed. This demonic body disintegration technique rushed towards Lin Feng's soul, wanting to enslave Lin Feng's soul. This demonic body disintegration technique was a manifestation of the demonic body disintegration technique. The demonic body disintegration technique was very strange. Demonic body disintegration technique would not encounter such a thing, but other races would experience a demonic body disintegration technique. If one was enslaved by the demonic body disintegration technique, the demonic body disintegration technique would manifest a true consciousness and begin to devour the cultivator's soul, taking over the cultivator's body. Temph. I inherited the will of the primordial dragon-esque elephant and established my own path of the great Tao. How dare a mere heavenly demon formed by my inner demons disturb my cultivation? Lin Feng shouted loudly. His voice was vast and filled with yearning for the great Tao. His will was unprecedentedly strong. The heavenly demon's body exploded and vanished into thin air. 3 days later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the demonic body disintegration technique. He stood up and planned to leave. As soon as he went out, Sheningmeng ran over from afar. Her face was pale and her chest was stained with blood. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. She had clearly suffered heavy injuries. After seeing Lin Feng, Sheningmeng's eyes lit up. Save me. Chapter 800. He thought that Sheningmeng had already left, but he did not expect that she would be injured again. She must have met someone from the Ning clan. Even though her soft and tender body was lying in his arms, he still couldn't help it. Lin Feng did not have any romantic thoughts. He carried Sheningmeng and returned to the room. Sheningmeng's chest was injured. How could he care about the difference between men and women? He tore apart Sheningmeng's clothes. Although it was very seductive, Lin Feng's eyes were clear. Sheningmeng opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her. Her pale face immediately turned red, and she quickly used her hands to block the exposed spring scenery. Lecher. Sheningmeng cursed. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You can call me a pervert or a scoundrel, but you're injured. That needle probably pierced through your body and is still in your body. You have to take it out quickly, otherwise, your life will be in danger, said Lin Feng indifferently. Sheningmeng's expression was uncertain. She bit her lips and said, then you can't think too much. Other than healing, you can't touch or look around. Don't worry, I am not interested in a woman like you. Lin Feng said indifferently. When Sheningmeng heard Lin Feng's words, she was furious. A woman like her? What's wrong with a woman like her? She was tall and beautiful, she was a perfect woman. The number of men chasing her could go around the eastern region. But this guy actually said that he was not interested in her. Was he blind? Sheningmeng puffed out her chest and sneered at Lin Feng. Are you blind? You actually said that you are not interested in this lady. Lin Feng almost had a nosebleed because of Sheningmeng's action. Sheningmeng was naive with a bit of stupidity. So she did not know how much damage her action had on men. Lin Feng struggled to look away and helped Sheningmeng up, letting her lean on his chest. Sheningmeng's face turned red and was full of shyness. After all, no matter how big-breasted and brainless she was, she knew that her pure body was exposed in front of a man. This was such a shameful thing. I will use my magic to force that thing out of your body. Bear with the pain. Lin Feng said solemnly. Because Shi Meng was injured in her chest. Lin Feng didn't know if her heart was injured as well. If that needle magic weapon had hurt Shi Meng's heart, it would be troublesome. The heart was the weakest part of the body. Once he was injured, there was a possibility that his life would be endangered. Shi Meng nodded with a red face. She closed her eyes slightly. When Lin Feng's hand touched her body, Shi Meng's body trembled slightly. Lin Feng didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to treat Shi Meng's injuries. His magic power carefully entered Shi Meng's body through the wound. At the same time, a strand of spiritual consciousness attached itself to the magic power. Half a centimeter away from piercing his heart. Seeing the needle magic weapon embedded in Shi Meng's body, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Shi Meng's luck was not bad. He used his magic power to protect Shi Meng's heart. Then his right hand gently pushed Shi Meng's back. Puff! The needle magic weapon was suddenly shaken out. Lin Feng quickly stopped the bleeding for Shi Meng, then took out a heaven-class healing pill resurrection pill and fed it to Shi Meng. Shi Meng collapsed in Lin Feng's arms, panting slightly. Lin Feng helped Shi Meng put on her clothes. After about half an hour, Shi Meng finally woke up. Thinking about how Lin Feng saw her naked body and how Lin Feng touched her body, Shi Meng couldn't help but feel shy. There are bloodstains here, they must be hiding nearby. At this time, a voice came from outside. Shi Meng's face became extremely pale, a look of horror on her face. She knew that if she was caught, she would definitely die. Ning Hanzhuang, that woman, was ruthless. Don't worry, I'll go out and take a look. Lin Feng looked at Shi Meng and said. Shi Meng was in a daze. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes, she didn't know why, but she found that she had become calm. That guy seemed to be able to make people feel at ease. This feeling. It made Shi Meng's heart beat faster, and her face turned pink. Lin Feng came outside and saw more than 10 cultivators rushing into the courtyard. These were the Ning clan's people. Lin Feng recognized their clothes. Brat, do you see an injured woman? A cultivator said coldly. Nope. Lin Feng said indifferently. Who are you trying to fool? There are bloodstains outside, search for them, if we find them, you're dead. The cultivator said with a sinister smile. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed into the room and the courtyard. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. You dare to search my residence? You've already committed a capital crime, no one can save you. As his voice fell, Lin Feng raised his right hand. He shook it lightly. Fingertips. Sword chi lingered. Slash. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Swish swish swish, sword chi flew out one after another. You still dare to make a move, there is indeed something fishy, let's kill this brat together. A group of people coldly shouted. More than 10 cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. Each of them had a sinister expression. In their opinion, Lin Feng was alone. And there were more than 10 of them. Such a huge difference in numbers. Lin Feng would definitely die. But soon, these people knew that they were wrong. Sword chi slashed over. They couldn't resist at all. The sound of tearing could be heard. Bodies were torn apart one by one. More than 10 cultivators. All of them were torn apart and died on the spot. So powerful. Shi Meng, who was hiding at the door and watching the battle, saw this scene and was extremely surprised. Only now did she know that she had accidentally come into contact with such a young master. Just what kind of powerful person was he? In the blink of an eye, the enemy was reduced to ashes. What kind of cultivation was this? Lin Feng entered the room. Shi Meng looked at Lin Feng pleadingly and said, Lin Gongzi, can you send me back to Stone City? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This Shi Meng was truly a troublesome person. If he were to go to Stone City, he would have to change his route, because Junzi City and Stone City were not in the same direction. I can give half of the treasures I obtained to young master. Shi Meng bit her lips and said. What did you get? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask. A holy medicine that has grown for 90,000 years. Shi Meng said. No wonder. Ning Hanzhuang would chase after Shening Meng. A holy medicine that had grown for 90,000 years was too valuable. This kind of treasure had the ability to extend one's lifespan by 500 years, regrow one's flesh and bones, and maintain one's appearance forever. Even if the ancient powerhouses knew about it, they would still chase after Shening Meng. "You can keep this holy medicine," Lin Feng said. Shening Meng's face turned pale, and she muttered, "Young master, can you really bear to watch me die a miserable death?" Lin Feng said, "I'll send you back, but I don't want the holy medicine." "Huh?" Shening Meng looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. That was half a holy medicine. Lin Feng didn't want it. She didn't understand. "Why?" Shening Meng asked in disbelief. "Because I can't bear to watch a great beauty like you die a miserable death," said Lin Feng while taking Shening Meng in his arms and walking towards the carriage. Chapter 801. As the carriage flew through the air, Shening Meng lay in Lin Feng's arms, unconscious. Looking at her delicate and charming face, Lin Feng smiled faintly. This woman was very cute. Her personality was also quite lovable. As for the reward she offered, Lin Feng didn't accept it. Naturally, it wasn't because he wanted to act cool in front of Shening Meng to capture her heart. It was because once a sacred medicine was split into two, it had to be consumed in a short time. Otherwise, the medicine would quickly lose its effect. Lin Feng was neither injured nor sick. Even if he obtained half of the medicine, he wouldn't use it. Moreover, it would destroy the medicine. Moreover, Lin Feng also had sacred medicines on him. He had 2 red fruits. He even had an immortal medicine, the 9 dragon fruit. It was a supreme treasure that surpassed sacred medicines. Of course, there was one more thing. Lin Feng's words to Shening Meng were from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to see such a delicate and peerless beauty like Shening Meng die a tragic death. Men. They should have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Shening Meng slightly twisted her body and hugged Lin Feng's waist, changing into a more comfortable position. She was injured, so she was more sleepy. The carriage quickly flew through the air. 10 days later, the carriage stopped in a mountain forest. After a period of recuperation, Shening Meng's complexion had improved a lot. Because the position of her injury was special, she still needed to go back and recuperate for a while to completely recover. "We'll reach Stone City in about 3 days," Shening Meng said excitedly. She didn't even dare to think about returning to Stone City alive. "You'll never be able to return to Stone City." At that moment, a cold laugh sounded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures rushed over from all directions. One of them was a woman. This woman was wearing a snow-white dress, which perfectly displayed her curvaceous figure. She was born with a beautiful face, but that face had a bone-chilling expression. This woman was as cold as ice. She was Ning Hanzhuang. More than 100 Ning clan cultivators had already surrounded the place. "It's Ning Hanzhuang," Shening Meng said with a pale face. With so many people surrounding her and Lin Feng, Shening Meng couldn't help but feel despair. Especially when she was still injured. "Shening Meng, you're really good at running away. You almost made it back to Stone City, but it's over now. You won't be able to escape today." Ning Hanzhuang coldly looked at Shening Meng. This woman. Very beautiful. But it was too cold. It was so cold that no one could get close to it. "Ning Hanzhuang, are you not afraid of offending the Alchemist Association?" Shening Meng gritted her teeth. The Alchemist Union doesn't get involved in the affairs of influential families. Otherwise, it would be against the Alchemist Union's principles. Besides, Aotian Ancient City is supported by an influential group. They're as strong as the Alchemist Union. Ning Hanzhuang said coldly. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What kind of power stood behind Aotian Ancient Capital? What kind of power was it? This faction should be related to Dugu Aotian making a move against the Lin family, right? Lin Feng's eyes grew colder and colder. "Miss, it's that brat. He killed many of our people." A cultivator from the Ning family pointed at Lin Feng. Ning Hanzhuang looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. "Brat, No one can save you for killing my people. Today, I'll let you and Ning die together. That way, you won't be lonely in the Yellow Springs. Attack. Ning Hanchuang's voice faded. More than 30 cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and Ning. Get on my back, Lin Feng said. Ning nodded and hugged Lin Feng's neck with both hands. Her slender legs clamped around Lin Feng's waist as she looked around nervously. Die, brat. The cultivators from the Ning family were filled with killing intent. Powerful magical treasures appeared one after another, attacking Lin Feng and Ning. There's a blade in my heart that can split the heavens and earth. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his right hand. The sky splitter slashed out. With Lin Feng as the center, the blade light swept out in all directions. Powerful magical treasures were shattered by Lin Feng's sky splitter. Retreat, retreat quickly, the cultivators from the Ning family shouted with pale faces. Lin Feng's attack. He was too powerful. Its power could only be described as unfathomable. The cultivators from the Ning family screamed in fear. Dodge quickly. But they couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack. Pu, pu, pu. The sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The cultivators from the Ning family were killed on the spot. More than 30 cultivators rushed over together. In the end, only a few managed to escape. Brat, you're courting death. Ning Hanzuang shouted angrily when she saw this. Ice sword. A cold light flashed in her right hand. A treasured sword flew out. The treasured sword emitted waves of destructive energy waves. It was a Dao artifact. This Ning Hanzuang. She had a Dao artifact. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect. Ning Hanzuang held the ice sword and slashed out. The Dao artifact's power was activated, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light condensed. It instantly slashed down. What a powerful Dao artifact! Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't hesitate. He took out the black dragon sword and slashed out. A resplendent sword light rushed out. The two supreme treasures collided. Lin Feng and Ning Hanzuang couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Lin Feng's black dragon sword was actually more powerful than Ning Hanchuang's ice sword, but the black dragon sword only had one seal unlocked. It couldn't fully display its power, which was why Ning Hanzuang was able to use her ice sword to fight against Lin Feng's black dragon sword. After this attack, Ning Hanzuang shouted coldly, "All of you, follow me and kill them." There were nearly 100 cultivators from the Ning family in addition to Ning Hanzuang. Lin Feng naturally wasn't afraid, but he was carrying the injured Ningmeng on his back. If he wasn't careful in the battle, Ningmeng could be killed. At this moment, it wasn't good to continue fighting with these people. The 100 cultivators attacked together with Ning Hanzuang. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This pagoda floated above Lin Feng, and the 7 treasures glazed light shone down, protecting him and Ningmeng. Lin Feng was slaughtering his way through the crowd, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He was quickly moving towards the city. Damn it, chase. Chapter 802. Stone City. The Eastern County was one of the 10 ancient capitals of the Divine Prefecture. The Eastern County Alchemist Union was set up in Stone City. After entering Stone City, Ningmeng could finally heave a sigh of relief. No matter how bold Ning Hanzuang was, she would definitely not dare to enter Stone City. If she dared to enter, he had a way to kill her here. Night fell. Stone City was very lively. Lin Feng and Ning Hanzuang walked toward the Alchemist Union together. In the distance, there was a sea of people. Countless people were watching. Even many people from the big families of Stone City had come. I wonder what happened here? Lin Feng asked. The president of the Eastern County Divine Prefecture's Spirit Array Union has gone to the headquarters of the 72 states in the north to report on his work. The new president will be coming, the cultivator said. Liu Wuming, the patriarch of the Liu family in Stone City, has arrived. Zhong Chen, the patriarch of the Zhong family in Stone City, has arrived. Sun Ba, the patriarch of the feudal martial sect in Stone City, has arrived. Shouts came one after another. Luxurious beast carriages came from all directions. These were all the big factions in Stone City. The leaders of the big factions got off the beast carriages and greeted each other with cupped fists. There are a total of 7 ancient factions in Stone City. The leaders of these ancient families and sects are all here. It's even more lively than when my father was the president of the Alchemist Union. Sheningmeng whispered. Lin Feng nodded. This was normal. Because the status of a spirit array master was higher than that of an alchemist. Roar, at this moment, a loud dragon roar came from afar. A flood dragon pulled a beast carriage and rushed over. There were hundreds of powerful cultivators riding strange beasts protecting it. It was very ostentatious. They're here. The eyes of the patriarchs of the big families in Stone City suddenly lit up, and they quickly stood up. The flood dragon pulled the carriage and landed on the square. Stone City welcomes Lord. The patriarchs of the big families said in unison. They were full of respect. Pairs of eyes looked at the beast carriage. The curtain of the carriage opened. Then, a spirit array master wearing a scorching sun robe walked out. In the spirit array union, only 2 kinds of people were qualified to wear the scorching sun robe. The first kind was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Union, a high figure. This kind of person was basically a Spirit Array Master of the Earth stage or above. The second type of person was the president of a prefecture's Spirit Array Caster Guild. They might not have reached the level of the Grand Elder. However, they were in charge of the Spirit Array Caster Guild in a prefecture. It was equivalent to a feudal official. Therefore, he was also given the scorching sun robe. Jean Junhua. Seeing the cultivator coming out of the beast carriage, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not expect Jean Junhua to be transferred to the East County to be the president of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters. Of course, with Jean Junhua's experience and ability, he was indeed qualified. Everyone, nice to meet you. It's my first time here, so please take care of me in the future. Jean Junhua cupped his fists. Under the admiration of the big shots of the Stone City, Yi Zichen was like the moon surrounded by stars. Jean Junhua walked towards the Spirit Array Caster Guild. That person seems to be Jean Junhua. It's said that he's been in the Great Hall of Spiritual Array Masters in the 72 prefectures in the north for many years. He has a deep background, so it's no wonder that he was able to become the president of the Central Spiritual Array Master Union. It seems that he used his connections. I heard that Jean Junhua was transferred out because he had connections with a Great Elder. It can't be, right? Although the Great Elder's status is respected, he doesn't have the power to be transferred out. I heard that the Great Elder is not simple. Even the person in charge of the Spirit Array Master Union in the 72 prefectures, Murong Baichuan, is on the same level as him. Murong Baichuan is a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master. Could it be that the Great Elder is also a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master? Or is he about to become a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master? If that's the case, relying on the Great Elder's connections, Jean Junhua might be transferred out. I wonder who the Great Elder is. What's his name? I'm not sure. Many people were talking about it. Lin Feng and Shening Meng came to the Alchemist Guild. Young miss, you're back. An old servant hurried over. Where's my father? Shening Meng asked. The president is refining medicine in seclusion. He's been in seclusion for half a month. The old servant said. Shening Meng could not help but sigh. Her father was obsessed with refining medicine. In Shening Meng's opinion, her father's obsession with refining medicine was even more than his concern for her. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. She said, "Prepare a room for Lin Gongzi." "Yes, young miss," the old servant replied. He then looked at Lin Feng and said respectfully, "Lin Gongzi, please come with me." Shening Meng's disappointment came and went quickly. Perhaps it was because she had experienced it too many times over the years, so she was already used to it. "Rest well tonight." She winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and left with the old servant. In front of the Alchemist Guild was a large hall that was 5 stories tall. After passing through the hall, there were many courtyards. There were fake mountains, strange rocks, and small bridges. The scenery was unique and captivating. In the courtyards, there were many small courtyards that were set up with formations. The old servant said, "Young master, This courtyard is where you can rest. Thank you for leading the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists. If you have any instructions, you can call this old servant. If there's nothing else, this old servant will take his leave. Lin Feng nodded. The old servant bowed and left. It was obvious that the men and women of the Alchemist Guild did not live in the same area. The other courtyard was probably where the women lived. It was already late at night. Lin Feng sat on the eaves, holding a jar of wine as he looked at the moon and drank the wine. Where was the other side of the starry sky? Where was his mother? Lin Feng muttered, squinting as he looked into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from a courtyard 100 meters away. Bang! Immediately after, there was a loud sound. I failed again. How could I fail again? An annoyed voice said. Exploding pills? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. As expected of the Alchemist Guild. It was already late at night, but there were still people concocting pills. He carefully sensed that there were at least 10 people concocting pills in the surrounding courtyards. Lin Feng was rather bored, so he decided to go over and watch the commotion. If fate brought them together, he wouldn't mind teaching them some alchemy knowledge. Lin Feng jumped into the air and landed in the courtyard. When the pill had exploded, the door had been destroyed. A middle-aged man was sitting on the ground. His face was black, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Lin Feng smelled the fragrance in the air and said indifferently, "You're concocting a high-tier earth-tier soul-returning pill. The soul-returning pill is made from 375 different types of spirit herbs. There are 3 main ingredients: soul-returning grass, soul-nurturing flower, and soul-stabilizing vine. You failed because you used the wrong method to fuse the 3 main ingredients." Suddenly hearing this voice, the middle-aged alchemist's eyes widened. He turned his head and saw that a young cultivator had unknowingly arrived in the courtyard. "How do you know I'm concocting a soul-returning pill?" the middle-aged alchemist asked in disbelief. "Is it that hard to tell? I can tell by smelling the fragrance in the air that there are 4 different fragrances in the air. It seems like you've already failed 4 times. Lin Feng said indifferently. The middle-aged man was shocked. There was only one thought in his mind. How is this possible? How is this possible? The person in front of him could tell that he was concocting a soul-returning pill just by smelling the fragrance. Moreover, he could tell that he had already failed 4 times. He was completely right. He had indeed failed 4 times. He could tell how many times he had failed just by smelling the fragrance in the air. Could it be that this person was a heaven-tier spirit array master? Thinking of this, the middle-aged alchemist's heart was filled with shock. Heaven-rank alchemists, even in the Sky Martial continent, they were also existences as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Who was this person in front of him? There was only one heaven-tier alchemist in the 72 northern prefectures. Chapter 803. Even though Lin Feng was young, in this world, there was no lack of young people who could be considered heaven-defying. The middle-aged alchemist considered Lin Feng to be one of these people. He quickly stood up and bowed to Lin Feng. "May I ask how I should address you, sir?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "You and I have only met by chance, so there's no need to ask about my background." The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly said, "This one has been rude. Please punish me, sir. It's not a big mistake, so you'll be excused." Lin Feng said indifferently. He then continued, "When refining the soul-returning pill, the 3 main ingredients are not added at the very end. Instead, they are added in 3 different stages." The middle-aged alchemist's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that this sir wanted to give him some pointers. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter. He listened carefully, not daring to miss a single word. When these 375 spirit herbs were fused into the pill, was the 172nd spirit herb infused with the heart-refining grass? Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged alchemist hurriedly nodded. "That's right, it was the heart-refining grass." Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm guessing that there's a problem with your prescription. The 172nd spirit herb should have been infused with the soul-returning grass's medicinal liquid." Soul-returning grass? Isn't that the main ingredient? Isn't the main ingredient supposed to be added at the very end? The middle-aged alchemist asked doubtfully. Lin Feng coldly snorted. Pedantic. Who said that the main ingredient can't be added halfway through the refinement? Many of the alchemy books passed down from the alchemist temple were written by the so-called old pedants of the temple based on incomplete ancient texts. They made up a lot of nonsense, and many places are too pedantic. They don't know how to be flexible, which leads to the low success rate of refining some pills. The middle-aged alchemist laughed bitterly again and again, but he could only listen modestly. Said Lin Feng. Resurrection grass condenses the strength of the first 171 herbs, but the strength of the first 171 herbs doesn't disperse. The refining heart grass's effect is to dissolve them. If you add resurrection grass to the 172nd herb, the strength of the first 171 herbs will be dissolved. But if you add resurrection grass, the strength of the first 171 herbs will be condensed, and then you add refining heart grass. At that time, not only will the refining heart grass not be able to disperse the strength of the first 171 herbs, but it will also dissolve the impurities in the strength of the herbs, said Lin Feng. The more the middle-aged pharmacist listened, the brighter his eyes became. Lin Feng continued, the second main ingredient, the spirit-nurturing flower, will replace the 298th ice fruit spirit liquid. The ice fruit spirit liquid belongs to the ice element, so adding it too early will cause the spirit liquid to shrink quickly and cause it to condense the core ahead of time. There are still dozens of other spirit liquids that haven't been added yet. If the core is condensed ahead of time, the other spirit liquids won't be able to perfectly merge with the previous spirit liquids. No wonder, the middle-aged pharmacist thought of the situation he had encountered when he was concocting the soul-returning pill. So this was the reason why he had been so troubled. The spirit-nurturing flower's spirit liquid is a kind of catalyst. Adding it in the middle and late stage will increase the speed of the fusion of the previous spirit liquids, causing them to react faster. The third main ingredient, the soul-stabilizing vine, can be added to the spirit liquids to make a pill. After adding the soul-stabilizing vine spirit liquid and the ice fruit spirit liquid, the process of condensing the pill will be completed in an instant. Now, try it according to my method. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng jumped up and disappeared from the courtyard. Goodbye, Your Excellency. I will never forget your kindness. The middle-aged pharmacist cupped his fists. Then, he rushed into his room and started concocting the soul-returning pill for the 5th time. Of course, giving pointers to the middle-aged pharmacist was just something Lin Feng did when he was bored. When he returned to his room, Lin Feng found that Sheningmeng had come to see him. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Asked Lin Feng. It was obvious that Sheningmeng had deliberately freshened up. That proud figure and the trace of charm on her beautiful face were truly alluring. In 3 days, the Stone God Festival will be held. We'll go together and worship the Stone God. The Stone God will bless us. Stone God Festival? What kind of festival is that? Lin Feng was surprised. The Tianwu continent naturally had some festivals, but this was the first time he had heard of it. Our stone city was built on a mountain. Back then, when the Tianwu continent was invaded by the Tianwu continent, Stone City was almost destroyed by a Tianwu continent. At that time, a stone god descended from the sky with a gigantic axe and fought with the Tianwu continent for 3 days and 3 nights. The stone god killed the Tianwu continent, so Stone City built a statue of the stone god and prayed to him. The stone god became the protector of Stone City. Every year, during the Stone God Festival, the stone god will appear and bless us with blessings. Some lucky people can even communicate with the stone god's will and learn incredible spells from him. Explained Sheningmeng. Is there such a mystical thing? Lin Feng was astonished. Of course. Every year, not only do the people of Stone City go to worship the stone god, but there are also strong cultivators from other cities and even other prefectures who come. Explained Sheningmeng. All right, I'll go with you. Lin Feng nodded. When he saw that Sheningmeng had no intention of leaving, Lin Feng wondered if Sheningmeng was interested in him. Was that why she had dressed up in the middle of the night? On the surface, she was talking about the Stone God Festival, but in reality, she just wanted to meet him. Why don't you chat with me for a while before you leave? Lin Feng glanced at Shen Ningmeng's voluptuous figure. He had to admit that this woman was a top-notch beauty. Shen Ningmeng blushed and said, "Since you're inviting me so sincerely, I'll stay with you for a while." When she finished talking, she blushed and walked towards Lin Feng's room with her long and slender legs. 3 days later, the Stone God Festival began. Stone City was bustling with activity because of the festival. Many people went to the Stone God Plaza to worship the Stone God. Lin Feng and Shen Ningmeng also went to the Stone God Plaza. Shen Ningmeng said, "Let's go to the Stone Tower. There are fewer people there, and only people from the top powers are qualified to go there. You can also worship on the top of the tower." Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the Stone Tower with Shen Ningmeng. When they arrived at the Stone Tower, they heard a surprised voice. "Ningmeng, you're back. When did you come back? Why didn't you send someone to inform me?" More than 10 young masters and young mistresses rushed over. The one who had spoken was a young master in green. These people were obviously from influential families in Stone City. The young master in green was very handsome, and he was most likely one of Shen Ningmeng's admirers. The young master saw that Shen Ningmeng and Lin Feng were very close, and they seemed to be very close. His expression suddenly sank, and he looked at Lin Feng with jealousy. However, he was very good at hiding his emotions. He restrained his jealousy and looked at Lin Feng with a fake smile. "Ningmeng, who is this brother? I don't think I've seen him before." "He's a friend of mine," Shen Ningmeng replied. "He's a friend of mine," Shen Ningmeng said indifferently. "A friend? Which family is this brother from?" the young master asked. "The Lin family." Lin Feng replied indifferently. "The Lin family? Have you heard of the Lin family?" The young master in green looked at the young masters and young mistresses around him. "There's no Lin family in the Eastern Province. As far as I know, there's no great family with the surname Lin in Sky Marshall University's 3,000 provinces. It should be a small family." The group of people discussed fervently, and they all sounded very disdainful. "Hehe, Brother Lin, please don't misunderstand. We didn't mean to insult you. We're all straightforward people. If we said something unpleasant, please forgive us," the young master said apologetically. However, when he looked at Lin Feng, he had an arrogant expression on his face. He didn't look like he was apologizing at all. In the young master's opinion, a disciple from a small family didn't even have the right to talk to him. Obviously, after learning that Lin Feng was a disciple from a small family, he was furious. Chapter 804. This young man was called Liu Junyan. He was a direct descendant of the ancient Liu family. He was 26 years old and was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was considered a top genius in the East Divine Prefecture. After all, the East Divine Prefecture was relatively poor compared to the other prefectures. The cultivators there were much weaker. Lin Feng didn't care how Liu Junyan or the geniuses of Stone City looked at him. In Lin Feng's eyes, these people were no different from passers-by. "Let's go up." Shen Ningmeng smiled sweetly. Many young men in Stone City stared at her. They had never seen Shen Ningmeng treat a man so gently. Anyone could see that there was definitely an extraordinary relationship between the two of them. This made many people extremely jealous. Many young men had tried to woo the most beautiful woman in Stone City. But they were all rejected. Shen Ningmeng was so gentle to Lin Feng. How could they not be jealous? Liu Junyan's face was gloomy. During this time, the Liu family had been discussing the marriage proposal to the president of the Alchemist Guild. So Liu Junyan had already seen Shen Ningmeng as his woman. But at that moment, Lin Feng had appeared, which made him feel a sense of danger. "Let's go up too," Liu Junyan said. Liu Junyan said with a gloomy face. He had a very high prestige among the younger generation in Stone City. These young masters and young ladies all followed his lead. The stone tower had 7 floors. There was an altar on the top floor, facing the stone god. Lin Feng and Shen Ningmeng went to the 7th floor. There was a sea of people in the square below. They were all worshipping the stone god. Many people were praying for the stone god's blessings. Lin Feng looked at the stone god and saw the 1,000-meter-tall stone statue. The stone statue was wearing armor and holding a huge stone axe. It was surrounded by a layer of divine light. Lin Feng was surprised. He vaguely felt that the stone statue seemed to have the power of life. Lin Feng, let's worship too, Sheningmeng said with a smile. Sheningmeng said with a smile. She had already prepared the offerings and took them out. Lin Feng nodded. He helped Sheningmeng arrange the offerings and lit the incense. It was rumored that incense could communicate with the gods. Therefore, burning incense was an essential part of the ritual. Lin Feng also wanted to try and see if it was true or not. Lin Feng also wanted to try and see if it was true. Wait, at this moment, a soft shout was heard. Liu Junyan strode over. Is something the matter? Lin Feng looked at Liu Junyan indifferently. According to the rules of Stone City, there are 4 types of people who can perform rituals here. The first type is the people from the 7 great powers of Stone City. The second type is the people from the Spirit Array Master Union. The third type is the people from the Alchemist Union. The fourth type is the people from the Alchemist Union. Brother Lin doesn't seem to belong to any of these 4 types of people, so he doesn't have the right to perform rituals here. Liu Junyan looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Sheningmeng's pretty face immediately turned ugly. She said coldly, Lin Gongzi is a member of the Alchemist Union, so he naturally has the right to perform rituals here. Liu Junyan's heart burned with jealousy when he saw that Sheningmeng was so biased towards Lin Feng. He sneered, since you're a member of the Alchemist Union, then show us your identity token. Yes, show it to prove your identity. If you can't prove your identity, then you're an imposter. You don't have the right to perform rituals here. The cultivators beside Liu Junyan started to make a fuss. Liu Junxian said with a fake smile, I'm not making things difficult for Brother Lin, but we can't disobey the rules of Stone City. Lin Feng said indifferently, perhaps I'm more qualified than you to perform rituals here. Liu Junyan's face darkened. How dare a disciple of a small clan talk to him like that? Was he relying on Sheningmeng's support? He snatched the incense from Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng said indifferently, Brother Liu, what are you doing? Didn't I say that you don't have the right to perform rituals here? Why aren't you leaving? Liu Junyan's voice was cold. He threw the incense on the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Now, pick it up and light it for me. Lin Feng said indifferently. What is this guy talking about? He's asking Liu Junyan to pick up the incense and light it. Could this brat be so angry that he lost his mind? A disciple of a small clan actually dares to talk to Liu Junyan like that. He's simply courting death. Many disciples were pointing at Lin Feng and sneering. In their opinion, Lin Feng was courting death by saying those words to Liu Junyan. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Someone shouted that the president of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters, Zhang Junhua, had arrived. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Zhang Junhua was probably the #1 person in Stone City. As the leader of the Central Union of Spirit Array Masters in the East Province, Zhang Junhua was naturally the target of many people. Soon, a group of people rushed over. Zhang Junhua was accompanied by the city lord, Shi Hao, to the 7th floor of the stone building. As for the leaders of the other 6 factions, for example, Liu Wuming, the leader of the Liu family in Stone City. Zhong Chen, the leader of the Zhong family in Stone City. Sun Ba, the leader of the Bawu sect in Stone City. Liu Xian, the leader of the Liu family in Stone City. Na Lanya, the leader of the Coiling Dragon sect in Stone City. He Daoyuan, the leader of the Qingcheng sect in Stone City. These top factions had all arrived. In addition to these 7 leaders, many of the higher-ups of the 7 factions, including the Shi family, were also accompanying Zhang Junhua. Why aren't you saluting Lord Zhang? Shi Hao shouted in a deep voice. Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed to Zhang Junhua. Zhang Junhua nodded in satisfaction. Lin Feng, hurry up and salute him. When Sheningmeng saw that Lin Feng wasn't moving, she was extremely worried. Offending the president of the Spirit Array Caster Guild was equivalent to committing a calamity. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to hear Sheningmeng's words and still stood there without moving. Seeing this scene, Liu Junyan was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was ecstatic. "Brat, I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already courting death. Let's see how the president of the Spirit Array Masters Guild will deal with you later." In Liu Junyan's opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure after offending the president of the Spirit Array Masters Guild. When the patriarchs and patriarchs of the 7 influential groups saw that Lin Feng was standing there motionlessly and not bowing to Zhang Junhua, they all looked glum. Zhang Junhua's expression was also very ugly. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng. He wanted to see who dared to be so rude in front of him. He would definitely teach him a lesson later. However, when Zhang Junhua saw Lin Feng's appearance, he was so scared that his entire body trembled. He rubbed his eyes as if he was afraid that he had seen wrongly. But when he looked again, he found that he hadn't seen wrongly. Zhang Junhua hurriedly ran over. Zhang Junhua, who was arrogant in front of the major families of Stone City, was a big shot. At this moment, he was actually nodding and bowing to Lin Feng at a 90-degree angle. He looked at Lin Feng with a flattering expression. "Lord, this little one pays his respects to you." Silence. There were hundreds of cultivators gathered on the 7th floor of the stone building. Chapter 805. What on earth happened? Everyone was stunned on the spot. Each person's expression was more interesting than the other. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. There were all kinds of expressions. Zhang Junhua. He was the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. He was also a figure from the Spirit Array Guild of the 72 states in the north. Zhang Junhua definitely had a deep background. However, he was acting so humbly in front of a young man. Who was that young man? Sheningmeng looked at Lin Feng in a daze. It was as if a stormy sea had been set off in her heart. It was only at this moment that Sheningmeng realized that she knew nothing about Lin Feng. She thought that he was an ordinary person. She did not expect him to be so powerful. Now, even the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County, Zhang Junhua, was respectful to him. Who was he? As for Liu Junyan, he was so scared that he sat on the ground, trembling all over. It was over. It was over. What kind of person had he offended? Liu Junyan was not the only one who was almost scared to death. Liu Junyan's followers were also so scared that they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Junhua and said indifferently, "Why did you come to the East County to be the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the Central Spirit Array Guild?" Zhang Junhua said with a fawning expression, "The previous president's term was up and he went back to report on his work." The position of the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County was vacant. Coincidentally, Lord Murong heard that I had some relationship with you, so Lord Murong appointed me as the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. All of this is because of you, Lord Murong. Otherwise, how could I have such glory today? When the big shots of the Stone City heard Zhang Junhua's words, their bodies trembled. They had heard that Zhang Junhua seemed to have some relationship with a Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Guild, which was why he was appointed as the president of the Central Spirit Array Guild of the East County. And Zhang Junhua was saying all this for the sake of the young man not far away. That young man was the Grand Elder of the Central Spirit Array Guild. He looked to be in his early 20s. How could he be the Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Guild? But Zhang Junhua was not mistaken. Oh my God! A Grand Elder of the Spirit Array Guild in his early 20s? What kind of terrifying figure was this? In the future, he might even become the leader of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters. Am I related to you? Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Junhua. Zhang Junhua was so scared that his entire body trembled, and said, "Sir, this little one was wrong. This little one was drunk with an elder, and unintentionally said that he had followed behind Sir in the ruins of God for a period of time. Who would have thought that this matter would be found out by Sir Murong? This little one was drunk and spoke indiscreetly. Please forgive this little one. Get up, I'm not blaming you. Since Senior Murong thinks you're my man, let him think so. Do your job well and don't embarrass me." Lin Feng patted Zhang Junhua's shoulder and said. Zhang Junhua was ecstatic. Could it be that Milord's words meant that he admitted that he would be Milord's subordinate in the future? When he thought of this, Jean Junhua was even more excited than when he had found out that he was going to become the president of the East County's Spirit Array Guild. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the pale Liu Junyan and said, "You said that I don't have the right to worship the stone god here. Now, let me ask you, do I have the right to worship the stone god here?" "What? You dare to say that my lord doesn't have the right to worship the stone god here? Who are you, brat? Are you courting death?" When Jean Junhua heard this, his anger rose, and he immediately looked coldly at Liu Junyan. Everyone turned to look at the patriarch of the Liu clan, Liu Xian. Liu Xian's expression changed. Liu Junyan was his son, and he had offended such a powerful figure. Was this a disaster for the Liu family? He hurriedly ran out and kicked Liu Junyan's body. He scolded angrily, "Are you blind? You even dared to offend a spirit array master? Hurry up and kowtow to my lord and apologize." Yes. It's all my fault. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me, my lord." Liu Junyan was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he kowtowed again and again. Liu Junyan's followers also kowtowed and apologized. These people were already scared out of their wits. When the higher-ups of the other factions who had been watching the show saw that some of their disciples had offended my lord, their expressions turned ugly. One by one, they walked out and apologized to Lin Feng. They didn't dare to be jealous of Lin Feng. It was obvious that Lin Feng was an important figure in the Spirit Array Guild. Although the Spirit Array Guild didn't participate in the fights between the various aristocratic families, it was still possible for my lord to be angry. He might even use some of the resources of the Spirit Array Guild and ask some of the peerless experts who were on good terms with the Spirit Array Guild to help him. The ancient factions weren't even worth mentioning in front of those peerless experts. Thus, how could these people dare to be jealous of Lin Feng? Lin Feng looked at the higher-ups of the ancient families and smiled. "For your sake, I won't bicker with these people. In the future, you will need to discipline them properly so that they don't cause trouble for your families." Lin Feng's words gave the higher-ups of the major factions some face, but he didn't lose his poise. It could be said that he had done everything perfectly. The higher-ups of the 7 major factions looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for forgiving me. Here's your incense." Liu Junyan thanked him profusely, then picked up the incense on the ground and lit it. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't take the incense. Jean Junhua tactfully took the incense. Jean Junhua looked at the higher-ups of the 7 major factions and said, "Our my lord is going to offer a sacrifice here. Can you all leave?" "Of course. We'll leave now and stand guard below. We won't let anyone disturb the my lord's sacrifice." The leaders of the 7 major factions hurriedly replied. Then, the people of the 7 major factions quickly walked down. Shi Ningming also wanted to leave. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Ningming, you stay here." When she heard that Lin Feng wanted her to stay, Shi Ningming happily nodded. "Look, what's going on? The people of the 7 major factions are coming down from the stone tower. Huh! Even the higher-ups of the 7 major factions are coming down. What's going on?" The people who came down earlier said that there's a higher-up of the Spirit Formation Guild up there. It's said that even President Jean Junhua has to bow and scrape in front of that person. Jean Junhua is the president of the Central Spirit Formation Guild in the East Province. He's a high-ranking official. How can he make Jean Junhua bow and scrape? What kind of person is he? Many people were discussing this in astonishment. At that moment, they saw that the leaders of the 7 major factions were personally standing guard at the entrance of the stone tower, forbidding anyone from approaching. Heavens! Even the patriarchs or sect masters of the 7 great powers are personally guarding the door of the Spiritual Array Caster Guild. It seems that the identity of that person is definitely not a small matter. Could it be that he's a heaven-rank Spiritual Array Caster? What? A heavenly level Spirit Formation Master? There's only one heavenly level Spirit Formation Master in the 72 northern prefectures, right? It's Murong Baichuan, but Murong Baichuan is in the East Sea Main Hall. It's impossible for him to come here. Could it be that he's a heavenly level Spirit Formation Master from the Temple of Spirit Formation Masters? I'm not sure. It must be a great person that we can only look up to. I really want to see that great person's face. That's right. I also want to see how peerless a heavenly level spirit formation master is. Countless people looked at the stone tower. Everyone was discussing the great person in the Spirit Formation Guild who was offering sacrifices to the stone god. They were all guessing the identity of this great person. Chapter 806. In the immemorial era, sacrifices were the most popular. From large ancient empires to small tribes, they would all perform sacrifices. In the immemorial era, sacrifices were a kind of spiritual symbol. But apart from spiritual symbols, one could also receive blessings. Because the gods of the immemorial era roamed the world, when people offered sacrifices to the gods would absorb the power of the incense and take the initiative to send blessings to protect the area. But ever since the immemorial era ended, the gods had fallen due to the turmoil and war at the end of the immemorial era. There were no more gods of the immemorial era roaming the world. This caused countless people to offer sacrifices to the gods of the immemorial era, but no more miracles would appear. After a long time, no miracles would appear, so the practice of sacrifices gradually declined. As time passed, most of the immemorial era's sacrificial techniques disappeared in the river of time. Of course, the passage of time did not completely erase the practice of sacrifices. Even today, there were still some small-scale sacrifices. Just like offering sacrifices to the stone god. On the altar, there were all kinds of offerings, incense burners, and furnaces. Zhong Junhua and Shi Meng stood on both sides. Lin Feng held the incense burner with both hands and knelt in the direction of the stone god. One had to be sincere when offering sacrifices to the gods. As the saying goes, if one is sincere, it will work. This was a saying passed down from the immemorial era. Lin Feng knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to the stone god. Suddenly, a ray of divine light descended from the sky. Blessings. Lin Feng was shocked. It was just as Shi Meng said. Offering sacrifices to the stone god would bring blessings. This made him feel shocked and moved. Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes. The power of blessings flowed into Lin Feng's body. This was a gentle power that flowed through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng found that this power could cure illnesses. Some of the hidden injuries in his body were cured by this power. This made him shocked, because the hidden injuries in his body were all left behind from the war. Even Lin Feng himself did not notice them. The accumulation of these hidden injuries would eventually cause irreversible damage to the body. But now, these hidden injuries were cured. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he sensed that his hidden injuries were gone and his body had recovered to its original state. If ordinary people were seriously ill and their lives were in danger, they could come here to offer sacrifices and receive blessings, and they would immediately recover. Cultivators who received blessings would also recover. No wonder sacrifices were so popular in the ancient times. Besides, people in the ancient times couldn't compare to those in the ancient times. The benefits they received from offering sacrifices were unimaginable, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought to himself. This blessing's power could not stay in the body for too long. Lin Feng found that the blessing's power was quickly fading away. He frowned slightly. It seemed like the power of fortune was about to disappear. However, Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. Although Shi Meng said that there might be opportunities for some worshippers. However, it was obviously not easy to obtain these opportunities. After circulating in Lin Feng's body for a full cycle, the power of fortune had become very weak. In the end, the power entered Lin Feng's dantian. Then, it could no longer support itself and was about to dissipate. Suddenly, the blessing's power seemed to have sensed something. Not only did it not dissipate, but it also emitted an even stronger power. In his dantian, the divine ability talisman also sensed something. The immemorial dragon-esque elephant, the thunder god, and the 5 emperors all appeared. Within the blessing's power, the image of a stone god holding a huge axe appeared. This is the connection of the gods. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Perhaps there was a trace of the stone god's will in the blessing's power. Now that it sensed another god, it resonated. Death is not scary. What's scary is living alone. Suddenly, a low and sorrowful voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. Who was it? Was it talking to him? Saying such words? This made him extremely shocked and moved. Could it be? Lin Feng had some guesses. He opened his eyes and looked at the huge stone god statue in the distance. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that he had arrived in another space-time. He was standing on the street. This was still Stone City, but it was not the Stone City he remembered. On the street, there was an endless stream of people. Lin Feng saw the sun clock stone that recorded time. On it was written, Middle Ages, year 21601, summer solstice. Lin Feng's heart trembled violently. The Middle Ages. This was actually the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages had begun 50,000 years ago and ended 30,000 years ago. Based on this, the world his divine sense had arrived in was the Stone City of the Middle Ages 38,000 years ago. Rumble. Suddenly, in the depths of the boundless sky, a monstrous demonic aura surged. Within the demonic aura, an ancient and evil figure appeared. Let's be destroyed together. It was a celestial demon. Its voice was cold, and it wanted to destroy Stone City. Ah, it's a celestial demon. It's a celestial demon. It's over. We're all going to die. Countless people cried out in fear. Celestial demon, it's a celestial demon invasion. Lin Feng was moved. According to historical records, in the later part of the Middle Ages, the celestial demons invaded and caused great suffering. And his divine sense had arrived at the time when the celestial demons invaded. Great Stone God, please protect us. There were more than a dozen old people kneeling in front of a 4 to 5 meter tall statue praying. In the ancient times, the Stone God protected this land. Countless ancient ancestors worshipped the Stone God as a god. But after the ancient war, no blessings came from worshipping the Stone God. Thus, countless people turned their backs on their beliefs. They no longer believed in the Stone God. But in this world, there were always some people who still had faith. They never gave up. Generation after generation. The old passed on. They were silently worshipping the Stone God. Even though their numbers were already very few, there were only a dozen or so old people left. Even the descendants of those old people no longer believed that the Stone God was still alive. But those old people still insisted on their beliefs. Because the former Stone God had protected their ancestors. Great Stone God, please wake up and take a look at the homeland you once protected. Now, it will be completely destroyed in the hands of the celestial demons. These old people roared sorrowfully. They were already sobbing. The defense of the Stone City couldn't last for long. The defensive restriction was broken. Tens of millions of people would be devoured by the celestial demons. Countless people were in despair. And these old people were praying. They still had faith in their hearts. That was the power of faith. The power of faith could only be absorbed by gods. The power of their faith seemed to be transmitted to a certain space. A broken statue of a stone man was lying here. It had long since lost its vitality. The Stone God was different from other gods. The Stone God was made of stone. He was originally an ordinary stone, but after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, he developed a trace of intelligence and turned into a mountain monster. Countless years later, he cultivated the Tao and turned into a mountain god. Finally, he transformed into one of the ancient gods, the Stone God. In the ancient war, the Stone God died. However, there was always a small number of people who still worshipped the Stone God. Their faith would not change. After they died, they would pass on their faith to the next generation. After countless years, the power of faith continued to nourish the last remnant soul of the Stone God. Perhaps without the power of faith, the remnant soul would have disappeared long ago. The Stone City's restriction was broken. The celestial demon saw a dozen old people worshipping the Stone God in a corner of the Stone City. Because the celestial demon felt the power of faith. The celestial demon flew over and sneered, "The Stone God has died long ago, and you are still worshipping the Stone God. How laughable. Do you really think the Stone God can protect you? Die." The celestial demon slapped the dozen old people. Grandfather, a delicate little girl ran over from afar and looked at this scene in horror. Her grandfather was also an old man who worshipped the stone god. Although the little girl was only 4 or 5 years old, she often followed her grandfather to worship the stone god. In the little girl's eyes, the stone god definitely existed. In her innocent world, she believed everything that her grandfather said. Almighty God, we can no longer pray to you. Great God, I hope that we can still be your most devout believers in the next life. The voices stopped abruptly. The dozen old people were slapped into meat paste. Big Baddie, give Yao-Er's grandfather back to Yao-Er. The little girl cried sadly. Despicable little bastard, die together with him. The celestial demon sneered. He slapped the little girl again. Genesis splitter. A roar shook the sky, and an axe light tore the world apart. Who is summoning the stone god? The voice seemed to come from the ancient era. It was low, deep, and filled with endless sorrow. The stone god had awakened. He held a huge axe, tore the void, and arrived in this world. The stone god, it's really the stone god. The stone god didn't die. The stone god didn't abandon us. The stone god has appeared. We must be saved. Countless people looked at the stone god and cried emotionally. Only the little girl was crying sadly. Her grandfather, who had worshipped the stone god all his life, had died tragically in front of her. Chapter 807. Stone god, you're still alive. The Sky Fiend shouted in disbelief. Stone god was a god. Now that stone god had appeared, the Sky Fiend was terrified. But soon, the Sky Fiend appeared, and stone god's power could no longer be compared to the ancient times. Billions of years later, stone god woke up again. Naturally, his power was far from its peak. Sky Fiend, this is not a place for you. Stone god's voice was cold as he swung his axe at the Sky Fiend. How laughable. The world is so big, where can't we go? Now that the gods have fallen, it's time for us to rule the worlds. The Sky Fiend's voice was cold. He was abnormally strong. Stone God had just woken up, and his godly power had dissipated. The Sky Fiend wasn't afraid of Stone God. The two powerful existences fought. Countless eyes were fixed on the great battle in the sky. They were shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. Stone God actually existed. The battle caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Stone God had just woken up, and his body couldn't withstand a long battle. The Sky Fiend gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the Sky Fiend was. Sky Fiends were active in the post-ancient times. Perhaps the ancient times were one of the most active eras. Many powerful Sky Fiends were as strong as gods. Of course, there were many types of gods. The gods of the ancient times were called the ancient gods. They enjoyed the power of incense and could absorb the power of faith of countless people. They were the most powerful gods. These gods were called the ancient gods. After the ancient times, the ancient gods fell. The new gods could no longer bless the people, and the number of people who believed in them decreased. The gods' power declined severely. The gods of this era were called the Sky Fiend. Lin Feng had seen the Sky Fiend incubating the egg in the Godfallen Cliff. That was the descendant of the Sky Fiend. As time passed, the gods' power continued to weaken. In ancient times, the power of the gods had once again declined to a large extent. The gods of this era were called the true gods. In the ancient times, the true gods' power declined again. The void gods appeared. Void gods had part of the gods' power, but they were far from the true gods. The ancient human saints divided the first level into 4 levels: Void God, Godfire, True God, and Undying. The second stage of the God realm was the God realm. Further up was the Giant God. However, after the ancient era, it was very rare for a heavenly deity to appear. As for the giant gods, it was even more difficult for them to appear. It should be known that in the Primordial era, some of the most powerful giant gods could even contend with the great emperors. In the Primordial Age, the Stone God was in existence at the level of the Primordial Giant God. But now, his strength was greatly weakened. 30,000 years ago, this heavenly demon was also in the immortal realm. That was because only those at the deity realm could travel to the outer realms and travel from the depths of the starry sky to the Tianwu continent. However, no one knew which level of cultivation the heavenly demon was at. Stone God, I will kill you and devour your origin energy. The heavenly demon laughed proudly. The battle prowess he displayed was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the Stone God was being suppressed more and more. Is Stone God going to lose? Countless people looked at the battle in the sky in horror. If the stone deity was defeated, they would die without a doubt. My axe once split the sky and the earth, said Lin Feng. Stone deity roared. He stepped forward, his body burning. He gathered all his strength and swung his axe at the heavenly demon. As a former primordial giant god, the stone god naturally had his own peerless techniques. In truth, every giant god of the primordial era had their own Tao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the giant god realm. And the stone god's Tao. It was combined with the axe. In ancient times, Pangu split the sky and the earth. Today, the stone god's axe could shatter the sky. The stone god roared. He swung his axe down. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be only one giant axe. 100,000-meter-long axe light. It traversed the void. This was the stone god's ultimate technique. Once it was used, it possessed unfathomable power. No matter what era it was, no primordial giant god could be underestimated. Even if this primordial giant god was now extremely weak. But he couldn't be underestimated. This was because the primordial giant gods had the most powerful divine ability, which was enough to deal a fatal blow to anyone. But now, the stone god used the axe to shatter the sky. He attacked. The heavenly demon was shocked to find that he couldn't move. No! The heavenly demon screamed in fear. Only now did he know. How terrifying was the primordial giant god. Even if the primordial giant god's divine power dissipated, it was still not an existence that the gods of their era could contend with. Puff! The axe tore the heavenly demon apart. The stone god returned to his original space. Crack, crack. His body disintegrated. I'm going to die, the stone god muttered. He had relied on the power of faith to survive until now. And now, even the last dozen or so old men who believed in him had died. The stone god could no longer hold on. He felt his remnant soul shattering. Stone god, please protect our stone city. Stone god, please let my family be free from illness and disaster. Stone god, please bless me to become a powerful cultivator. As the stone god was dying, waves of telekinesis surged. This was the power of faith. It merged with the stone god's remnant soul. A statue was built for the stone city. Beside the stone god, there were statues of 13 old men. It was them. They had inherited the will of their ancestors and believed in the stone god. They were at the end of their lives. They had awakened the sleeping stone god. The entire stone city was grateful to the 13 old men. Their faith. They had saved tens of millions of people in the stone city. And now, the people of the stone city had once again regained the faith that they had long abandoned. It was their faith. It stabilized the stone god's remnant soul that was about to collapse. The stone god survived. He was absorbing the power of faith. Just like the ancient era. Every year, he would celebrate the stone god festival. Blessing the people. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng's divine will returned to reality from the illusory world. He saw what had happened in the Middle Ages. The power of faith. The stone god's recovery. The fall of the heavenly demon. And now, in his mind, there was an axe light left. It was the axe light left behind by the axe that had shattered the sky. The stone gods will merged into it. Lin Feng was moved. He carefully comprehended the axe light. The axe shattered the sky. This was the stone god's supreme technique. Another ancient god's inheritance. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a happy expression on his face. This time, he had sacrificed to the stone god. He had obtained great benefits. Let's go, Lin Feng said. Yes, sir. Zhang Junhua replied. The three of them walked down. Outside, there was a sea of people. Everyone was waiting for the appearance of the heaven-rank Spirit Array Master from the Spirit Array Master Guild. "Look, he's coming out," someone shouted. Countless gazes looked over. The leaders of the 7 major forces and many of the higher-ups personally opened the way. A young master walked out. How is this possible? Voices of disbelief rang out one after another. A heaven-rank Spirit Array Master from the Spirit Array Master Guild? He was a young master in his 20s. This was too shocking. Countless people were moved by this. They couldn't even believe all of this. How many Spirit Array Masters couldn't become Earth-rank Spirit Array Masters in their entire lives? And he had already become a heaven-rank Spirit Array Master in his 20s? This was indeed unbelievable. Who is he? Countless people were puzzled and guessed Lin Feng's identity. Chapter 808. He's too young and too handsome, isn't he? Many female cultivators were shrieking. Lin Feng fulfilled all their fantasies of a perfect partner. He was young, handsome, and a heaven-ranked formation master. This was simply every woman's dream home. Many young ladies from large clans wished they could become Lin Feng's women. Isn't that Shi Ningmeng? Why is she following that young master? What's so great about Shi Ningmeng? How could she be qualified to be with that prince? When many young women saw Shi Ningmeng with Lin Feng, they all looked envious and jealous. Lin Feng's identity as a formation master had been exposed, so he couldn't go to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, he went to the Formation Master Guild. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Junhua and said, "I have a mission for you. Please instruct me, sir." "I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation," said Zhang Junhua immediately. It was finally time to show his sincerity. Said Lin Feng, "In the near future, I will attack Aotian Ancient City and destroy Dugu Aotian and the Dugu clan. Help me organize all the people in Stone City. If they support me, I'll give them some benefits." "What? You want to destroy Proud Sky Ancient Capital's Dugu clan?" Zhang Junhua's expression changed. "What? Why can't I?" Lin Feng frowned. Said Zhang Junhua, "I've heard that the Du-Jiu clan can communicate with the gods and obtain their strength. They can even make the gods send their Dharma bodies. Very few people dare to offend them because offending the Du-Jiu clan is equivalent to offending the gods behind them. Communicate with gods." Lin Feng looked indifferent. Was the Lin clan's calamity related to Dugu Aotian's god? What kind of god was that? A true god? A god? Or a giant god? But no matter what kind of god it was, Dugu Aotian had to die. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Junhua and said, "Do you think I'm someone who would throw my life away so easily?" "I wouldn't dare think that," Zhang Junhua said hurriedly. "Even if the real body of a god were to descend, I would still be able to deal with it," Lin Feng said. His words were sonorous and forceful. Lin Feng's confidence came from the Demon Lord. Who was the Demon Lord? Primordial giant god. Even though his godly power had dissipated, his strength was far from the primordial age. However, now that the Demon Lord had obtained the heavenly demonic stone, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. And the Demon Lord owed Lin Feng a favor. The Demon Lord would make a move for Lin Feng. This was Lin Feng's greatest trump card. Hearing Lin Feng's sonorous and forceful words, Zhang Junhua's expression could not help shaking. He knew that Lin Feng definitely had countless tricks up his sleeve. But he never thought that Lin Feng would have a way to deal with a god. Zhang Junhua did not doubt Lin Feng's words at all. He said, "This subordinate will definitely do his best to win over the various parties in Stone City and at the same time, recruit troops for you. Very good, serve me well and I will not treat you unfairly in the future," Lin Feng said. Night. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the stone god's unique skill, heaven-shattering axe. Axe. Overbearing and violent. As for the heaven-shattering axe, this peerless technique was just like the characteristic of the axe itself. It was filled with a domineering and violent aura. This attack, once successfully cultivated, its power would be extremely strong. It could shake gods and demons. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending this unique skill. 3 days later, Lin Feng planned to leave Stone City. After bidding farewell to Sheningmeng, Lin Feng left. Ha 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 ha, I finally succeeded in refining it. At the same time, in the Alchemist Guild, the middle-aged alchemist who had been taught by Lin Feng laughed. He held a purple pill in his hand. It was the soul-returning pill. Many alchemists rushed over and congratulated the middle-aged alchemist. Congratulations to the president for successfully refining the soul-returning pill. Now that the soul-returning pill has been successfully refined, you are not far from breaking through to become a high-level Earth-stage alchemist. These alchemists congratulated him in unison. This middle-aged alchemist was the president of the East County's Divine Continent Alchemist Guild, Shi Yang. He smiled and said, "This time, I am indebted to a master's guidance that allowed me to make a breakthrough in my alchemy skills. Moreover, that master's guidance allowed me to have a new understanding of alchemy skills. It even subverted my traditional understanding. My horizons have broadened." The surrounding alchemists were shocked. The president had received guidance from an expert. To be able to guide the president, wasn't that a heaven-stage alchemist? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. A heaven-stage alchemist had actually come to Stone City. Could it be that he was a friend of that heaven-stage spirit array master? Did they come together? President, is the person who guided you a heaven-stage alchemist? Vice President Zhong Chengdao asked. Thinking about that master, Shi Yang immediately showed a respectful expression and said, "That's right, he is a heaven-stage alchemist. Apart from heaven-stage alchemists, no one else can be so proficient in alchemy." President, a few days ago, a heaven-stage alchemist came to Stone City and caused a huge commotion. Vice President Zhong Chengdao continued. What? A heaven-stage alchemist? Shi Yang was also startled. He naturally knew what a heaven-stage alchemist meant. Then, Shi Yang muttered to himself. A heaven-stage alchemist. A heaven-stage alchemist. Could it be that they had come together? They had traveled the world together, so they had come here? At this time, Zhong Chengdao said, that heaven-stage alchemist knew Ning Meng and even stayed at our alchemist guild for a few days. Ah! He knows Ning Meng? How could Ning Meng know a heaven-stage alchemist? Why didn't I know? Shi Yang was shocked. Shi Ning Meng was his daughter. Although Shi Yang was known as an alchemy madman, Shi Ning Meng felt that Shi Yang's love for her was not as great as his passion for alchemy. Actually, Shi Ning Meng was wrong. Shi Yang's love for Shi Ning Meng was no less than the love other fathers had for their children. However, a father's love for his children was usually a kind of silent love. They were not as expressive as their mother. But a father's love. It was no less than a mother's love. Moreover, Shi Ning Meng's mother had died early and Shi Yang had brought her up. Therefore, Shi Yang had given Shi Ning Meng much more love than other parents. He just didn't know how to express it. Shi Yang was very clear about Shi Ning Meng's matters. How could Shi Ning Meng get to know a heaven-stage alchemist? This was also what Shi Yang was puzzled about. Suddenly, Shi Yang was stunned. He thought of a possibility. Shi Yang asked anxiously, "What does that heaven-stage alchemist look like?" "He looks very young, about 20 years old. He is very handsome and looks very amiable," Zhong Chengdao said. Shi Yang's heart was like a monstrous wave. It was him. It must be the heaven-stage alchemist who had guided him in alchemy. Could it be? Not just a heaven-stage alchemist. Or a heaven-stage alchemist. In his early 20s, his strength was unfathomable, and he was also a heaven-stage alchemist and a heaven-stage alchemist. In this world, how could there be such a monstrous person? Could it be that a god had descended to the mortal world? The shock in Shi Yang's heart was indescribable with words. He quickly headed towards Shi Ning Meng's residence. Chapter 809. Rain Country was a very beautiful country. Here, it was drizzling all year round, which was how Rain Country got its name. Lin Feng headed to Gentleman City, passing by Rain Country. The vegetation here was very special. Most of them were tall trees like those found in tropical rainforests. When he was about 50 kilometers away from Rain Country's capital city, a man holding a halberd flew over from afar. Blood was flowing out of his chest. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. This was a very valiant man with a powerful aura. Even though he was injured, one could still feel the surging power in his body. He looked at Lin Feng cautiously, then quickly left. He's very strong, but his injuries seem to be quite serious. Who is he? Lin Feng murmured. He did not stop. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at Rain Country. In Rain Country, it was drizzling. From time to time, one could see some beautiful women with ink umbrellas passing by on the streets. Drizzle, beautiful women, ancient streets, stone bridges, flowing water. It was like a poem or a painting. This was Rain Country. It was as beautiful as a painting. Rain Country was the closest to Heaven Saint City of the 10 great ancient capitals. Lin Feng planned to rest in Rain Country for a few days before heading to Heaven Saint City. There was a teleportation formation in Heaven Saint City that could lead to Gentleman City directly. The Divine Prefecture of the Eastern County could not be compared to some of the bigger states, so teleportation formations were relatively rare. Even among the 10 great ancient capitals, only a few of them had long-distance teleportation formations. It was even more impossible for a country like Rain Country to have a teleportation formation. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar and enveloped Rain Country. A man holding a golden sword walked over. He was dressed in golden robes and his black hair danced wildly in the wind. He looked like a god of death. Li Yuqiong, come out. I know you're hiding in Rain Country. The man in golden robes said coldly. Immediately after, more than 10 experts flew over from afar and followed closely behind the man in golden robes. Among them, an old man was the strongest. He was unfathomable. Is that Dugu Xian? In Rain Country, some cultivators seemed to recognize the newcomer. That's right, it's Dugu Xian, Dugu Aotian's only son. I heard that when he was 6 years old, Dugu Aotian sent him to a mysterious ancient power to be nurtured. He only returned to the Eastern Divine Prefecture a year ago and got engaged to Ning Hans Huang. Another cultivator said. This caused a huge commotion. The person who came was actually Dugu Aotian's son. He's chasing Li Yuqiong. Could it be Sun Moon City's Li Yuqiong? Someone said. I heard that a world-shaking battle took place in the magnetic fog lake half a month ago. Could it be the battle between Dugu Xian and Li Yuqiong? Someone said. Maybe that's true. Li Yuqiong has been famous for a long time. She's one of the top 10 geniuses in the Divine Prefecture of the East Province, but Dugu Xian is still chasing her. Dugu Xian really lives up to his reputation. Look at the people around Dugu Xian. It's said that the mysterious organization that Dugu Xian joined sent them to protect him. Dugu Xian's talent is terrifying. Even in that mysterious organization, he's focused on training. They can't let anything happen to him. A cultivator said. Li Yuqiong, you disappoint me. Do you not even have the courage to come out and fight? Dugu Xian shouted coldly. I'll tie one of my arms and fight you. I can still kill you. Dugu Xian continued shouting. Many people were shocked. Dugu Xian was too arrogant. However, he was really strong. He was domineering and arrogant. Who could compete with him? Dugu Aotian's son? Lin Feng looked indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. At that moment, the old man standing next to Dugu Xian seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at where Lin Feng had been standing. But Lin Feng had already left. The old man couldn't help but laugh coldly. What a terrifying old man. In a small alley a dozen meters away, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had only revealed a trace of his killing intent, but the old man had sensed it. The old man's strength was unfathomable. Li Yuqiong, you can't escape. You're doomed to die here. Let's see how long you can hide. Dugu Xian was extremely arrogant. His voice was cold. He quickly flew through the air, looking for Li Yuqiong. It won't be easy to kill this person. I'll have to find another opportunity. Lin Feng frowned and left. He rented a courtyard in a high-end inn. It was very quiet. At night, Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. At that moment, he sensed that someone had sneaked into the courtyard. Who is it? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Brother, I'm borrowing your precious place to rest for the night. A voice came from outside. So it's you. Lin Feng walked out and saw a young cultivator sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. He stabbed his halberd into the ground and looked at Lin Feng. Aren't you afraid that I'll report you to Dugu Shen? Lin Feng looked indifferently at the man. That person should be Li Yuqiong, who was being chased by Dugu Shen. You want to kill him, Li Yuqiong said. It seems that you weren't far from me during the day. You actually knew that I wanted to kill him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Li Yuqiong wasn't simple. She had managed to hide her presence from everyone. Perhaps we can work together. Killing intent flashed in Li Yuqiong's eyes. That old man beside him is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned slightly. That old man's cultivation is unfathomable. He should be a creation realm expert. I'll lure that old man away, then I'll hurry back and work with you to kill this person. Killing intent flashed in Li Yuqiong's eyes. Lin Feng didn't ask why Li Yuqiong had a grudge with Dugu Shen. He didn't care about that. Lin Feng only wanted to kill Dugu Shen. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Dugu Shen hadn't left because he felt that Li Yuqiong was still hiding in Rain City. He was waiting for Li Yuqiong to appear. 3 days later, Li Yuqiong appeared in the distance with an indifferent expression. She looked at Dugu Shen from afar and then left. A piece of trash who only knows how to run dares to call himself a genius. What a joke. Dugu Shen's expression was gloomy. He had been chasing her for a long time, but he still couldn't catch up. He knew how terrifying Li Yuqiong's concealment techniques were. Elder Shu, help me stop her. I'll hurry over and tear her to pieces. Dugu Shen looked at the old man beside him. The old man frowned slightly. He was in charge of protecting Dugu Shen, so he couldn't leave his side. Elder Shu, do you think there's someone in this mundane country who can threaten me? Dugu Shen asked. Elder Shu nodded and sped up, chasing after Li Yuqiong. Dugu Shen and the others followed closely behind. In the distance, a young man walked over. He blocked Dugu Shen's path. Look, there's another person blocking Dugu Shen. That's not Li Yuqiong. Could it be that he wants to fight Dugu Shen? Dugu Shen might be arrogant, but he's too strong. Even Li Yuqiong is being chased. Isn't that kid seeking death by blocking Dugu Shen? Many cultivators in Rain City were discussing this matter. Who are you? Dugu Shen sneered. The person who's going to kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Ha ha ha. Dugu Shen looked up to the sky and laughed. What a joke. Any random person dares to jump out. Today, I'll kill you until you tremble in fear and beg for mercy. Chapter 8:10. Dugu Shen's arrogance came from his bones. He was arrogant because he was strong enough. Dugu Shen had absolute confidence in his own strength. He stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. His expression was cold as he slammed his palm down across the void. Buzz. Energy fluctuations swept out. Suddenly, a huge energy handprint condensed in the void. The energy handprint fell from the sky and violently blasted towards Lin Feng. As expected of Dugu Shen. He can create such a terrifying attack with just a casual move. It's hard to imagine how strong he is. He has been cultivating in that mysterious and ancient force since he was young. It's said that he has experienced countless life-and-death situations. Naturally, his combat strength is strong. Apart from Jinichen, it's hard to find a young cultivator who can contend with him in the divine prefecture of the Eastern County. That kid won't be killed by Dugu Shen in one move, right? It's really possible. Many people were discussing. Obviously, they didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand Dugu Shen's attack. Dugu Shen's guards were also scattered around. They looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They knew how terrifying Dugu Shen was. In the eyes of these guards, the so-called geniuses of the divine prefecture of the Eastern County were as weak as ants in front of Dugu Shen. Naturally, Lin Feng was also classified as an ant by them. Facing Dugu Shen's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right fist and punched out. Bang! The energy handprint condensed by Dugu Shen was instantly shattered. This made many people look surprised. Originally, Many people thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. Now, he had broken Du Xian's first attack. But then, everyone felt relieved. Since Lin Feng dared to block Du Xian, it seemed that he was quite strong. Du Xian's attack just now was the simplest kind of attack. He used the power of the world to condense a giant energy handprint. It couldn't even be considered a magic attack. Therefore, it was reasonable that Lin Feng could withstand Du Xian's attack. But what if Du Xian used a powerful magic attack? At that time, would he still be able to resist? Many people didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand it. At that time, perhaps they would show signs of defeat. Du Xian stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. You were able to break my energy palm, so you're barely qualified to make me attack you. This person was really arrogant enough, and his words completely revealed his contempt and disdain towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "You're too arrogant. I can easily deal with someone like you with one hand." Du Xian continued to sneer as he walked over, looking down at Lin Feng with a haughty attitude. Blade storm. Du Xian waved his right hand, and in an instant, a violent wind swept through the world. Immediately after, endless sword qi condensed and formed. The sword qi actually formed a huge tornado. The densely packed sword qi was simply innumerable. It was like the end of the world. The blade storm swept towards Lin Feng. Hurry up and retreat. Many people cried out in fear, because they realized that their bodies were being swept towards the blade storm. The storm formed by billions of sword qi was too terrifying. Once he was sucked into it, he would definitely be torn to pieces. Du Xian stood in the center of the blade storm, controlling the blade storm to engulf Lin Feng. Too terrifying. This Du Xian is too terrifying. Is this his sacred art? He started to get serious. How could he resist this kind of sacred art? I'm afraid that brat is finished. In the distance, a cultivator shouted with a pale face as he watched the blade storm sweeping towards Lin Feng. The power of the blade storm caused their souls to tremble. Brat, die. Standing in the middle of the blade storm, Du Xian's expression was indifferent as he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. The huge blade storm swept through the world, devouring Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "You want to injure me with a trifling sword storm? Today, I'll let you know what the way of the sword is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used the 10,000 swords converging together. No matter how much sword qi the blade storm condensed, it was useless. My 10,000 swords converging together devoured all of them. Once the 10,000 swords converging together was used, all of the sword qi was devoured by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Du Xian's face was filled with disbelief. His blade storm was extremely powerful, even though someone had managed to break through it before. Even then, he had gone through a bitter battle. But what about Lin Feng? He had actually devoured all of the blade storm's sword qi. "Young master, be careful," one of the guards shouted loudly. At that moment, Du Xian came back to his senses and looked up. Lin Feng was standing on top of him and was about to stomp on him. A huge foot appeared in the air, covering an area of more than 10 acres. "Get down." Lin Feng sneered. He stomped down, and the huge foot that had condensed in the air also stomped down. "You dare humiliate me?" Du Xian roared, as if he was about to go mad. He was a genius of his generation. A high and mighty figure. If he were to be stomped under someone's foot, it would be a great humiliation. He would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. "Break." Du Xian roared and waved his right fist, punching towards the huge foot that was about to step down. But Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, and Du Xian had made a hasty move. So, the result was already decided. The foot stomped down on Du Xian's body, pushing him to the ground. With a rumble, the ground caved in. Du Xian was buried in the huge pit. How could this be? Everyone looked at the young cultivator standing in the air in disbelief. This was different from what everyone had expected. Everyone had thought that Lin Feng would be crushed by Du Xian. But now, Du Xian had been stomped into the ground. "I want your life." A roar resounded through the sky. Du Xian rushed out, his hair disheveled and his body covered in mud. He was in a sorry state. He was about to go crazy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Sovereign descent! Dugu Xian roared. He had unleashed an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Sovereign descent! Rumor had it that this was a supreme divine ability created by a god. After the sovereign descends the heavens was used, a terrifying pressure spread out. It was as if a god was about to descend to the world. Thump! Thump! Countless spectators couldn't bear the terrifying pressure, and they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Dugu Xian. It's a god's inheritance. It's too terrifying. Dugu Xian actually has a supreme divine ability created by a god. That kid is in danger. Many people shouted in shock. Dugu Xian's divine ability was too powerful, and it made them feel suffocated. Kid, it's time to end this. Dugu Xian rushed over, a ferocious smile on his face, and he threw a punch at Lin Feng. There are still gods and great emperors above gods. A mere god dares to say that he can descend to the heavens? What a joke! Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and used the great heaven-covering hand. The great heaven-covering hand slapped at Dugu Xian. Bang! Everyone saw Dugu Xian being sent flying by the palm, and his body moved a few thousand meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Heavens! What did I just see? At this moment, countless spectators were almost scared to death. Dugu Xian had used a heavenly god absolute art, but he was still sent flying by a single palm strike from that young cultivator. Chapter 8:11. The entire world was shocked and moved. A figure like Dugu Xian was actually crushed. This was simply unacceptable and unbelievable. But all of this was true. That young cultivator was too powerful. With a raise of his hand, he could overturn heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, the sun and moon rotated. They had heard of such figures before. They were all peerless geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. And that young cultivator was such a figure, right? Such a figure's combat strength could not be measured by age and cultivation base. Such figures could often cross large realms and kill powerful enemies at low realms. Not to mention, Lin Feng's cultivation base was not weak either. Roar! Dugu Xian let out a roar that sounded like a wild beast. He could not accept all of this. A genius of a generation. Ever since he returned to the divine land of the Eastern County, he had looked down on any young experts of the Eastern County. Li Yuqiong was known as one of the top 10 geniuses of the Eastern County, but wasn't she still hunted down by him? Therefore, the more arrogant Dugu Xian was, the more he did not take the young cultivators of the Eastern County seriously. As for Lin Feng's cultivation base, in Dugu Xian's opinion, was not even as good as Li Yuqiong's. Wouldn't crushing Lin Feng be as easy as crushing an ant? But the result was very different from what he had imagined. This is your strength. You're so weak that it's pitiful. Someone like you dares to say that you can make me tremble in fear. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and sneered. Young master, this child is ferocious. We'll stop him. Hurry up and leave. Find Elder Shu and let him kill him. The dozen or so guards shouted loudly. They quickly rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Feng. Dugu Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. When had he ever escaped? But now, he was completely crushed after 2 consecutive attacks. He was already trembling in fear after being killed by Lin Feng. He did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and flew into the distance. Dugu Xian escaped. Many people were stunned and even in disbelief. Not long ago, Dugu Xian looked at Lin Feng with contempt and disdain. How long had it been? He actually gave up his dignity and turned around to escape. What a great irony. Can you escape? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly chased after him. Brat, we're your opponents. More than 10 cultivators rushed over, their faces filled with killing intent. They were all experts. They were the guards sent by the ancient faction that Dugu Xian had joined. They were here to protect Dugu Xian. The strongest among them was at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm and had condensed a gold core. The weakest among them was at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. This made Lin Feng very confused. Du Guxian was actually able to make that ancient power pay so much attention to him? What was the reason? It seemed that Du Guxian was hiding some unknown secrets. Clearly, Du Guxian's secret was something that even that ancient power wanted to protect. Du Guxian's bodyguards have taken action. Every one of them is an expert. It seems that young cultivator won't be able to kill Du Guxian. Many people were discussing this matter. But at that moment, Lin Feng unleashed his sky-splitting behead. With him as the center, a huge saber light swept out in all directions. Puff puff puff, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. Du Guxian's bodyguards were killed one after another. These ordinary yin-yang realm cultivators couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Feng. One move. After killing more than 10 cultivators, Lin Feng sped up. He used his golden wings and raised his speed to the limit. Before Du Guxian could leave Rain City, he had already intercepted him. He's too strong. Countless people were shocked. Those were more than a dozen yin-yang realm experts, yet they were all killed in a single strike. And now, Du Guxian had been intercepted again. Who are you? Du Guxian's expression was extremely gloomy. He was arrogant and domineering, so he had offended many people. However, he didn't have any impression of Lin Feng. This was what made the onlookers curious. Who was Lin Feng? How could he be so strong? I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Du Guxian. What's the reason? Du Guxian asked gloomily. I don't need a reason to kill the members of the Dugu clan. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Du Guxian looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, are you an enemy of the Dugu clan? Evil is doomed to destruction. The Dugu clan will eventually be wiped out. You'll be the first direct descendant of the Dugu clan to be wiped out. Lin Feng rushed forwards and threw a punch at Du Guxian. An enemy of the Dugu clan? Many people glanced at each other. They hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. The Dugu clan was the most powerful clan in Godly Prefecture. They controlled Ao Tien ancient capital and a large amount of territory. The Dugu clan's strong cultivators didn't need to be mentioned. But the Dugu clan wasn't the most terrifying thing, it was the power behind them. It was said that the Dugu clan could communicate with gods. They could obtain the strength of gods. This was an ability that even ancient powers had to be wary of. You want to go against the Dugu clan? You're courting death. Du Guxian's expression was gloomy. He took out his golden godly sword and held it in his hand. Heaven-severing cross-sword technique. He continuously attacked with his sword, the two sword lights intertwined and turned into a cross-shaped sword chi which moved straight towards Lin Feng. Worldly cosmos sword technique, shouted Lin Feng. His right hand was like a sword. Sword chi swept out. 1,000-meter-long sword light condensed and swept forward. Boom. Du Guxian's attack was destroyed. The sword chi tore through Du Guxian's body and he was blown away. Lin Feng frowned. Du Guxian wasn't as strong as he had thought. He was different from the Du Guxian he had seen a few days ago. That's a clone, not your real body, said Lin Feng coldly. Du Guxian looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, you finally saw it. Indeed, that's a clone of mine. My real body left 3 days ago because of some matters. Are you proud that you were able to defeat my clone? That clone doesn't even have 1% of my real body's fighting prowess. Du Guxian's words moved many people. That was actually an external incarnation. Was that avatar weak? Of course not. In fact, it was extremely strong. Lin Feng was able to suppress Du Guxian's clone because Lin Feng was also very strong. But if that clone couldn't even use 1% of Du Guxian's fighting prowess, then how strong was Du Guxian's real body? There was no way to know. Then I'll kill your clone first, then I'll find your real body and kill it, said Yi Futian, smiling coldly. Lin Feng was extremely strong. He rushed forward and used his newly learned archaic technique, axe crushes the dome of heaven. A huge axe condensed in the air. Boy, you dared to kill my clone. When my real body appears, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes, shouted Du Guxian furiously. He had spent a lot of effort to create that clone. If it was killed, Du Xian's real body would be heartbroken. So what if I kill it? Your real body will wash its neck and wait for me to kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the axe chopped down. It was like the beginning of the world. Chapter 8:12. Outside Heaven Saint City, mountains surrounded it. An ancient primitive forest covered this vast piece of land. This forest was called the Misty Ancient Forest. This was because the forest was shrouded in thick fog. Especially in the depths of the forest, there would often be thick fog. Once swallowed by the fog, one would end up dead. Thus, the Misty Ancient Forest was filled with danger. Thus, even if there were cultivators active in the Misty Ancient Forest, they would mostly stay in the outer regions. Very few people dared to go deep into the forest. Lin Feng would pass through the Misty Ancient Forest on his way to Gentleman City from Rain Country. In a forest in the outer regions of the Misty Ancient Forest, a tall and beautiful woman dressed in white was controlling a black snake flying sword and attacking an armored lizard dragon fiercely. The armored lizard dragon was an extremely ferocious beast. It was 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with thick hind limbs and short forelimbs. It had a huge head and sharp teeth. The armored lizard dragon was a branch of the dragon race called Earth Dragon. The dragon race was divided into many types: true dragon, divine dragon, golden dragon, winged dragon, and so on. These dragons were the stronger dragons among the dragon race, and they had all kinds of powerful techniques. There was also a type of dragon that couldn't fly. They didn't know how to summon clouds or summon rain. They didn't even know how to use the dragon race's mystical abilities. This type of dragon was the Earth Dragon. There were many types of Earth Dragons. For example, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was the most powerful type of Earth Dragon. This woman in white attacked the armored lizard dragon fiercely because she found a piece of blue ore here. The blue ore could be purified into blue iron essence. When the blue iron essence was infused into a treasure, it could greatly increase the treasure's power. What the woman in white didn't expect was that there was an armored lizard dragon here. The armored lizard dragon was ferocious by nature. When it saw a human entering its territory, it attacked fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. The black snake flying sword slashed the armored lizard dragon's body, creating a series of clanging sounds. However, the armored lizard dragon's defense was too shocking. It couldn't break through the armored lizard dragon's defense at all. The armored lizard dragon charged. The woman in white's expression changed slightly. She quickly flew into the air. The armored lizard dragon opened its mouth and energy balls of light were thrown at the woman in white. The white-clothed woman dodged the armored back lizard dragon's attack with some difficulty. Although the iron-armored lizard dragon was the weakest of the dragons, the Earth Dragon clan, the iron-armored lizard dragon was a member of the Earth Dragon clan. But an Earth Dragon was still a dragon. Earth dragons were weak in comparison to other powerful dragons. But compared to other races, the Earth Dragon was still a gigantic existence. Damn it, this armored lizard dragon is invulnerable. The woman in white stomped her foot in anger. Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out from afar. Over 10 ironback salamanders charged over. Next, the ironback salamanders spat out balls of energy towards the woman. The woman in white couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by a ball of energy. Her body fell into the forest. More than a dozen armored lizards charged towards the white-clothed woman. The lady in white wanted to get up and run away, but the armored-back salamander's attack was too powerful. It scattered her mana and made her unable to gather her strength. Ah, no. I, Murong Shui, was born beautiful. I don't want to die here. Murong Shui screamed in fear. This white-clothed woman was actually Murong Shui, whom Lin Feng had met when he went out for training. The charming young girl from before had now become a peerless beauty full of charm. Bang! A figure landed on the ground and sent the armored salamanders flying with his fists. Murong Shui was so scared that she closed her eyes. She opened her eyes when she realized that she hadn't died after a long time. She saw the young man punching the armored-back salamanders away. This was truly a shocking and moving scene. Murong Shui was overjoyed. She thought to herself, looks like even the heavens can't bear to see me die. That's true. I'm so beautiful that the moon shames the flowers. Even the heavens have to take pity on me. Sigh, it's wrong to be too charming. Murong Shui was a little proud. She always had this inexplicable confidence. Especially in her face. Of course, Murong Shui was indeed very beautiful. After the armored-back salamanders were sent flying, they knew that they were no match for the human and fled into the depths of the forest. These ferocious beasts had a special sense of seeking luck and avoiding danger. Lin Feng smiled and said, Murong Shui, it's been a few years. How have you been? Murong Shui's eyes widened. Why did this voice sound so familiar? She looked at Lin Feng carefully. Although many years had passed and his appearance had changed a lot, she could still vaguely see that he was the young man who fought against the Soul Devourer Palace and went to the Yin-Yang Taoists' cave together. Lin Feng, why are you here? Murong Shui exclaimed. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. When she learned that Lin Feng was wanted by Aotian ancient capital, Murong Shui was worried for a long time. Later, she tried to find out more about Lin Feng, but she couldn't find anything. She even thought that Lin Feng had met with a mishap. She didn't expect Lin Feng to appear in front of her alive and well, and he had become so powerful. More than a dozen armored lizards had been beaten back by him with just a few punches and kicks. Lin Feng smiled and said, Of course I'm here to see you. Didn't you ask me to come to Sky Saint City to look for you? If I hadn't been wanted by Aotian ancient capital and had to leave the East Prefecture, I would have fulfilled my promise and come here. Now that I'm back, I'm here to see a friend I'll never forget. You're still thinking of me? Murong Shui asked, pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng blushed with shame. He was just passing by Sky Saint City, and he didn't expect to run into Murong Shui outside. He had just made up those words to coax Murong Shui. But Murong Shui was still very naive, and she didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Of course I miss you. Lin Feng said. Murong Shui said proudly, a great beauty like me will naturally be missed. It's normal for you to miss me. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Murong Shui's personality hadn't changed after so many years. She was naive, but she was also confident. Perhaps beautiful women were that confident. She was confident in everything she did. Wait for me. I'm going to collect the blue ore. Murong Shui flew towards a mountain. Lin Feng followed her. He saw a fist-sized ore embedded in a rock. It was blue ore. It can increase the power of magic weapons. Lin Feng was surprised. Murong Shui nodded and said, I'm going to use blue ore to increase the power of magic weapons. I've heard that blue ore is very difficult to melt. It's even more difficult to fuse it into a magic weapon. Lin Feng said. We have a mysterious blacksmith in Sky Saint City. She's very strong. She can do it. Murong Shui said. Oh, a mysterious blacksmith. Chapter 8:13. Where have you been all these years? Murong Shui asked. Lin Feng said, the Waste Region, the Blue Cloud Sect. An ancient sect. Murong Shui was shocked, but she said, but even an ancient sect couldn't have increased your strength so quickly, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm a genius. My cultivation has increased so quickly. What's there to be surprised about? Murong Shui snorted and put her hands on her hips. I'm calling you fat, and you're panting. You're really shameless. Lin Feng said, I'm just telling the truth. The two of them chatted as they flew in the direction of Heaven Divine City. Can that mysterious blacksmith forge a doctrine weapon? Lin Feng asked. She should be able to, but forging a doctrine weapon requires countless precious materials. Do you want to forge one? Murong Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, I have a semi-finished doctrine weapon, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. It's a defensive treasure, and I want to forge it into a doctrine weapon. I can take you to see that senior, but she has a strange temper. I don't know if she'll be willing to help you. Murong Shui said. If she doesn't help, you can put in a few good words for her. Lin Feng said. Murong Shui said, it's useless. That blacksmith only agreed to help me because she received a purple Chilean jade from my father. She owes him a favor, so she agreed to help me. If she didn't owe my father a favor, she wouldn't have helped at all. I don't know how many people have asked her to forge a doctrine weapon, but they've all been rejected. There were many blacksmiths on Tianwu continent. Blacksmiths didn't have as many strict requirements as formation casters or alchemists. Many people chose to become blacksmiths to make a living. Needless to say, it was not easy to become a great blacksmith. Among the blacksmiths, the top blacksmiths were naturally those who could forge doctrine tools. These blacksmiths were very rare, and their identities were also high and mighty. Lin Feng said, "Let's meet this blacksmith first. We'll talk about it after we meet him." Murong Shui nodded. She arrived at Heaven Saint City with Lin Feng, and then went straight to the northwest corner of Heaven Saint City. This was the slum of Heaven Saint City. Most of the people living here were ordinary people or the poor. "The formidable blacksmith you mentioned lives here?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. Murong Shui nodded and said, "That's right, the blacksmith lives here. Such a powerful blacksmith wouldn't lack money. It's strange that he's living in a place like this." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He and Murong Shui entered a dilapidated alley and stopped in front of a courtyard in the deepest part of the alley. Murong Shui said respectfully, "Senior, I've brought blue ore. Come in." A hoarse voice came from inside. Lin Feng and Murong Shui entered the courtyard together. The courtyard was dilapidated, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. An old woman walked out of the room. Her skin was dry and wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. It was hard to tell how old she was. When she saw Lin Feng, she was obviously unhappy. She said, "Why did you bring an outsider?" Murong Shui said, "He's not an outsider. He's forget it. I don't want to know who he is to you. Leave the things here and come back in 3 days." The old woman said. Murong Shui stuck out her tongue and took out the blue ore. She then took out the 72 silver needles. This was Murong Shui's most powerful set of treasures. These are ice needles made from the bones of a violent bear. It's indeed a powerful set of treasures. Put them down. The old woman glanced at Murong Shui's treasures and knew what they were made of. Murong Shui was indeed experienced and knowledgeable. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "Senior, I also want to ask you to help me forge a treasure." The old woman sneered and said, "Why should I help you? If it weren't for Murong Shui, you would have been thrown out a long time ago if you dared to trespass in my courtyard." Lin Feng muttered to himself. She was so old, yet she still had such a fiery temper. Of course, he didn't dare say this in front of the old woman. If he did, who knew what this eccentric old woman would do? "If you can help me, I'll do my best to find whatever you want," Lin Feng said. "I want the bones of the golden giants. Do you have them?" The old woman said indifferently. "Golden giants? A lost race." Lin Feng frowned. It was said that the golden giants were the followers of God. They were also known as God's servants. But now, God no longer existed in Tianwu continent. As for the golden giants who were divine servants, they had long since perished. "I'll do my best to find them," Lin Feng said. "If you can find them, I'll help you." The old woman gave Lin Feng a deep look. "Farewell." Lin Feng clasped his fists. He left with Murong Shui. "Maybe we can go to the auction house and ask if they have any bones of the golden giants. They can always collect all kinds of strange things," Murong Shui said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then let's go to the auction house. I have 2 things I want to put up for auction." "Oh, you have something you want to auction? What is it?" Murong Shui asked curiously. "A doctrine weapon," Lin Feng said. Murong Shui's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? You want to put a doctrine weapon up for auction?" Lin Feng said, "This doctrine weapon isn't mine. It was taken by someone else after a battle where both sides were injured. I can't use this doctrine weapon. If the powers behind those 2 sides found out, would they let me off? I'd rather sell it for spirit stones. Since it has an owner, you can't use it to avoid attracting trouble." Murong Shui nodded in agreement. They arrived at the auction house. "Hey, Shui, you've come to the auction house too? Are you here to buy something?" At that moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out. 5 or 6 young men walked over. The one who had spoken was a young man in purple. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was very handsome. But there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows that made people dislike him. Murong Shui said calmly, "I came with a friend." Chapter 8:14. The young man in purple was called Song Ziliu, and he was a direct descendant of the Song clan, one of the 5 great clans of Sky Saint City. Song Ziliu had always been pursuing Murong Shui, but she didn't like him. However, considering that the Murong clan and the Song clan were allies, Murong Shui couldn't treat him coldly. "May I know where Shui's friend came from?" Song Ziliu asked with a smile. Most of the young men from the great clans were scheming people. Song Ziliu was one of them. Even though he was jealous of Lin Feng, he didn't show it. Instead, he acted very friendly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I came from another region." Song Ziliu said with a fake smile, "The region is so big, but you came from another region. What business do you have in the Eastern Prefecture?" Lin Feng said calmly, "Of course, but I can't tell you." Song Ziliu didn't ask. He said, "If you want to buy something from the auction house, I can introduce you to an attendant." "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "I'm Song Ziliu. How should I address you?" "Lin Feng." Song Ziliu muttered the surname Lin, but he had never heard of any great clan with that surname. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't from a great clan, why would he compete with him for Murong Shui? Song Ziliu became more enthusiastic and said, "Brother Lin, please come with me." Then, the group walked towards the auction house. The auction house was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng smiled at Murong Shui and said, "He's obviously jealous of me, but he's still so enthusiastic. It seems that he wants to show off in front of you." Murong Shui glared at Lin Feng and said, "Since you know that, why do you still want to get acquainted with him?" "I want him to know how difficult it is." Lin Feng looked at Murong Shui with a faint smile. Murong Shui blushed slightly and snorted. She said, "Actually, Song Ziliu is quite good among the children of aristocratic families. Our Murong family and the Song family have always been allies, so Song Ziliu and I had a good relationship when we were young. But when we grew up, this guy dared to pursue me. When I think of the guy who followed me around when we were young, I can't help but want to beat him to death." "Shui, Brother Lin, what are you two talking about? Is there something else that you can't tell others?" When Song Ziliu saw that Lin Feng and Murong Shui were talking in a low voice, he was a bit jealous. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at Song Ziliu with pity in his eyes. Song Zizizizizizis, Murong Shui. Human emotions were the most complicated. Song Zizis. Shui's Murongs, Shui, Murong Shui's. "We're talking about Brother Song. I heard from Murong Shui that Brother Song was cute and smart when he was young. He'll be a handsome man when he grows up." Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "Really?" Song Ziliu's eyes lit up when he heard that. His impression of Lin Feng skyrocketed. Song Ziliu comforted himself. It seemed that Lin Feng and Shui were just friends. He must have been overthinking things. Brother Lin is really a good person. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have known that I had such a high position in Shui's heart. Murong Shui pinched Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. Murong Shui snorted, as if telling Lin Feng that this was his punishment for spouting nonsense. Lin Feng took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and slapped Murong Shui's butt. Murong Shui's face flushed red. She gnashed her teeth, wanting to retaliate. However, Lin Feng quickened his pace and walked alongside Song Ziliu. Murong Shui's plan of revenge had failed. She looked at Lin Feng and ground her teeth, but then she couldn't help but smile. A woman's mind was really hard to fathom. Under Song Ziliu's guidance, Lin Feng and the others saw the deacon in the lounge. "Manager Sun, this is my friend Lin Feng. He wants to buy something," Song Ziliu said. Manager Sun was called Sun Yuan. He was a polite person. He cupped his fists and said, "May I know what Lin Gongzi wants to buy?" "Do you have the bones of the golden giant?" Lin Feng asked. "Huh? The bones of the golden giant?" Deacon Sun was startled. He naturally knew about the golden giant. This was a huge business deal. Recently, an elder of the auction house had been transferred away, and a new elder had been appointed. The new elder would be the one who had the best performance among the deacons. Therefore, these managers hoped to make a big deal and increase their performance. If they could become an elder of the auction house in the future, their status would rise. She could be described as a phoenix that had flown to the top of a branch. Manager Sun wanted to make a big deal, but he was powerless. He said regretfully, "Young master, you came at a bad time. As far as I know, 20 years ago, there was a bone of the golden giant in the auction house, but it was bought by someone else. After that, there hasn't been another bone of the golden giant." Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. However, he had expected this to happen. Lin Feng was about to discuss the auction with Manager Sunday. At that moment, a dozen people rushed in from outside. The leader was also a manager. The manager was called Wang Shen. He looked very arrogant. He glanced at Manager Sun and said, "Manager Sun, I have something to discuss with young Master Ouyang. Hurry up and take your people out." Manager Sun's expression turned unsightly. Wang Shen was not giving him any face at all. He was the one who had come to discuss business with Lin Feng, but now he was being chased out. If news of this spread, he would lose all face. Manager Sun said, "Manager Wang, I'm still discussing business with a guest. If you want to discuss business, you can go to another VIP room. I like to discuss business in this VIP room." Manager Sun, "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Manager Wang sneered. Manager Sun's expression kept changing. When Manager Wang saw that Manager Sun didn't take Lin Feng and the others out, he sneered and said, "The assessment is coming soon. When I'm promoted to elder, I hope Manager Sun can still be as stubborn as today." Manager Sun couldn't help but sigh. Wang Shen had made a few big deals recently, so he had the best performance out of all the managers. If nothing unexpected happened, the vacant elder position would be filled by him. Manager Sun looked at Lin Feng apologetically and said, "Lin Gongzi, why don't we go somewhere else to discuss business?" Deacon Wang immediately revealed a complacent look. Lin Feng frowned. He was very unhappy. Everything was first come, first served. Manager Wang was driving Manager Sun away in such a domineering manner. Not only was he not giving Manager Sun face, but he was also not giving the guests any face. Song Ziliu sneered, "So what if we don't go out? Do you still care about the rules? This auction house seems to be under the surname Jiang, not Wang, right? A manager dares to be so domineering? How laughable." Manager Wang's face sank. Just as he was about to reprimand Song Ziliu, a young man in white clothes waved his hand, indicating for Manager Wang to remain silent. "I am Ouyang Qian from the Celestial Moon Mountain. I wish to discuss business with Manager Sun in this VIP room. Do you have any objections?" Celestial Moon Mountain? Song Ziliu and the others' expressions changed. The Celestial Moon Mountain was ranked second among the righteous path forces in the northern 72 prefectures. When Ouyang Qian saw the change in everyone's expressions, he revealed a proud expression. His status as a member of the Celestial Moon Mountain was enough for him to enjoy the envy of everyone in the northern 72 prefectures. As for Ouyang Qian, he enjoyed the shock and fear of others when they heard his status. "We're using this VIP room. If you want to discuss business, find another VIP room." An indifferent voice sounded. "Brat, what did you say?" Ouyang Qian thought he had misheard. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. Song Ziliu, Manager Sun, Murong Shui and the others' expressions changed drastically. The successor of the Celestial Moon Mountain wasn't someone they could afford to offend. They couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. If the Celestial Moon Mountain was angered, Lin Feng would suffer a great calamity. Chapter 8:15. Lin Feng, we can't afford to offend this person. Let's go. Murong Shui pulled Lin Feng aside and whispered to him. She was worried that Lin Feng would suffer in Ouyang Qian's hands. Not everyone could afford to offend the people of the Immortal Moon Mountain. There were 72 prefectures in the north, and the Immortal Moon Mountain was very powerful. Even a giant like the Palace of Immortals did not dare to underestimate them. Moreover, the East County was a force in the Divine Prefecture. Compared to the Immortal Moon Mountain, the difference was too great. "Brother Lin, Don't argue with the people of the immortal Moon Mountain. They are unreasonable. Song Ziliu whispered. Although he was also from a large family, the Song family was only an ancient force. Compared to an ancient force like the immortal Moon Mountain, the difference was too great. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. So what if it's the immortal Moon Mountain? I don't believe that the people of the immortal Moon Mountain can do whatever they want." Ouyang Qian's expression was gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Ouyang Qian was obviously suspicious of Lin Feng's identity. After all, he knew that Ouyang Qian was the successor of the immortal Moon Mountain, but he was still so indifferent. There must be something fishy going on. Lin Feng said, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know now is that I'm using this VIP room. If you want to use it, wait in line outside." "Brat, you." Ouyang Qian's expression was gloomy. He could not figure out Lin Feng's identity. Therefore, he did not dare to make a move. After all, he was afraid. Although the immortal Moon Mountain was powerful, it was not omnipotent. If he really made a move and found out that Lin Feng was the successor of an even more powerful force, he would be in big trouble. "Senior brother, before we left, didn't you borrow a golden VIP card from the auction house from Uncle Master? That's a VIP card that only Creation Realm cultivators are qualified to get. Let's ask Deacon Wang to invite an elder to preside over this matter. When senior brother shows the golden VIP card, no matter who it is, they will have to obediently give up the VIP room. No matter how sullen they are, they will have to endure it." A cultivator from the immortal Moon Mountain whispered in Ouyang Qian's ear. Ouyang Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background, he wouldn't easily give up the VIP room. Because as far as Ouyang Qian was concerned, giving up the VIP room was no different than losing face. As for Lin Feng's identity, he was not afraid even if he was from the Palace of Immortals. Although the celestial Moon Mountain was not as powerful as the Palace of Immortals, it was not far behind the Palace of Immortals now that its power had increased greatly. Moreover, he had obtained the right to use the VIP room with his own strength. What was there to worry about? He nodded and said to Attendant Wang, "Go and find the elder in charge here. I want to see who will be kicked out of the VIP room." Speaking up to here, Ouyang Qian involuntarily laughed coldly twice, his face full of a confident expression. In his opinion, Lin Feng definitely couldn't take out a gold VIP card. After all, this gold VIP card could only be obtained by cultivators in the Creation Realm. He had begged for a long time before he was able to borrow the gold VIP card. Moreover, the martial uncle that the disciple had mentioned was his uncle, which was why he was able to borrow the VIP card. It had not been easy for him to borrow a VIP card, and his uncle had repeatedly reminded him to take good care of it. From this, it could be seen how precious a gold VIP card was. "Yes, I'll go now." Attendant Wang nodded and walked out. Not long after, an elder followed Attendant Wang to the VIP room. This elder was called Master Lu, and when he arrived at the VIP room, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" When Attendant Li saw that the situation had escalated to this point, he knew that there was no way out for him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, it's like this. This subordinate was originally using this VIP room to discuss business with Lin Gongzi and the others. At that moment, Attendant Wang barged in with a group of people and wanted to kick us out. Attendant Wang's actions are a little too domineering. Even if you don't give me face, you should at least consider our auction house's reputation, right?" Elder Lu's expression darkened when he heard this. He looked at Attendant Wang and asked, "Is this true?" Attendant Wang immediately said, "Elder, I've been wronged. This subordinate's grievance is even worse than Jun Feishua's grievance. At that time, we all took a liking to this VIP room at the same time, but Attendant Li insisted that it was the VIP room they were using. Now, he's even deceiving you. He really has ulterior motives." Lin Feng sneered. Attendant Wang was spouting nonsense and hurtful words. It was obvious that he was not a good person. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He wanted to see how Elder Lu would deal with this matter. "Elder Lu, I am Ouyang Qian from Celestial Moon Mountain. My uncle is Li Shixuan, the great elder of Celestial Moon Mountain's Celestial Moon Mountain. This is a congratulatory gift from the auction house when my uncle broke through to the realm of creation. This golden VIP card can prove my identity. Ouyang Qian clasped his fists and said. Then, he took out a gold VIP card. Elder Lu held the golden VIP card and nodded slightly. So you're Li Shishuan's nephew. I recognize this golden VIP card. Back then, when I went to the Celestial Moon Mountain to celebrate his birthday, I personally went there. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Ouyang Qian's face immediately lit up. On Lin Feng's side, Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, Deacon Li, and the others' faces darkened. Obviously, they were likely to be kicked out of the VIP room. Lin Feng looked at Elder Lu with a faint smile and said, I wonder if Elder Lu has made a decision? Elder Lu frowned slightly. He was also weighing the pros and cons. Elder Lu was naturally not a stupid person. He could roughly guess what had happened. If he handled the matter fairly, he would kick out Deacon Wang, Ouyang Qian, and the others. If he didn't handle the matter fairly, he would kick out Deacon Li, Lin Feng, and the others. Now, Elder Lu had to make a choice. On one side was Ouyang Qian and the others. On the other side was Lin Feng and the others. This choice didn't seem to be difficult. Putting aside the fact that Deacon Wang would soon be promoted to elder, he would be on the same level as Elder Lu. Ouyang Qian's status wasn't something that Lin Feng and the others could compare to. Elder Lu weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Ouyang Qian looked at Deacon Li indifferently and said, Deacon Li, why aren't you taking your guests away? They really don't know the rules. Yes, yes, yes. We'll leave. Although Deacon Li's expression was unsightly, he didn't dare disobey Elder Lu's orders. He looked at Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Gongzi, let's go. We can't afford to offend these people. Murong Shui also said, Lin Feng, let's endure this for now. The Celestial Moon Mountain is very powerful. Even the auction house's elder is on their side. We can't win against them. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Feng proudly and sneered, Kid, why aren't you getting out of here? Since when does the auction house need to act according to other people's wishes? I really wonder how the Jiang clan manages the auction house. Deacon Li, go and find the manager of the auction house in Heaven Divine City. I want to see how the manager of the auction house handles this matter. Lin Feng said indifferently. Invite the president. Deacon Li's expression changed slightly. He couldn't even take a step forward. If the president of the Heaven Sacred City's auction house was really invited out, this matter would probably escalate to a point of no return. If the president became angry, he might even be expelled from the auction house. Deacon Li, do you want to live with grievances all the time? If this place doesn't want me, there will be other places for me. You're not weak. Are you afraid that you won't have a stable future? Lin Feng looked at Deacon Li indifferently. All right, I'll go. Deacon Li clenched his teeth. Lin Feng's words had aroused Deacon Li's courage. A man should live with dignity. Chapter 8:16. The third floor of the auction house was where the head of the auction house rested. The head of the auction house was called Jiang Li, and he was a disciple of the Jiang family's side branch. However, he had shown extraordinary talent in cultivation and had been heavily nurtured by the family. He had slowly climbed to the position of the head of the auction house in the East Province's Divine Prefecture's Sky Saint City. Jiang Li looked like he was in his 40s and looked very capable. At this moment, Jiang Li, who seemed high and mighty to outsiders, was carefully accompanying another person. Jiang Li's humble demeanor would definitely shock outsiders if they saw it. This was the head of the auction house, a high and mighty figure. Who could make someone like him bow to him? This tea is called green bamboo leaf. It's a special tea from the snowy mountains in the East Province's Divine Prefecture's extreme north. What do you think of the taste? Jiang Li carefully asked. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, It's refreshing and refreshing. After drinking it, there's a fragrant feeling. It's indeed a good tea. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. It was Jiang Chao. He was an elder of the East Sea Auction House and had received Lin Feng before. Jiang Chao's identity was not simple. His uncle, Jiang Tiando, was in charge of the East Sea auction house. At the same time, he was the head of all the auction houses in the northern 72 prefectures. He had a high position and was an important figure in the Jiang family. When they were in the East Sea, Jiang Tiando had deliberately befriended Lin Feng before, so Lin Feng had a good impression of him. Although Jiang Chao was good at things, he did not make people dislike him. Moreover, he did things flawlessly and had the demeanor of someone from a big family. Jiang Tiando had set up an inspection department, and the inspection department was responsible for inspecting the auction houses in the northern 72 prefectures. Then, they would assess the auction house's performance. The person in charge of the inspection department was Jiang Chao. Of course, Jiang Chao spent most of his time in the East Sea auction house. He only personally came out to check the accounts once every 5 years. Jiang Li smiled and said, "It's good that you like it. I heard that the ancestor also likes to drink tea. When you go back, please bring some green bamboo leaf for the ancestor to taste." The ancestor that Jiang Li was naturally Jiang Tiando. Jiang Tiando was very close to the heaven-rank spirit array master, Murong Baichuan. Jiang Tiando's identity was very high. "Thank you for your concern. I'll pass on your feelings to uncle when the time comes," Jiang Chao said. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chao. "The tea leaves are ready. Please accept it." Jiang Chao took the storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. He found that there were boxes of top-grade spirit stones piled up. There were probably no less than 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Chao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was said to be tea leaves, it was actually a gift for Jiang Chao in disguise. Jiang Chao accepted it without batting an eyelid and asked, "How's the business of Sky Divine City's auction house?" "Business is quite good. Here's the account book." Jiang Chao quickly took out the account book. "Put away the account books. I don't want to look at them. There are special people in charge of checking them. Although we are brothers of the same clan, if there is a problem with the account books, or if the business fails to meet the requirements of the assessment, I will report it truthfully," Jiang Chao said. "Of course, I know. I won't make things difficult for you," Jiang Li said hurriedly. Jiang Chao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Of course, if you do well, I will report it to the higher-ups. If there are vacancies in the future, I won't forget about you." Jiang Li hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, brother. I will definitely accomplish great things and not disappoint you." Jiang Chao waved his hand and said, "Since we are brothers of the same clan, there's no need to be so distant." "Right, there's something I need to tell you in advance." Jiang Li hurriedly sat up straight and listened attentively. "The eldest miss has decided to come out and train. She's probably going to take over my uncle's position and become the head of the auction house in the 72 prefectures. The eldest miss likes to study alchemy, so you should pay more attention to ancient recipes. If there are any, collect them. When the eldest miss takes over, you can give her a congratulatory gift. The eldest miss will remember your name," Jiang Chao said. Jiang Li was overjoyed and said, "I will definitely prepare for it." "All right." Jiang Chao nodded. At that moment, Deacon Li's voice came from outside. "Sir, this subordinate wishes to see you." "Bastard, don't you know that I'm accompanying an official on patrol?" Jiang Li opened the door and reprimanded him coldly. Deacon Li was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He had wanted to say something, but Jiang Li had scared him so much that he swallowed his words. "Jiang Li, let him in and see what he wants," Jiang Chao said. Jiang Chao said with great interest. He wanted to see how Jiang Li handled the matters of the auction house. He wanted to see if Jiang Li was worth grooming. "Yes, sir," Jiang Li replied. He obviously knew how to address Jiang Chao in front of outsiders. He could only address him as brother when there were only 2 people around. This was called cordiality. If he still addressed him as brother in front of outsiders, then he didn't know the gravity of the situation. "Come in and speak," Jiang Chao said to Deacon Li. Deacon Li trembled as he walked in. He had heard that an important person had come to the auction house. If even the high and mighty president, Jiang Li, was so respectful to this important person. How important was he? It was his first time meeting such an important person, so Deacon Lee was naturally very nervous. "Greetings, sir." Deacon Lee hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed. "No need for formalities. Tell me, what's going on?" Jiang Chao asked. Deacon Lee didn't know how the higher-ups would deal with this matter, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He gathered his thoughts and said, "There's a rather troublesome matter waiting for you to deal with." "Oh, you need me to deal with it personally?" Jiang Li frowned slightly. He didn't want to see such a troublesome matter appear at this time. Because Jiang Chao was here, if he didn't deal with this troublesome matter properly, Jiang Chao would dislike him. "Let's go and have a look." Jiang Chao stood up. When he saw Jiang Chao stand up, Jiang Li nodded and said, "Deacon Li, please lead the way." "Yes, sir, please follow me," Deacon Li replied. Manager Li answered and then led the way to the VIP room on the second floor. Inside the VIP room, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu and the others looked worried. In their opinion, even if the president of the auction house came, he would probably side with the people from Celestial Moon Mountain. Celestial Moon Mountain was too powerful. Chapter 8:17. "Look, it's the president of the auction house, Jiang Li." When they saw Jiang Li, the first floor of the auction house, the atmosphere became lively. The first floor of the auction house had many counters selling all kinds of precious treasures, so people were coming and going. It was very lively. As the president of the auction house, Jiang Li's every move attracted a lot of attention. But very quickly, many people noticed something shocking. Jiang Li was carefully standing next to another cultivator. Who was that cultivator? He looks like the inspector, Jiang Chao. No wonder. If he's an inspector, he has a lot of power. He can control the fate of the president of the auction house. I know Jiang Chao. He's a direct descendant of the Jiang clan. Jiang Li is just a side branch. Jiang Chao is now the inspector of the 72 provinces in the north. He has a very high position. Many people were talking about it. In their eyes, Jiang Li was a very important person. What about Jiang Chao? These people were all guessing what Jiang Chao and Jiang Li were doing here. "The inspector and the president have arrived," shouted Manager Li when they arrived at the door of the VIP lounge. Hearing the words patrol envoy, everyone in the VIP room was shocked. Naturally, everyone knew what the words patrol envoy meant. He was a very important person in the auction house. "Greetings, Inspector." "Greetings, President." Elder Lu and Manager Wang quickly bowed. Uncle Jiang, Ouyang Qian's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chao. Ouyang Qian's uncle knew Jiang Chao. 3 years ago, he had followed his uncle to the overseas world. Jiang Chao had welcomed them. "You're Li Shishuan's nephew?" Jiang Chao looked at Ouyang Qian in surprise. He vaguely remembered him. When Ouyang Qian saw that Jiang Chao had remembered him, he was ecstatic. He quickly nodded and said, "That's right, this junior's uncle is Li Shishuan. 3 years ago, I went to the overseas world with my uncle to visit Uncle Jiang." Manager Li, Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others were in stark contrast to Ouyang Qian. Their faces turned pale in an instant. Jiang Chao was an inspector. He was a very important person. They wouldn't even be able to see such a person on a normal day. He was a friend of Ouyang Qian's uncle. In that case, the outcome of today's VIP room fight seemed to have been decided. They should be chased out, right? Outside the VIP room, many people were pointing and gossiping. If they were really driven out, they would lose all face. The most important thing for a cultivator was face. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that a single breath of life and Buddha strives for an incense stick? Seeing that Ouyang Qian had such a relationship with the inspector, Jiang Li knew how to deal with this matter. Jiang Li glanced at Elder Lu indifferently and said, "Elder Lu, what's going on? Tell me." Elder Lu hurriedly said, "It's Deacon Li who doesn't know the rules." He openly snatched the VIP room that Deacon Wang was already using. The people around Deacon Li are also arrogant and despotic. When they saw that Deacon Wang didn't let them use the VIP room, They wanted to forcefully drive away Deacon Wang's guests. How outrageous. This elder Lu was also a shrewd old man. Right now, he was trying to distort the truth. In his opinion, this matter was already settled. Would Lin Feng and his gang fight with Ouyang Qian and his gang? He was simply overestimating himself. Jiang Li asked, "Deacon Li, do you know your crime?" Deacon Li's face turned pale. With a thump, his body went limp and fell to the ground. He was speechless and had no way to refute. That was because anyone could tell that Jiang Li had already sided with Ouyang Qian and the others in this matter. He was completely done for. Deacon Li sighed. He was already thinking of a way out. If he was driven out of the auction house, where should he go to find a new job? If he wanted to find another job like being an auction house's deacon, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The world of cultivators was so cruel. Cultivators needed to find a backer. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for a rogue cultivator to survive. Deacon Li was naturally aware of this and couldn't help but worry about his future. Ouyang Qian, Deacon Wang, and the rest were all sneering. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Feng with a provocative gaze. "Kid, you want to fight with me? Who do you think you are?" Ouyang Qian and the rest were waiting for Lin Feng and his gang to be driven out. At this time, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Jiang Chao, is this the way your auction house does things?" Jiang Chao? That kid actually dared to call the patrol inspector by his name. The cultivators outside were dumbfounded. Jiang Li and the rest were also dumbfounded. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the rest were so scared that their faces turned pale. Did Lin Feng want to die? He actually dared to be so disrespectful to the patrol inspector. On the other hand, Ouyang Qian was inwardly ecstatic. This brat is courting death. He actually dared to call the inspector by his name. He's so disrespectful to the Jiang family's inspector. This matter won't end like this. The inspector's dignity definitely won't be challenged. In Ouyang Qian's opinion, Lin Feng was dead meat this time. When Jiang Chao heard this, he was also furious. A person from a small family in a small place actually dared to call him by his name, not giving him face. Jiang Chao looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Hey, that's not right. Why does this person look a little familiar?" Jiang Chao was puzzled. Suddenly, Jiang Chao remembered the young master from more than a year ago. Although they had only met once, Jiang Chao's impression of him was too deep. That young master had already become the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild more than a year ago. He was only in his early 20s, and he was already the great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. His future was limitless. He might even become one of the leaders of the Spirit Array Caster Guild. At that time, the Jiang family would have to take the initiative to express goodwill to such a person. The Spirit Array Caster Guild's huge power was unimaginable to others. Only a core member of the Jiang family like Jiang Chao knew how terrifying the Spirit Array Caster Guild was. That young master was someone that even his uncle, Jiang Tiando, deliberately tried to befriend. Therefore, although they had only met once, and more than a year had passed, when he saw Lin Feng again, Jiang Chao still remembered. Jiang Chao was shocked. He had never thought that such a big shot like Lin Feng would come to a barren place like the Eastern Divine Prefecture. Could it be that he was out traveling? Everyone looked at Lin Feng with different thoughts, especially when they saw the anger on Jiang Chao's face. Many people knew that Lin Feng was finished. But no one thought. The next moment, Jiang Chao trotted all the way to Lin Feng's side, like a junior bowing to an elder. After Jiang Chao bowed, he said carefully, "Master Lin, why are you here in the Eastern Divine Prefecture? Before I left the Eastern Sea, I heard that my uncle was talking about you. What was going on?" Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chao, a core member of the ancient Jiang family, the inspector of the 72 northern states. Why would such a high and mighty figure bow to that young man? And he was so careful. Could it be that that young man had an even more terrifying background? Even Jiang Chao had to be careful. Chapter 8:18. How could this be? When Ouyang Qian, Elder Lu, Attendant Wang, and the others saw this, their expressions turned ugly. Especially Elder Lu and Deacon Wang, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. They knew that this was going to be troublesome, because they had poked a huge hole in the ground. Jiang Li's expression changed again and again. He had wanted to leave a good impression on Jiang Chao, but he had been too careless in handling this matter. This time, his image in Jiang Chao's eyes was completely ruined, right? More importantly, who was that young man? If Jiang Chao attacked him in a fit of anger, he would be done for. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, Attendant Li, and the others were first shocked, then overjoyed. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so capable. He had actually been able to make someone as important as Jiang Chao bow down to him. Song Ziliu and Attendant Li looked at Murong Shui. They wanted to know who Lin Feng was from her. Murong Shui was also puzzled. Wasn't Lin Feng from a small family? How could he be so powerful? Could it be that there was something she didn't know about him? She had to interrogate this guy later. Is your uncle doing well? Lin Feng asked calmly. Jiang Chao hurriedly said, Uncle is doing very well, but he will be leaving his position soon. He will return to the family, and a new person will be appointed. Oh. Your uncle is leaving his position as the person in charge of the 72 northern regions? But it's good that he's leaving his position. He can go back to the Jiang family and cultivate. It's much more practical than this so-called empty title. But who will be the new person in charge? Lin Feng asked. It's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Chao said. Jiang Yudi? Lin Feng asked curiously. Jiang Chao was stunned. Master Lin, you know our eldest daughter? Lin Feng nodded. I've known her for about 6 or 7 years. It's just that I haven't seen her in a while. Jiang Chao thought to himself, this Master Lin really isn't simple. Even our eldest daughter is his friend. If Master Lin hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known. The reason why Jiang Chao was so respectful to Lin Feng was not without reason. If Lin Feng was just an ordinary great elder of the Spirit Array Caster Guild, Jiang Chao wouldn't have respected him so much. 5 months ago, Jiang Chao was about to leave the Eastern Sea Auction House to patrol the 72 prefectures in the north. He accidentally overheard the conversation between his uncle, Jiang Tiando, and Murong Baichuan. Lin Feng, little friend, do you remember? Murong Baichuan smiled and looked at Jiang Tiando. Jiang Tiando stroked his beard and said, of course I won't forget. What's wrong with our little friend Lin Feng? Could it be that he has agreed to take up a position in the Spirit Array Caster Guild? I didn't. Murong Baichuan shook his head and said, little friend Lin Feng's Great Elder Medallion resonates with the Spirit Array Caster Guild's Heavenly Medallion. Yesterday, the Heavenly Medallion sent out a signal that little friend Lin Feng has become a heaven-ranked Spirit Array Caster. What? A Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master? How is that possible? Jiang Tiando shouted in disbelief. It was rare for a big shot like him to lose his composure. But today, he was deeply shocked by Murong Baichuan's news. Murong Baichuan bitterly smiled and said, but this is indeed true. This person's attainments in spiritual arrays are unimaginable. Perhaps in a few years, he will be entrusted with important tasks by the 4 great ancestors. When that time comes, I'm afraid that when I see that brat, I will have to respectfully call him Lord. Jiang Chao was also shocked when he heard this, but he didn't think too much about it. From his point of view, with his status, he was destined to not have much interaction with Lin Feng. He didn't expect to meet him here. Jiang Chao said, when the young mistress takes up her position, she hopes that Master Lin can come to the Eastern Sea once. First, my uncle is about to leave and has been talking about Master Lin. An old friend has passed away, and my uncle still has his cultivation, so he can see Master Lin before he leaves. Second, when the young mistress takes up her position, she will be very happy to see Master Lin come and congratulate her. Okay, I'll think about it. Lin Feng nodded. Master Lin, let's go up and talk. Don't let the people here insult your eyes. Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng nodded. Under Jiang Chao's lead, they went upstairs. Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others followed closely behind. Song Ziliu and his companions were ecstatic. What kind of luck did he have? He actually made friends with such a big shot. In the VIP room, Jiang Li's expression was gloomy. He was in a terrible mood. Now, Jiang Li really wanted to slap Attendant Wang and Elder Lu to death. If Attendant Wang hadn't been so meddlesome, would this have happened? If Elder Lu had dealt with it impartially, would this have happened? Ouyang Qian, right? Why aren't you getting out? Our auction house doesn't welcome you. Jiang Li said fiercely. Ouyang Qian's expression was extremely ugly. But, he didn't dare to refute. This was the Jiang family's auction house. Who would dare to offend the president of the Jiang family's auction house? Wouldn't that be going against the Jiang family? Let's go. Ouyang Qian said with a gloomy face. He felt that the people outside were looking at him mockingly, pointing at him and full of sarcasm. This made Ouyang Qian so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. That kid wasn't particularly strong. Why was Jiang Chao so respectful to him? And he even called him Master Lin. Ouyang Qian didn't know this. This made Ouyang Qian hate Lin Feng to the core. I don't care if you're Master Lin or not. In the end, this cultivator's senior still depends on your cultivation level. If you fall into my hands, I'll teach you a lesson. Sir, I was wrong. I was blind. Please forgive me this time, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Attendant Wang knelt on the ground and begged loudly. Elder Lu also knelt on the ground and begged, Sir, I've been deceived by Wang Shen. Please forgive me this once, sir, on account of my years of loyalty. Jiang Li was furious because he was implicated. Now, he only thought of how to restore his image in Jiang Chao's heart and how to appease that young master. When he saw the two of them, he was furious. Wang Shen, you openly violated the rules of the auction house and dared to expel a guest. This is a heinous crime. From today onwards, you will be expelled from the auction house and will never be employed again. Jiang Li looked at Wang Shen coldly. Wang Shen sat on the ground, paralyzed, his face ashen. Jiang Li looked at Elder Lu and said, Strict Master Lu, you covered up for Wang Shen and can't differentiate between right and wrong. This is also an unforgivable crime. However, on account of your years of service to the auction house, I demote you to an attendant. Do you accept this? I accept. Elder Lu said with an ugly expression. Then, Jiang Li looked at Attendant Li and said, Li Yuan, you were able to protect the interests and dignity of the customers and adhere to the rules of the auction house. You are hereby promoted to an elder. Heh! Attendant Li was stunned. Then, he became ecstatic. He had become an elder of the auction house. This was something that only happened in his dreams. Attendant Li knew that the reason he could become the president of the auction house was because he had received Lin Gongzi. My ancestors really did a good deed for me to meet that young master. Otherwise, how could I become an elder of the auction house? Chapter 8:19. Lin Feng and Jiang Chao chatted in the VIP room on the third floor, while Murong Shui and the others were arranged to stay in another VIP room. The VIP rooms on the third floor were usually used to receive important figures of the creation realm. This was the first time Murong Shui, Song Ziliu, and the others had come to the VIP rooms on the third floor, so they looked around curiously. I want to auction 2 Dao artifacts. Lin Feng spoke frankly. Dao artifacts? Jiang Chao was shocked. He asked, what Dao artifacts are they? Lin Feng waved his right hand, and 2 Dao artifacts flew out. One was the White Tiger Sky-Shattering Blade. The other was the Heavenly Dragon Seal. Jiang Chao was shocked when he saw these 2 treasures. He said, Pirate King Long Yang's White Tiger Sky-Shattering Blade and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty's Heavenly Dragon Seal. After these 2 treasures were lost, Long Yang and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty have been looking for them. I didn't expect them to fall into Master Lin's hands. Dao artifacts were no small matter. Forging one was not easy. First, the materials were hard to find. Second, it was very difficult to find a blacksmith who could forge them. Therefore, even the most powerful factions would spend a lot of money to find lost Dao artifacts. Pirate King Long Yang and the Great Golden Immortal Dynasty had been looking for the White Tiger Sky-Shattering Blade and the Heavenly Dragon Seal. However, Lin Feng had not used these 2 treasures since he had obtained them, so they had not been able to find out anything. I obtained these 2 treasures by chance. Can your auction house take them? Lin Feng asked. Of course, but I think there's something wrong with these 2 Dao artifacts. Jiang Chao's eyes were sharp. He spoke directly about the key points. Lin Feng nodded. The artifact spirit has disappeared. Its power is not as strong as before. If that's the case, then the value of these Dao artifacts won't even be 30% of what they were at their peak. Jiang Chao said. Lin Feng nodded. It's fine. As long as we can sell them, it's fine. They're just a hot potato in our hands. Jiang Chao replied, that's not a problem. After all, there'll be an auction in about 10 days. If we spread the news about the 2 Dao treasures, I'm sure it'll attract even more people. I'm sure countless people will be interested in Dao treasures. Jiang Chao's words were not wrong. Even among Creation Realm cultivators, those who possessed Dao artifacts were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Although the White Tiger Heaven-Shattering Blade and the Heavenly Dragon Seal had lost their artifact spirits, their power had decreased sharply. However, its power was not something that treasured weapons could compare to. Moreover, if he had the opportunity, he might be able to nurture a new artifact spirit. At that time, his power would also be restored. Therefore, once they were put up for auction, these 2 Dao artifacts were extremely attractive. As for the things he bought in the auction house, he didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Pirate King Dragon Eye and the Great Golden Immortal Kingdom. The Jiang family of the Sky Martial continent had set a rule that no one would ask about the origin of the items that were sold in the auction house. Everyone had to abide by it. If you dare to go against the rules set by the immemorial Jiang family and retaliate against the cultivator who won the auction item, you will be punished. Then, he would just have to wait for the Jiang family's revenge. How many people in the Tianwu continent would dare to recklessly offend the Jiang clan, who had been conferred deity at the immemorial Vermilion Bird Terrace? This is the contract. Please sign it, Master Lin. After drafting the contract, Jiang Chao handed it over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng signed his name on the contract. At that moment, Jiang Li's voice came from outside. Subordinate Jiang Li requests an audience. Jiang Chao said, Master, how do you plan to deal with Jiang Li? I can see that Jiang Li is very loyal to you. Let him go. Lin Feng smiled. Jiang Li was insignificant. However, Lin Feng gave Jiang Chao face. This made Jiang Chao feel proud. Jiang Chao was a core member of the Jiang family. If they met in the future, there would be many places where he could use this person. Lin Feng naturally had to win him over. Jiang Chao's smile became even brighter. He said, Master Lin, this is your first time in Sky Divine City. Have you found a place to stay? Why don't you stay at our auction house? I won't disturb you at the auction house. All right, it's time for me to go. Lin Feng stood up. He walked out of the room accompanied by Jiang Chao. After leaving the auction house, Song Ziliu and the others were all submissive in front of Lin Feng. Although they didn't know Lin Feng's identity, they knew that Lin Feng was definitely an important person. They weren't as casual as before. Ziliu, are you a spirit formation master? Lin Feng asked Song Ziliu. Song Ziliu quickly nodded and said, Yes, I am a spirit formation master. However, my talent is limited. I'm only a middle-level spirit formation master, and I haven't improved in 3 years. I'm afraid that I've reached a bottleneck. The path of a spirit formation master is not easy. You need to persevere. If you want to have some achievements in spirit formation master, you need to find a teacher to guide you. Lin Feng said. Song Ziliu smiled bitterly and said, Powerful spirit formation masters rarely accept disciples. Moreover, it's very difficult to find a powerful spirit formation master in the eastern region. If you go to other regions and don't have any connections, it's even more impossible to find a powerful spirit formation master to teach you about spirit formations. Zhang Junhua, the president of the Spirit Formation Master Union in Shi City, is quite skilled in spirit formations. You can take him as your teacher. Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, are you talking about the president of the Spirit Formation Master Union in the eastern region, Zhang Junhua? Song Ziliu asked. Lin Feng nodded. Song Ziliu smiled bitterly and said, "Countless people want to take him as their teacher, but they've all been rejected. Such an important person won't easily accept disciples. After a few days, go find him and tell him that I asked him to take you as his disciple," Lin Feng said. "Huh?" Song Ziliu was completely stunned. "Let's go." Lin Feng looked at Murong Shui and left with her. After he and Murong Shui left, the young masters around Song Ziliu all looked at Song Ziliu enviously and said, "Brother Song, you've hit the jackpot this time. You're actually going to take President Zhon as your master. I heard that President Zhon has a very deep background in the Spirit Array Master Guild. If you take President Zhon as your master, you'll definitely be able to enter the core circle of the Spirit Array Master Guild in the future. When that time comes, your Song family will have a meteoric rise." Song Ziliu took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said, "I have to tell my father this good news as soon as possible." After saying that, he ran towards the Song family's mansion. On the way, Murong Shui asked, "Why did you recommend Song Ziliu to take President Zhon as his teacher?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "As you said, he's a good person, but I don't like him hanging around you. Since he's a spirit formation master, I'll give him a chance. I believe that with his intelligence, he should know why I'm doing this. If he still doesn't know what's good for him and hangs around you, then he's too ignorant of the ways of the world." Murong Shui blushed and snorted, "I'm not your woman. Why do you care who hangs around me?" After saying this, Murong Shui seemed to feel that the hint was too obvious. She blushed and didn't even dare to look into Lin Feng's eyes. She quickly changed the topic and said, "What have you been through all these years? Why is a big shot like Jiang Chao so respectful to you?" "Because I'm a heaven-level spirit formation master," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Ah, a heaven-level spirit formation master?" Murong Shui exclaimed and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. She was completely stunned. If she remembered correctly, Lin Feng was 22 years old this year. A 22-year-old heaven-level spirit formation master? There had never been such a heaven-defying existence in the history of Tianwu continent. Chapter 820. Mingyu Court was the most luxurious inn in Sky Saint City. It had a huge courtyard and an elegant environment. There were many small buildings in the courtyard. Of course, such a luxurious inn was expensive. Only the rich could afford to stay here. Lin Feng rented a small building in Mingyu Court. He would be staying in Sky Saint City for a while, so he would be staying in Mingyu Court for a while. There will be a small gathering tomorrow. Do you want to join in the fun? Murong Shui asked. Lin Feng nodded. I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll go with you. Murong Shui was very happy. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. Have a good rest today. I'll go back first. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and saw Murong Shui out. He then returned to his residence. Not long after, 3 people arrived. They were Song Ziliu's father, Song Richeng, the head of the Song clan, one of the 5 great clans of Sky Saint City, and great elder Song Changjiang. Song Ziliu had told Song Richeng that Lin Feng had asked him to go to Shi City to find Zhon Junhua. Song Richeng was very shocked when he heard this. He asked about Lin Feng's identity, and Song Ziliu told his father what he had seen at the auction house. Song Richeng knew that Lin Feng was an extraordinary person, so he had people investigate Lin Feng's residence. With the Song clan's status in Sky Saint City, it was very easy to find out where Lin Feng lived. After finding out where Lin Feng lived, Song Ziliu led Song Richeng and great elder Song Changjiang to visit Lin Feng. They knew that this was an opportunity. If they could establish a relationship with an important person like Lin Feng, then their Song clan would definitely soar. Lin Feng received Song Richeng, Song Changjiang, and Song Ziliu. After chatting for a while, Song Richeng and the others said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he left behind a storage ring for Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked it and found that there were 10,000 best quality spirit stones inside. This made Lin Feng quite surprised. The Song family was only an ancient family. Taking out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones at once was not a small amount. It seemed that the other party was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The next day, Murong Shui came to Lin Feng's place. She chatted with Lin Feng for the whole afternoon. In the evening, Lin Feng and Murong Shui went to Heaven Saint restaurant together. This was the largest restaurant in the Heaven Sacred City, and also the most luxurious one. When he passed by the plaza, Lin Feng saw a huge statue. It was extremely majestic, pointing at the sky and stepping on the earth, like a god. Sky Saint Great Emperor? Lin Feng was astonished. That's right, that's Sky Saint Great Emperor. The ancestor who founded Heaven Saint City received guidance from Sky Saint Great Emperor. Later, Sky Saint Great Emperor used his universe sleeve and took 200,000 people of the ancient Heavenly Saint sect with him to ascend to the immortal world. Because of that, he angered the elders of the immortal world. The elders of the immortal world surrounded him and killed him. In order to commemorate Sky Saint Great Emperor, the ancestor named this city Heaven Saint City. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard this story before. In front of Heaven Saint restaurant, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was very lively. Because the auction house was holding an auction during this period of time, it attracted many people. Naturally, there was no lack of geniuses. It was said that the reason why so many people were attracted to this exchange was because they had invited a few extraordinary figures. The number one genius of godly prefecture, Jinichen. The descendant of the immortal temple, Ouyang Shiyu. The descendant of the celestial moon mountain, Jiyu Yun The descendant of the fairy pavilion, Meng Xian Fairy. The young master of the ancient god sect, Shendao sect. Many people had heard of each and every one of these resounding names. This gathering would naturally be bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng and Murong Shui entered Heaven Saint restaurant. The heirs of ancient forces were only allowed on the first floor. The second floor was reserved for the heirs of ancient forces. The third floor was reserved for the top geniuses. Only the heirs of ancient forces were qualified to enter. Even gatherings were strictly segregated. There was a commotion outside. The young master of the ancient god sect, Shendao Zong, had arrived. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. The ancient god sect wasn't a force from the 72 provinces in the north. It was an ancient force from the Great Barren province. It had a long history and was extremely powerful. Shendao Zong was a dragon among men. His arrival attracted many people's attention. Many people went up to greet him. Jinichen arrived shortly after. He was wearing a golden robe. Although he was only from an ancient force, he was the last disciple of an ancient leader. Therefore, he was extremely strong. Ouyang Shiyu's robe was as white as snow. She walked over gracefully. She was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng and Ouyang Shiyu had worked together in the Thunder Blade secret area to explore the Eternal Divine Palace. Goddess Meng Xian was as elegant as ever. She was like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. She was also an old friend of Lin Feng's, but they weren't very close. Jiyu Yun also walked over. She was the heir of the celestial moon mountain. She was extremely beautiful. Now, she wore a veil so that no one could see her face. Of course, Lin Feng and Jiyu Yun had some misunderstandings. There were too many geniuses and geniuses. These geniuses of the top forces all walked up to the third floor. Hey, brother Lin. Ouyang Shiyu from the Longevity Hall saw Lin Feng and was pleasantly surprised. She walked over to Lin Feng. Goddess Meng Xian also saw Lin Feng and smiled. Many people were mesmerized. She also walked over. I didn't think I'd see you here, brother Lin. It's been a few years since we last met. Brother Lin. Jinichen was surprised. He also recognized Lin Feng. He knew Lin Feng, but they didn't know each other very well. Now that they saw each other, he cupped his fist in greeting. It's that bastard. Jiyu Yun saw Lin Feng and ground her teeth. She still remembered when she had woken up and Lin Feng had put his hands on her breasts. At that time, her clothes had been disheveled. Back then, Lin Feng had been helping Jiyu Yun neutralize the aphrodisiac, but Jiyu Yun had thought he was trying to take advantage of her. Who's that young man? Many people were astonished and started talking. Who was he? Why were all these geniuses and goddesses greeting him so warmly? Lin Feng cupped his fist in greeting. "Let's talk upstairs," said Ouyang Shiyu. Ouyang Shiyu smiled. Lin Feng nodded and went up to the third floor with the others. The gathering was quite lively. Murong Shui sat next to Lin Feng, which surprised Jinichen. He said, "Little Shui and Brother Lin, are you?" Murong Shui said, "Brother Jin, don't misunderstand. We're just ordinary friends." But the others weren't blind, and they could see that Murong Shui was trying to hide something. Jinichen smiled and didn't say anything. "Dugu Xian is here." At that moment, there was a commotion outside, and Dugu Xian walked in. Dugu Xian joined the Shongshan clan to cultivate. "I heard that he just returned to the eastern province not long ago. It seems that he suffered a great loss a while ago. Someone killed his clone in Rain City," Jinichen said. The Shongshan clan was an ancient power of the Shongshan clan. It was mysterious and ancient, and it was rumored that the Dugu clan had a very deep relationship with it. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had heard that Dugu Xian's clone had been killed. They were all secretly guessing who had killed Dugu Xian's clone. At that moment, Dugu Xian walked into the private room. Many people took the initiative to stand and greet Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian's status in the Shongshan clan was not simple. He had been accepted as a disciple by an ancient powerhouse. His talent was heaven-defying. His battle prowess was even more terrifying. Although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. Dugu Xian nodded and walked towards a seat. All of a sudden, his gaze froze. Immediately after, Dugu Xian's body emitted a monstrous killing intent. He walked towards Lin Feng and said coldly, "Brat, I can't believe I saw you here. Did you ever think that you would die here today?" Dugu Xian's killing intent was like an ocean as he directly suppressed Lin Feng. He was indescribably arrogant. It was as if he was determined to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 821. What's going on? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Asked Jinichen. He knew Dugu Xian and Lin Feng, so he wanted to mediate the situation. "This person must die." Dugu Xian's voice was cold. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I killed one of his clones. He should have run away when he saw me, not run in front of me." Everybody was astonished when they heard Lin Feng's words. No one had thought that Dugu Xian's clone would be killed by Lin Feng. It was said that the clone had been created using a primordial technique that had fused with countless materials. Furthermore, it was supported by the magic power of an ancient powerhouse. Its battle prowess could be said to be heaven-defying, but it had been killed by Lin Feng. It was no wonder that Dugu Xian hated Lin Feng so much. He wanted to kill Lin Feng no matter what. That was the reason. "Brat, you dare to boast in front of me? I'll kill you today." Dugu Xian's voice was cold. He stepped forward, his killing intent enveloping Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He lightly slapped the table. A drop of wine flew out of the cup. Lin Feng flicked it. Swish. The drop of wine was like a sword, instantly slashing towards Dugu Xian. "Break." Dugu Xian looked indifferent. He condensed his killing intent into a beam of light, which collided with Lin Feng's water sword. Both of their attacks were annihilated. These two are so strong. Many people were shocked. That seemingly simple attack just now made them shudder with fear and trepidation. That kind of collision was too terrifying. Lin Feng's cultivation has progressed so quickly. Ouyang Shiyu was shocked. Lin Feng's cultivation had been so much weaker than it was now. How many years had it only been? How could he have grown to such a level? Jinichen and Fairy Mengxian were also shocked. They had known Lin Feng for a long time, so they knew what Lin Feng's cultivation had been like back then. However, the battle prowess that he displayed today made them feel that it was inconceivable. Jinichen said, "The two of you, it's not easy for so many people to gather here today. Why don't we all drink a glass of wine peacefully? If you want to settle your grudges, you can find another opportunity." Dugu Xian's expression flickered, but in the end, he restrained his killing intent and said, "Since Brother Jin has said so, I won't spoil everyone's mood. I'll let this kid live a little longer." Dugu Xian was arrogant to the extreme. From beginning to end, He had never placed Lin Feng in his eyes. He had absolute confidence in his true body and believed that he could kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. People who are too conceited will eventually die a miserable death. How dare you spout nonsense here when you can't even differentiate between confidence and conceit? How laughable. I won't say anything to you now. I'll let you live a little longer. Enjoy the last moments of your life. Du Guxian cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng drank a cup of wine and didn't say anything else. Du Guxian's true body was very powerful. He was Lin Feng. He wasn't weak either. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. At that moment, Ouyang Xiu said, "Have you heard about the star trials?" The Divine Tao sect's disciples were shocked. Is the star trials about to begin? That's right. It's said that the ancient astral road destroyed by the astral demons during the Middle Ages is about to be reopened. Once it's reopened, the star trials will begin. Ouyang Xiu nodded. What exactly is the star trials? Someone asked. Du Guxian disdainfully glanced at the cultivator who had asked the question and said, "The star trial is in a place called the Calamity Starfield in the starry sky world. There are many stars there, forming a special space. Even if cultivators haven't broken through to the God realm, they can still fly in the starry sky and travel between stars. There are endless opportunities in that star field." There's such a star field. Someone was shocked. Fairy Meng Xian said, "I've heard that the star trials aren't simple. Not only are there endless opportunities, but you can also absorb the power of the stars to greatly increase your soul power." Many people's hearts began to burn. They all looked forward to the star trials. Ouyang Xiu said, "The ancient astral road is currently being repaired. If it can be repaired and reopened, it'll definitely be a great opportunity for the cultivators of the Qianwu continent. I've heard that there are many mysterious races in the outer realms. If we enter that star field to participate in the star trials, will we run into cultivators from other races?" Someone asked. There is indeed such a possibility. Following that, a cultivator nodded in affirmation. Lin Feng said indifferently, "If we do run into them, it won't necessarily be a good thing. The world of cultivators is filled with deception and deceit, and danger is everywhere. There's a saying that goes, 'Those who aren't of our race should be punished.' I'm sure everyone is familiar with this saying." Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng's words. This sentence was indeed very reasonable. People were always deceitful and deceitful. Killing people to steal treasures wasn't uncommon. What about other races? If they really ran into them, who knew what terrifying things would happen? Of course, even though the star trials were filled with danger, it couldn't stop the crowd's enthusiasm. Everyone was obviously very interested in the star trials. Then, Jiu Yuna mentioned the Heaven Opening Road. Many people knew about the Heaven Opening Road. It seemed that the Heaven Opening Road would open in the next 10 years. However, no one knew exactly when it would open. The banquet gradually came to an end. Du Guxian drank 3 cups of wine in a row. He abruptly stood up and released a terrifying deadly energy which immediately enveloped Lin Feng. "Get out here and die. I'll definitely kill you today." Du Guxian's voice was ice cold. Many people were shocked. Du Guxian really wanted to kill Lin Feng. During the banquet, everyone had thought that Du Guxian wouldn't attack again. But now, the banquet was about to end. Du Guxian didn't hide his killing intent towards Lin Feng anymore. Private fights aren't allowed in Heavenly Divine City. Murong Shui was worried that Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage, so she spoke up. "Chimph, I want to kill him. Can the rules of Heavenly Divine City stop me? No one can save him today." Du Guxian was extremely arrogant, and his voice was as cold as ice. Jinichen said, "Private fights in Heavenly Divine City are disrespectful to the Emperor. Even if an Emperor died, he would still be respected. He would still be respected and worshipped by the people." Du Guxian's voice was indifferent. "Heavenly Divine City has a life and death arena, right? I'll kill him in the life and death arena." In the life and death arena, it was a battle to the death between 2 people. No one else was allowed to interfere. In this way, this battle wasn't considered a private fight. There's a life and death arena, a cultivator said. Jinichen looked coldly at Lin Feng. I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. Get out here and die. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode outside. Lin Feng stood up. At that moment, his fighting intent soared. Even if you didn't provoke me, I would still kill you. Since you came to die, there's no reason not to take your head today. Chapter 8:22. The Heaven's Chosen battle was about to begin. This matter caused a huge uproar, and countless people were moved. Let's go and take a look. Everyone in the Heavenly Saint restaurant rushed out and flew towards the Heavenly Saint Square. There was a huge life and death arena here. Activate the life and death arena. With a loud shout, the life and death arena opened. The huge life and death arena floated in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. On the life and death arena, there were blade marks, sword holes, and bloodstains. It seemed to be describing the peak battle that happened here in the past. It was unknown how many people had died in the life and death arena. Now, Du Guxian and Lin Feng had both landed on the life and death arena. This battle could be said to have shocked the entire Heaven Sacred City. Countless people came to watch the battle, and even the ancestors of the 5 great clans were alarmed. Du Guxian is rumored to have a special physique, which is why he was heavily nurtured by the divine sect. No one knows how strong Du Guxian is, and who is his opponent. He actually dares to fight with Du Guxian. Isn't this just courting death? A cultivator in the crowd said. He obviously didn't think highly of Lin Feng in this battle. Brother, are you ignorant? The young cultivator opposite him killed Du Guxian's clone in the Rain Capital, and his strength is also extremely terrifying. It's hard to say who will win this battle. It's not that I'm ignorant, it's just that you're taking it for granted. I know Du Guxian's clone is very strong, but there's still a huge gap between it and his real body. Therefore, being able to kill Du Guxian's clone doesn't mean you can kill Du Guxian's real body. Du Guxian is a descendant of an ancient power. Killing him is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, not to mention that he has a special constitution. Therefore, it's more likely that Du Guxian killed that young cultivator. Hearing you say that, I also think it makes sense. The discussion of the surrounding cultivators did not affect Lin Feng. After landing on the arena, Lin Feng walked towards Du Guxian step by step. His battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. That fighting spirit was like an army of thousands of men and horses charging together. Invincible. It was shocking. You actually know how to condense battle intent. Du Guxian's expression was indifferent. Kill. He shouted and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. An invisible force surged out from the void. This was killing intent. It was the same as Lin Feng's heaven-punishing battle intent and battle momentum. Killing intent was also a type of force. Bang! Battle intent and killing intent collided in the void. This was the collision of 2 potentials. In the void, waves of destructive power spread out. Crack, crack. The restrictions covering the life and death ring began to shatter. Isn't this too strong? You want to destroy the life and death arena's restrictions before even fighting? Many people cried out in surprise. A cultivator said, no, they have already fought. Both of them are heaven-defying and have comprehended force. Just now, 2 forces collided. Ah! Force! Wasn't it said that creation realm cultivators who comprehended force were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns? How could they comprehend force? A cultivator said doubtfully. There are always some geniuses in the world who have mastered abilities that others can't. Obviously, the 2 people in front of us are such geniuses. An old cultivator said. Fist intent. At that moment, Du Guxian punched towards Lin Feng. A huge fist condensed in the void. In an instant, all the spectators realized that everything in the world had disappeared. In their eyes, there was only Du Guxian's punch. Fist intent. This was actually the concept of fist. One spirit had to transform again to reach the level of intent. This transformation was naturally extremely difficult. But once the spirit transformed into intent, its power would increase greatly. Just like the fist intent that Du Guxian displayed now, its power was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng was also filled with shock. This was the first time he had fought a cultivator with a special bloodline. This Dugu Xian was indeed powerful. Lin Feng had mastered force. Dugu Xian had also mastered force. Lin Feng had mastered the power of intent. Dugu Xian had also mastered the power of intent. The strength of a successor nurtured by an ancient force was indeed heaven-defying. Sky splitter! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and suddenly exploded. In the void, a lightning blade condensed and slashed towards Dugu Xian. Bang! The attacks of the two sides collided again. The runes of the life and death arena were shattering. The arena was trembling violently. Heavens, this battle is too terrifying. The life and death arena can't withstand it. Many people cried out in shock. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng and Dugu Xian suddenly stepped on the life and death arena and soared into the sky. The life and death arena couldn't withstand the two terrifying forces and directly collapsed, causing rubble to fall. How many battles has the life and death arena experienced? It's actually destroyed just like that. Someone muttered, his heart filled with shock. The battle between Lin Feng and Dugu Xian didn't seem like a battle between two young cultivators. It was as if two gods and demons were fighting. I underestimated you. Do you know what my bloodline is? Dugu Xian's voice grew colder. Lin Feng frowned. What bloodline? My bloodline is called Dao Cutter. Dugu Xian stepped forward, the power of his bloodline awakening. Dugu Xian clearly knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with, so he wanted to awaken his bloodline power to deal with Lin Feng. Endless bloody light soared into the sky. It was as if a primordial god was about to awaken in Dugu Xian's body. The power of his bloodline. Dugu Xian is about to activate his bloodline power. He has a special constitution, and his bloodline contains unimaginably terrifying power. A cultivator shouted in shock. The reason why people with special bloodlines were so powerful. It was because of the inheritance of their bloodline. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had the immortal divine body. However, his immortal divine body hadn't awakened yet. Although his immortal divine body was known as one of the 10 great ancient forbidden constitutions, it couldn't be used without an awakened immortal divine body. Dugu Xian's bloodline had already awakened, so he quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. He raised his hand and attacked Lin Feng. Sky splitter! Sword intent! Sword and saber merged! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He released two types of intent to fight against Dugu Xian. However, something terrifying happened. Dao Cutter! Dugu Xian shouted coldly and slashed with his palm. Lin Feng's sky splitter and sword intent were instantly shattered. Dugu Xian's palm landed on his body, and it felt as if an ancient divine mountain had slammed into him. His body was sent flying. Too weak. Dugu Xian walked over step by step, his black hair dancing wildly. He looked like a demon god looking down at Lin Feng. How can you fight me with such weak strength? I can suppress you millions of times with one hand. Boom. Chapter 823. Dugu Xian is too strong. That's the power of a special constitution and bloodline. That young cultivator is going to be suppressed by Dugu Xian. Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. It was the first time they had seen someone with a special constitution fight. His bloodline had been activated. The battle prowess that exploded out was indeed powerful. It was shocking and unbelievable. The power of a bloodline is really strong. Facing Dugu Xian's oppressive aura, Lin Feng frowned. Dugu Xian had activated his bloodline and used the Dao Cutter skill. It was really too strong. He had completely suppressed Dugu Xian. This was a special constitution called the Dao Cutter body. Dao Cutter meant severing. Dao meant the great Dao. The Dao Cutter body meant severing all great Daos. Therefore, the Dao severing body was a very domineering ultimate skill. No matter what kind of powerful divine ability one used, it would be severed by the Dao severing body. For example, Lin Feng's Sky Splitter and Sword Intent had been broken by Dugu Xian's Dao Cutter. Now, facing Dugu Xian's attack, Lin Feng condensed the Sky Splitter lightning and a huge ball of energy condensed in his hand. Then, Lin Feng took out the ball of energy and threw it at Du Guxian. It's useless. Dao cutter, Dao cutter, Dao cutter, Dao cutter, Dao cutter, Dao cutter. Even if you have thousands of techniques, you will be cut down by me today. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying attack suddenly came crashing down. Slash. Du Guxian's attack tore through the lightning. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked. Bang! With a dull sound, Lin Feng was sent flying again. Damn it! Lin Feng looked a bit gloomy. He had rarely been so aggrieved when fighting against the younger generation. Lin Feng had been completely suppressed. No matter what technique he used, it seemed like it had no effect. It was too aggrieving. These were the top successors nurtured by ancient powers. The power they grasped was too terrifying. It was not something that ordinary successors could compare to. Blocking 2 of my Dao executioners is pretty good, but I only used 30% of my strength. Now, I'll increase it to 50%. Let's see if you can still block it. Du Guxian laughed coldly and walked over, his black hair dancing wildly. Countless people were shocked. He had such powerful combat strength, yet he had only used 30% of his strength. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? No wonder Du Guxian is being nurtured by the superior divine sect. He's too powerful. He's probably strong enough to compete with the older generation, right? I wonder how many more moves that young cultivator can take. Actually, that young cultivator's battle prowess isn't necessarily weaker than Du Guxian's. The only reason he was suppressed by Du Guxian was because of his special constitution. Du Guxian activated his bloodline and awakened his Dao-severing body, which increased his cultivation to an unfathomable level. That's right. Du Guxian has already made a name for himself in this battle. Many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Feng would definitely lose. It was just a question of how long he would be able to last. Boom! Du Guxian's body exploded with an even more terrifying strength. This power was enough to make one's expression change. Just as Du Guxian had said, he was going to use 50% of his strength. Du Guxian, who was using 50% of his strength, was indeed much stronger than before. Slash! Shouted Du Guxian coldly. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Everybody saw that Du Guxian had turned into a beam of light. Between heaven and earth. It seemed like there was only one beam of light. That beam of light was aimed at Lin Feng. It wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. This attack was truly too terrifying. It could even be said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was frightening and moving. Confinement. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He activated his 5 devouring martial spirits and formed a powerful confinement magnetic field. He directly shrouded Du Guxian. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly, the confinement magnetic field was naturally more powerful. Du Guxian, who was rushing towards Lin Feng as fast as lightning, was suddenly confined in the air. Lin Feng used the axe, shattering the firmament. In the void, a giant axe formed and blasted towards Du Guxian, who was imprisoned. What's that? Everybody looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They thought that Du Guxian was going to defeat Lin Feng in a spurt of energy, or even kill him. Lin Feng used some unknown technique to confine Du Guxian. Instead, he launched a counterattack against Du Guxian. The light of the axe instantly chopped down. Du Guxian looked indifferent. He coldly shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the terrifying pressure surrounding his body disappeared without a trace. Du Guxian raised his hand and shattered the light of the axe. "You're really surprising me more and more, but it's far from enough. Hurry up and use whatever moves you have, because you'll be a dead man soon. When that time comes, you won't have a chance to use them." Du Guxian tore apart Lin Feng's confinement magnetic field and strode over arrogantly. He looked askance at Lin Feng. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously, but his cultivation was really too strong. Lin Feng had never felt such great pressure. He frowned and began to condense the word destruction and death. Boom! A strong wave of energy surged out. The word destruction and death were condensed. The 2 large Dao characters pressed down on Du Guxian. He hoped to use the power of the word destruction to break Du Xian's cutting Dao body. Cutting Dao. Du Xian shouted coldly. He rushed over and collided with Lin Feng's death and destruction. It was like an ancient divine mountain colliding. The void trembled. Lin Feng's destruction and death were broken by Du Xian, and Du Xian was forced to take a few steps back. Du Xian's expression became colder. Is this your last resort? If so, you'll die. Immediately after, Du Xian walked towards Lin Feng again. With every step Du Xian took, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. He increased his strength from 50% to 70%. Divine Ability Talisman, activate. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He activated the Divine Ability Talisman. This was his strongest move. Lin Feng planned to use the Divine Ability Talisman to support the Secret Soul Technique to attack Du Xian. The two sides were about to collide. At that moment, the sky shook and the earth shook. Look, what's that? Someone pointed to the sky in horror. High up in the sky, a huge flaming meteor was falling. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The flaming meteorite smashed into the fog forest outside Heaven Divine City. Next, endless flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a fire ape appeared. Then, an old Buddha appeared in the void. Demon, prying into the secrets of the heavens is unforgivable. The old Buddha's voice resounded through the clouds. Endless golden Buddha light soared into the sky. He was bathed in the golden Buddha light, like an ancient Buddha who had attained the Tao. But now, the Buddha was angry. The fire ape roared, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, billions of creatures have their own opportunities. Since I've received guidance from the battle sacred ape, this is my opportunity. You people from the Buddhist world have chased after me, going against the natural order of the world. Buddhists who claim to be merciful are inferior to demons. Impudent! The old Buddha roared. The battle sacred ape is the embodiment of evil. His inheritance is not tolerated by the heavens. You people have coveted his inheritance, so you should be destroyed to prevent a disaster.